This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good morning to you, Bom dia, wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another big day in European cricket. We're getting ready for day number 16 in the European Cricket Series, Portugal. And with just 2 days remaining of group play, that Super 5 is starting to take shape. And it's a big day for quite a few teams here trying to work their way up the ladder. We'll be starting the day with match number 75, and this is a clash between newcomers Ronan CC and the hosts Aware-Ash a little while ago. With Tyrone off, we had Mahela Daub, who is filling in, and he has the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Beres is calling. Oops. It's called, and it is a head.
We'll bat.
Beres have won the toss and elected to bat first.
So good toss to win, I think, for Conrad Greenshields, and they will be batting first. And look, they're a very, very strong lineup. We've seen that. They're a team that are pushing for top spot in Group B. They're drawn in the same group as their traditional rivals, Marlow. More about that in a second, but first, let's go back to yesterday where we had 5 matches, and it started with a matchup between Friendship and Precious. Well, it sounds friendly on paper. It's pretty spicy out there in the middle. 117.85 in the end. Rajumia and Nazrul Islam kind of rescued Friendship after they lost 4 early wickets despite the efforts of Basharat late in and Saini with 20 not out. Precious CC only able to gather 85 in that one. Werewolves then took the stage against Ronan CC and kind of a team effort with the bat. Managed to score a pretty impressive 146 for 6. Tapa with 3 wickets in there for Ronan. And despite Akaki with 35 not out and 20s for Suyuwanshi and Jasmine Kumar, Ronan ended up falling short, though they did pick up the point in that game. Precious then were asked to bat first, actually, in match 72. Oh, they are winning the toss in that one. And Salim Sarwan, 29 for him. Gurjant with 22. 96 is what they put on the board. Sufyan Rubel with a pretty handy 2 for 19. Then Friendship were able to overhaul, again, despite a slightly slow start. They actually took all the points out of that game. Match number 73 was the 4th match of the day in the rematch between the Werewolves and Ronan. Werewolves, thanks to a breakout, 77 not out from Ahmed Shafat. They posted 136, and Ronan CC really never quite in the hunt. They managed 84 in response. Rajbir Singh very good in that one with 3 for 16. Their last game of the day was probably the game of the day between the Werewolves and Friendship, 2 teams with qualification ambitions. Werewolves 106, looked a bit light on the ground. Nobody getting past the 23 that Gaganpreet Singh scored. Sufyan Rubel, good once again, 3 for 17. Friendship CC, there's a topsy-turvy kind of chase. In the end, they fell just short. And really, their qualification hopes, I think, drifted away with it. Although they still do cling on to 3rd place. If results go their way, you never know. Maybe they could still find a way to qualify if they had a good 12th game. Remember, all teams will play 12 games in this group. Ronan will play their last 3 today, and we'll see how far they can get up the ladder. Does seem pretty certain that they'll find it hard to push into 5th place. But a Aware-Ash big day for them if they want to hold on to top spot. And yeah, beautiful day here at the Santarém Cricket Ground. 15 degrees currently, expecting a maximum of 25. Looking at these 2 teams, Greenshields leads Aware-Ash in this one. Daniel Dorkaya is back in the lineup. They're listed to open with Faf Stoneman at 3 and Miguel Stoneman at 4. Krishna Nupane comes in for Aware-Ash for the first time in the series. Ronan CC, I've had a bit of a tough time, haven't it? They're on a losing streak of 7 after winning their first 2 games against Precious CC, led by the captain Navindu Sinha, who's at the top of the order on that listed batting order. But I guess time will tell, and well, no surprises here. Aware-Ash with their quality, huge favourites in this one, 94%. Although you never know in this format, especially first game of the day. Maybe Aware-Ash have gotten out the wrong side of the bed. Anyway, almost ready to go here, and actually looks to me like we've got Miguel Stoneman opening up for Aware-Ash. So an interesting choice there. We've got lots of options, I suppose that's the thing. And yeah, that is Miggy Stoneman who's opening up with Daniel Dorkaya. Miggy's batting seems to have really kind of taken on a bit more power in the last year. It's going to be Nilesh Suryawanshi to bowl the first ball of the day. Let's get ready to roll. Running early, which is always a good thing. Just waiting for the clock to tick over to 10 o'clock local time, which is 11 in Central Europe. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's play here on day 16 in the European Cricket Series, Portugal. Stoneman, it's a decent looking ball from Suryawanshi first up. And he'll just knock that back. Yeah, Warish looking reasonably good for top spot. And look how this series works. 5 teams out of the group stage get to stay, but there's 2 groups, so that being an odd number, the top 2 from each group and the best performing 3rd team will get to take part in the Super 5 starting on Friday. Oh, this is short, wide and punched away, but that fielder could not have been any better placed. That's Prab Chima down there. We've got our first run of the day. Pretty well hit. I want to say good morning to everyone in the chat as well. Got Kevin in there. Saw that Viking Bay was watching as well. Hello to Emmanuel Robbins, who's watching from Brisbane. Well, hope it's very sunny where you are in the Sunshine State. Rob Thompson from New Zealand, Dave B in France, Julian Dawson in the UK. That's a pretty good ball first up. This is Daniel Dorkaya. We saw playing for Team Europe, but unfortunately just hasn't been able to get that big score that we know he's capable of. Hello to Barry as well, and yeah, got to say, it's a pretty significant time for many around the world today. And Suryawanshi comes in. Short, hit hard, and oh, it's a dropped opportunity, but this was absolutely belted by Daniel Dorkaya. Oh, check this one out. He has smashed this, and Kandel couldn't quite hold on. That would have been a huge wicket early for Ronan. I don't get too many bigger in European cricket. Miguel Stoneman out of his crease slightly. Gets a bit careful. Yes, I want to say Eid Mubarak to all of our viewers that are observing it and celebrating around the world. Hoping that you have a very happy and prosperous Mubarak. I know that there are plenty of people that will be celebrating today. It's been pretty good over this one from Suryawanshi, and he had DDC dropped, and he's just kept things quiet, hasn't he, in the first. Let's see if his teammates can keep up the good work as Warish. They are 2 without loss after 1. Let's have a look at some numbers. It's been great since we've been able to get on the park a bit more here in Portugal. But we went over 800 maximos yesterday. With over 11,000 runs in the series, the average run rate's been 11.8 per over. 8.5 sixes and 8.74s per innings. Wicket rate about average, 5.7 wickets per 10 overs. But a lot of entertainment here. 74 matches played. There's 98 in total. Just 10 more in the group stage, and then 14 in the Super 5 and Finals Day stage. This one's a little bit short, and in swing, and Kansal is going to disappear out of the ground. Maximo! 6 runs to get us started. We'll just say, I've got a slight issue getting the score on the screen at the moment, but I'll keep you up to date with that. Just something we're trying to fix, but it's 8 without loss at the moment after 1.1. Hello to Ashvir Ramdat as well. Hello to Ian Lofthouse watching from South Africa. Got some viewers from all around the world, which is fantastic. Great to have some interaction as the day goes on. This is pitched up. Another one that's uppish. This time Kandel has to watch it go to his left. 4 runs. And that one is going to be 4 runs. Warish. Slightly sluggish start. Pretty well bowled this time. Just up in the block hole. See there, Warish trying to get something going from the dugout. 12 without loss after 1.2 then. Now this one has DDC feeling for it, and he's going to be gone. And his miserable run continues, really. That one just came in. I think he's kind of done by lack of pace here, really. Couldn't time it up. So Kansal gets the big fish. You can see just came in. Geez, pretty good catch, I'll tell you that. Got there with two hands, holds it up. And Daniel Dorkaye, in fact, that's Miguel Stoneman, pardon me, who's going to have to go. He's feeling for the ball. He's never really got into his innings, did he, Miggy? He'll go for 1 off 5. And the score is 13 for 1. Ella Suryawanshi with a brilliant catch there at backward square. Oh, well, certainly on the back foot. Ronan, that's their last day in the European Cricket Series, so for this year at least. So they will want to finish with some good results. And look, it's been tough. They won their first 2 games, like I said, against Precious. Since then, haven't really been able to make an impact. Haven't been able to pick up a win since then. They'll play Warish twice today, and they'll play Fighters in the last game. So they're 3 tough games. First one from Greenshields. Just leaves it, goes through to the keeper. Kansar, well done to get his first wicket. But DDC and Greenshields, very, very talented combination. They both played actually a fair bit of club cricket in the Netherlands, which is a high level of competition. Both originally South African. Oh, Conrad wears it. That'll smart. And he's hopping around like a cat in a hot tin roof. Wow. Conrad. In cricket you wear pads, but the pads don't cover everything. He's looked a little bit of inside thigh. DDC, looks like he's got a pretty big smile on his face. A bit of calisthenics. Geez, a lot going on for 10:07 in the morning at the moment in the screen. Conrad, not quite sure if it was in the most delicate of areas. But anyway, that'll take us to the end of the over. It's 13 for 1 after 2. Again, I'm just trying to fix that slight technical issue. DDC looks like he's really enjoyed that as well. Also find interesting that Conrad has his name taped up when it is his shirt.
Come on, Nilesh, come on.
Not sure what's going on there. Anyway. So, time for over number 3. Conrad certainly has that kind of grumpy exterior. Here is his name on his shirt. Maybe just on the screen. Couldn't quite make it out. Anyway, Suryawanshi bowled a good first over. Can he get 1 or 2 of these big fish? Short and cut and not really controlled. And well, it's not going to be picked up there. Kandel has been a bit of a ball magnet, hasn't he, this morning already? Conrad Greenshields after taking that slightly uncomfortable blow. Face up again. 14 for 1 after 2.1. Another one with the body. And go away for a leg by. Conrad still not off the mark. This is, I suppose, the nature of cricket. Sometimes you come out and you feel on top early. Sometimes you feel like you're up against it. Right now, Warish, despite the quality in their side, finding it hard going. DDC, he certainly is due to fire in a big way, isn't he? She's out on this outside the off stump. I've got to say, Suya, she's been brilliant here. He conceded 3 and a leg by off his over and a half. The question is, will his teammates be able to keep up this kind of standard? Pitched up, and that one is hit well with some power over cover. Maximo! As DDC, affectionately known as the pencil in some circles. There's a bit of lead in that one. Gets it over the offside for 6. Says Carreras at the first Maximo of day 16. Got a good stride out to that one, didn't he? Daniel Dorkaya. A few people thinking Conrad might be singing soprano in the Portuguese boys' choir tonight after that early blow. Now over the leg side, Daniel Dorkaya gets into his business. And I know it was a tough one, but he did get dropped. It was a spicy one at point. But now, just feel he's up and away, back-to-back Maximos. He's just had a bit of a knack of getting himself out in some funny ways in this series as well. DDC ran himself out, 35 off 8 in their last day of action. Suriyawanshi trying to hold on, last ball for him. This is clipped away and that will be another boundary. So in the end, that over goes for 18. It finishes with 6-6-4 and at the end of 3 overs, Oerish are 31 for 1. Again, apologies for the lack of the on-screen scoring at the moment. But I'll keep you up to date with scoring. It is the first innings, so probably not as critical as when you see a team on the chase. 31 for 1 after 3. The first over from Suriyawanshi went for only 2. The second from Kansal went for 11. Did pick up a wicket in that over. Then Suriyawanshi went for 18, including a leg by in the third. Suriyawanshi ends up with pretty decent figures, none for 19, but he would have loved to be able to perhaps break this partnership. Ujjwal Kansal will continue then to the bowling out. The openers just trying to search for this second wicket. 31 for 1 after 3. Hit down the ground by Greenshields, who does get off the mark. There's Harpreet Singh. Key fielder for Ronan. I'm going to say a lot about New Zealand viewers. I'm sure they're tuning in because it's a good time of day in that part of the world. They're loving the old retro New Zealand colour scheme from Ronan CC, new side in the European Cricket Series this year. Group Patel has put in a shift, hasn't he, in this series. Buck Stoneman, likewise, 2 officials for this one. That one is inside half of the bat. And look, it will go for 4. I think DDC was thrilled with the contact. There's Cascais over there in the yellow vest. So 4 more runs to Oerish, who seem to have shaken off the cobwebs a little bit there. 36 for 1 after 3.2. Kansal with a comeback ball. Fraction short. Adios Pelota. That one's got miles. You just can't afford to bowl short. That's a chase for somebody. But Maximo says Carreras. Oerish, despite the slowish start, warming up. And I suppose this is also the risk of bowling the same bowlers. If they don't get the breakthrough, the batters start to get used to them a little bit. I think really for Kansal, the issue there was just too short. So the score moves up to 42 off 3.3. Again, we're working on the problem. Conrad there looks deep in meditative thought. He's curled into a ball like a snail that's frightened. All right, eventually they get that ball back. Maybe you could have some guesses in the chat about when the score will return on the screen. My guess is in the 5th over. This is over number 4 right now. 42 for 1 off 3.3. Kansal. Yeah, better length that one. Don't have too much margin of error against Daniel Dorkaya, except 42 for 1 off 3.4. Good comeback ball from the bowler. We were talking about dots versus boundaries a bit yesterday, weren't we? Wondering what there's more of. 8 dots. 7 boundaries in this innings so far. So neck and neck. Just a single then. Moves up to 43 for 1 off 3.5. This over's gone for 12 so far. Nice for the over coming up. Green Shields. 1 of 4. Get to really fire. High score of 90, which he equalled actually in this series. That one's hit very hard, and oh no, that's taken a piece of the fielder. And it's quite a nasty one. You see Conrad's a bit concerned. I think it's Kandel there. Once again, finds himself in the way. I mean, if you want to be really harsh, this is a drop, but oh, that one is a really rough one to get first up in the morning. Anyway, it'll be a single for Green Shields. He hits the cover off that and almost causes Kandel to lose a finger or two. At the end of 4 overs, the score is 44 for 1. Daniel Dorkaya on 40 of 14 balls. Green Shields, 2 of 5. The 2 openers have bowled out. Turiwanchi ended up with none for 19 of his 2. Kansal with 1 for 24, so very respectable figures. There's been some very hard hit balls in that kind of offside infield region in this series. Beautiful day, plenty of blue skies. This is what we've been waiting for in Portugal. All right, change of bowler then, force into a double change, and Kandel is going to get the 5th. Just a single then, again, not quite timed. There's been a few kind of off the thick edges from both of these two really. Green Shields moves to 3, it's 45 for 1 now. And now it's going to be a wicket. DDC plays across one. And well done to Kandel, who I suppose missed a tough opportunity earlier to get the Uerish opener. But now he repairs the damage. And the score is 45 for 2. Just played all across that one. Daniel Dorkaya is going to go for 40 off 15. And a brilliant piece of bowling. Just a little bit of the in movement there. Just shows you even good players, if you can put the ball in dangerous places and move it around a little bit, you can have some reward. So Uerish find themselves 45 for 2 after 4.2 overs. Brilliant piece of bowling. So we have Francois Stoneman, who's going to come in the number 4 position. Apart from DDC, his partners have combined for 4 of 11. So they need someone to step up. Kandel will be happy to start his day with the ball at least on a high. Well, I predicted the score would come back in the 5th over. Maybe I was a bit optimistic. That's a good ball first up. And yeah, the one to DDC did come in, so you can understand how Faf Stoneman is probably playing for a bit of in swing, but it never came. Just angled across him. He almost nicks off first ball. 45 for 2 or 4.3 then. Goes on the walk, hits this in the air, and he's going to get the result. Maximo! That time he tried to take the sideways movement out of it a little bit by going on the charge. Pretty ambitious shot, if I'm honest. Had some risk attached. And have a look at this on the replay. Says, all right, I'm going to take matters into my own hands, and a good start for Faf. Moves off the mark to 6. So 50's up for Werish now. They're 51 for 2 or 4.4 overs. Fraction short this time. Pulls it away. And that's going to be 6 more. Maximo! Been the good, the bad, and the ugly for both sides so far on day 16. Faf Stoneman into his innings with back-to-back Maximos, and 57 for 2 now with the ball to go on the 5th over. Last ball of the 5th. Tries around the wicket. Plays this with a straight bat. Stoneman will get one, and he'll retain the strike. He moves to 13. Greenshields is 3, and at the end of 5 overs, the score is 58 for 2. These two hoping to build a partnership. Greenshields just seems a little off this morning. 3 off 6. Hit his best hit ball straight at the fielder. Couldn't hold on for the catch, but did survive the brush with dismissal. I want to know how everyone is in the chat. What's the weather like in your part of the world? Pretty nice here, got to say. Expecting a maximum temperature of 25 today. Already we're up to around about 15. Very, very pleasant this cricket ground. It's obviously being forced into a double change of bowling here. It's Tajinder Dhillon who is going to bowl over number 6. They bowled the openers out, remember. It does kind of reduce your options through the rest of the innings. Anyway, Stoneman, there we go. There's the score. And now, really, this should be a wicket. So he's fallen over, and he recovers and he catches it. Well, how about that? He goes to ground. He has time to get up, and he holds on to the catch. And I've got to say, he made an easy catch very, very difficult. Maybe not through his own doing. Stoneman just loses his shape there. Down he goes. Up he gets. Did pretty well to recover and keep his cool. So Stoneman goes for 13, and the score is 58 for 3. And immediate success for Tajinder Dhillon. Jaswinder Kumar entertaining us unintentionally. So this will be Aki Wirakun to come out at number 5. What a strange catch that was. Anyway, look, impact innings from Faf, but doesn't go on with it. He's Wirakun goes back and dabs. That'll run away for 4. Very fast outfield, we know that here. I wasn't too far off. I said that the scorecard would come back in the 5th over. It came back exactly after 5. Well done to all the technical crew. Maybe just some of the local wildlife chewing through the cables, but now we're back on, and also shows you that Ronan have actually improved their chances from 6% up to 18% with a good first 5 and a bit overs. All right, this one's hit in the air. There's an attempted little helicopter, and that's going to be caught. by Harpreet Singh. So Wirrakunnam fails here. He goes 4 and out. It's a strange little shot. He's kind of looking for the leg side. It's almost like a big leading edge that balloons out to the long off position. You see it there. There's an awkward one to take it to the side. Watched all the way, slight fumble, but soft hand. It never gets too far away, and he grasps it in the end. So 4 wickets down now. And Lucky isn't too lucky here in match 75, as he'll go for 4. And Werrish 62 for 4. Okay, interesting. Junaid Khan comes out at 6. Now, he's a good hitter. Sometimes you see him batting as low as 11, depending on the level. So he's a guy primarily thought of as a bowler. Has over 100 wickets on the network, but he's a very good hitter. Remember him in the Gibraltar Tri-Series in the T20 International last year, being part of a very, very important 10th wicket partnership under pressurised circumstances to win the game. Gets across this one first up. Get off the mark with a single. So Junaid Khan batting 6 is out there with his captain Greenshields. He hasn't had a lot of the strike. Goes straight. That's where Conrad is very, very good. He's just kind of motioning. He's been trying to hit everything across, but this is a brilliant strike. Just have a good footwork here. Gets a good stride in. Bang. Makes it look very easy. Maximo. And Conrad's away. He's kind of a sleeping giant in the batting lineup, isn't he? I've got a feeling there might still be a ball to go in this over. We'll wait and see. I had wicket 4, wicket 1, 6. That doesn't seem right to me, because I know that is wicket 4, wicket 1, 6. Yeah. So I think we might still have a ball to go. In fact, yeah, Greenshield's going to take the strike back. Dylan's going to have to come back and bowl. That's just natural. Occasionally balls get miscounted. We do have some conditions around that now, obviously. 5 ball over is pretty easy to fix. Just as long as you haven't started a new over, you go back and bowl the 6th ball. Also now, we brought in the regulation. If for some reason a 7th ball is bowled in error, the result of that ball is cancelled. I think that's the right thing to do in such a short game. So last ball is bowled. And Greenshields is actually going to get a bit of a bonus here. Wasn't really off the middle at all, but it will be 4 runs to the end the 6th over in the end. So yeah, Dylan's over goes for 15. Let's pick up 2 wickets in there though. 73 for 4 after 6. Well done, Ronan CC. As far as no extras this morning, I actually think they've been reasonably accurate. So I think they're getting a good result against a very accomplished cricket team here. Werrish are the home club here at the Sandstorm Cricket Ground. This is driven through the offside. That's going to be 4. So this is a bit of a better looking shot from Junaid compared to the first ball that he kind of dragged across. As you can see, that's not the shot of a number 11, is it? That's a very nice cover drive, and gets value for it on this field. Oh, what's this? Oh. Let's have a look. Is this into the ground? Well, did hit the foot and go back. Maybe it was into the ground, then to the foot. Next ball goes for 4. I don't know, it was worth a second look. I thought players were happy that it was into into the ground, then into the foot, but wow, went all the way back to the bowler and got caught. Junaid doesn't really have a care factor about it. He just whacks another boundary. Finding a way to get the runs on the board, aren't they, Awaris? Yeah, this one ties him up. Another one! That misses the pad, and it's a bit of human flesh. But Dave's just informed me they're actually up to 388,000 subscribers now. Oh, another great milestone. 400,000. I think we can get there by the end of the year. Love to see it happen. Oh, it's a brilliant shot from Junaid. He just kind of opens up the front leg and then kind of carves it inside out into the external fence. Maximo! This is the shot of the morning for me. Just releases the hands at the right time. High and handsome over the offside, 6 runs. Obviously, these two have had vastly different fortunes through the first part of this group stage. Junaid's looking very good. It's very well fielded, though. Knocked down there. Won't even get a single in the end. That definitely saved 4 runs. And that'll be the end of the over. So, end of 7, Warish. 87 for 4. Checking out the run rates, the average run rates over these first 15 days in Portugal. You can see that we're actually a full point higher than last year. So last year 10.8 was the average run rate. This year it's 11.8. And the highest scoring day was day 6, but to be fair, that was actually a shortened day. I think there were only 20 overs played out of the 100 in the day, so probably a little asterisk required there. Gurjant Dillon is going to bowl over 8 as the 5th bowler. Now Conrad hits his straight, but it's off the end of the bat, but it's going to have enough to get out of the ground. Maximo! 6 carreras. Lifted up and out of there. You can see they didn't quite time it, but there's a little bit of margin for error. Wind's not particularly strong this morning. Sometimes that would hold up in the breeze. Now Greenshields hits this pretty well. And nice bit of fielding down there. Talking about the fact this outfield, though, it is brilliant considering all the circumstances. There are a few gremlins in it. For example, compared to the Carntmore Oval, can't quite trust the bounce as much if you're fielding out here. It's pretty well bowled. Slides across. Dave thinking we should have a champagne party at 400k. I remember 300k. I think it was halfway through 2022 in our Italian summer. We had to do ice bucket challenge. So did Charlie, to be fair. Right, this is up in the air. Don't carry. Fielder is Bipin Thapa. Surprised we haven't seen Thapa with the ball, but I suppose all the options they've used have been reasonably effective. No one's gone for more than 15 and over. It's pretty well located. Just a single that time. A test for Ronan with their batting. I mean, let's say they are chasing the 130 is what's predicted at the moment. This is dragged in a similar direction. There's the Tortuga. That one skated low. Didn't really bounce. These are the difficulties for the fielders here. And I know this looks easy on TV. I can assure you it's not. Hit hard. And look, one of these bounces just stays along the ground there. And you can see he's expecting it to come up a bit. Didn't have any time to react. Bit of a bonus for Awarash as Junaid moves to 20. It's 100 for 4 after 8. The 100 coming up off that last ball of the over. So the computer thinks they'll get 16 and over off the next 2. Currently they're going at 12 and a half and over. And, well, right on cue. Here's Bipin Thapa. Lifted up in the air. Entertaining the fielder, but it's again, it kind of takes off the outfield and Harpreet can't stop it. So there's 4. Green Shields probably got a bit lucky that he hits it a bit later than the one that went straight, for example, ended up in the gap. Harpreet couldn't make the stop. That's what good teams do, though, even on in an innings where you wouldn't say it's gone to plan A. They have a plan B, plan C, plan D to get a competitive score on the board. And this will be a competitive score. Dapper pulls it back. Run hard is the call. That's excellent fielding, though, from Harpreet. It is tough when you've had a couple blast through you and you've seen even your teammates struggling. Just maintain that confidence and technique. Did very well to close the gap then. Lifted up in the air. Junaid is going to get 6. Maximo! Yeah, Junaid sometimes maybe the forgotten man of this Irish batting lineup. At domestic level, he's very, very effective. And I don't even think at the international level, we've seen him make some pretty meaningful contributions in the lower order. Slightly slower ball this time. That's more work for Harpreet down there. Just get a single. The partnership they needed, really. These 2 came in when Murakun was dismissed halfway through the 6th over at 62 for 4. So they've brought up the 50 partnership now. And they've brought that up in just 19 balls. Bowled him. Yeah, he kind of tempted Green Shields into going across the line. He wasn't really in a great position to play that shot, so yeah, Green Shields kind of bats himself out of a hole, but he'll have to go for 26. Bipin Dapper. I was wondering why we hadn't seen him. And we do see him here in the 9th. He'll just get the one over, but he does get the Swan skipper. And Werash, 112 for 5. Just see he just lost his form there, a little bit lazy on the shot. He knows probably straight down the ground would have been the better option. But anyway, Green Shields bats a while. Had a bit of an uncomfortable start to his innings in more ways than one. Leaves his team in better shape than when he arrived. Girish Singh comes out to bat at number 7. 7 balls left in the innings. A ball by Thapa. Just thought that they might be able to keep this in the 120s, and Ronan, if they can get their openers ticking, there'll be a chance for an upset. Girish drags this leg side. Should get 2. They will get 2. Again, the old foot fielding, hard on Suryawanshi. That means Junaid will get the strike because Girish gets off the mark with a couple. And after 9, it's 114 for 5. Looking at the bowlers. Openers were good early, weren't they? Suryawanshi and Kansal. But really no one's let the side down here. No one's had a kind of really expensive economy rate. You can see here, still no balls and no wides in the innings. And I think that's a testament to how far Ronan's bowling has come in a short period of time. So otherwise, you know, if you give the old 15 extras or so, you're already looking at 130 and potentially more in this last over. And Chima gets a bowl in the last. Junaid's been very, very important here. I think without him, they're struggling to reach the triple figures. 27 off 12. Seatbelts on. Here's the last over of the first innings. Starts with a wide, good eyes from Junaid Khan. Mentioned there'll be a slight experiment with the wide interpretations next week. Ball would have to miss the whole line. They probably did miss the whole line. Junaid gets full toss. And I think that's gone all the way. It is. So he's a bit worried there. I think the fielder, if he was on that exact line, he can probably take the shoulder high. But Maximo. Junaid gets the result in the end. Lift it up. So nice shot by Junaid. 7 basically off first ball. Now that could be a 7 up. Oh, I think it will be. So Junaid is going to get a 7 up here. And well, Chima's had a horror start. So you can see it's miles high. It's, called on the field. So waist high or above there, the regulations. And then let's have a look at exactly where this bounces off the hand. Junaid thought he got it originally, then the fielder ends up putting it down. There you go. Out. They might get scramble 1 here. All right, Girish gets his opportunity. 129. Chima trying to pull it back. All right, in the air, Girish gets a thick outside edge. Needs to run hard here, but it's caught. And so new batter will have to face. Kansal takes the catch, kind of lodges in his left hand. So Chima will have something to show for his efforts here. After a bit of a horror start to this 10th over. He'll bite back. Girish goes 2 and out. We'll see him behind the stumps in the second innings for the Swans. But right now, with 3 balls remaining, they're 129 for 6. The 10th overtime, and what tactics are here. Nupane. It's Naseem actually that comes out, and he'll go to the skies, and he's going to get 6. Well, don't you worry about that. He absolutely smashes this one, Naseem. Up and out of the ground, Maximo. So I said good teams, they find a way. Certainly hasn't been the way Warish would have planned their first innings of the day, but they're in decent shape. 135 with 2 balls to go. I think get 2 here, but I think you're pretty happy to let Junaid have 1 more chance. In fact, Junaid now, he's 39 of 15. Daniel Dorkay at 40 of 15 was the top scorer in the innings. Junaid could overtake him here. Last ball coming up. Well, he'll at least tie him. There's 40. I think they're going to be super careful and not even let them try a second. So, Awarish winning the toss and batting here in match number 75, the first match of 5 today. On day 16 in the ECS Portugal, they'll finish with 137 for 6 after 10. That's the name. Picked up a Maximo and a single in there. But Junaid Khan, pretty impressive there, coming out in the number 6 position with 40 off 16 balls. And they'll feel they're in the game, even though they might have hoped that with the start they had, it could have been something a little bit less. Speaking of starts, all right, it was a tough way to start the morning. An absolute bullet being hit at Kandel. He wasn't able to hold on to that one. But there was some brilliant fielding in there. Miggy Stoneman, just a single for him. Showed a bit too much of it to Nilesh Suryawanshi, who took a good catch down to his right. Daniel Dorkay got into his work a little bit, but again, he couldn't turn it into a really big score. 40 off 15 before he played across one. And Kandel lit it up with the big wicket of the Team Europe opener. And then Faf Stoneman, she came out, hit a couple of nice shots, but then he got caught in quite strange circumstances. Jasvinder was down, he was up, he ends up holding on. That was a good catch as well by Harpreet to get Wirakun, who went 4 and out. Greenshield slow to start, took one that was a bit uncomfortable early, but then he was pretty important as well. Batted himself out of a hole. Ended up with 26 off 14. Hit some nice shots in there as well. But Junaid, he was a real difference maker, wasn't he? With 4 Maximos, 3 4s, including that one that kind of skated off the turf. 7 boundaries out of 16 balls faced for the big right arm pacer, but reminding us what a good bat he is as well. Greenshields ended up playing across one towards the end. But still, just part of the resistance, wasn't he, Conrad? They weren't done quite yet. Girish Singh came and he went. Naseem came out. He was able to hit a 6 in the last over as well. When it's all said and done, 137. It's a good 20 above par if you look at the run rates through the first part of this series. Daniel Dorkaye and Junaid Khan. It was a tennis match, should be juice, because they both got 40 there. 15 balls for DDC and 16 for Junaid. Unbeaten at the end. 26 for Greenshields in there, 13 for Faf Stoneman. And a Maximo at the end from Naseem to get them up into the 130s. As far as the bowlers went, I actually think it was a pretty good effort. It was a kind of a team effort, wasn't it? The openers were good. Suriwanshi and Kansal. That was continued on. Kandel with the big wicket. Tajinder Dhillon with a couple. Thapa with one. But then Cheema, although he does take a wicket the last over, does go magical. And they might have been hoping to chase 120s. It turns out to be 138 that will be the target for the Swans. Also, we'll probably place the 4-point target in the high 90s. They would feel with a good effort with the ball, maybe they can take all 4 points. But Ronan, well, they're close enough if they're good enough. Let's see if their top order can respond. They'll have to face some tough stuff early from Junaid, but it should be an interesting second half of this one. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll take a quick break. Back soon with the second half of Match 75 here, live on ECN from the Santarém Cricket Ground. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back to Portugal. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Pretty interesting game first up here, first to 5 today. Big day for Ronan in their ECS because this will be the last we see from them in the 2024 series. Well, hopefully not the last we see of them on ECN because we really enjoyed what they've brought to the table. They actually did pretty well to hold Awaresh to 137. If you'd said that at the start of the innings, I'd probably say that was a pretty good effort when you look at the fortunes of these two teams in the first part of Group B. But I do think that the Awaresh side, they would quite fancy getting into the top order here and maybe taking all 4 points out. Now, why is that important? Well, in a two-way battle with Marlow, I think, for top spot. And that will get them an extra couple of points in the Super Fives. Now, Arnav Kamboj has come in and looks like they're going to open with some spin. Pretty interesting stuff here. It will be Harpreet and Tajinder Dillon to get us going. And the first one locks him up. Nice. Got a flight, nice shape. Yeah, well bowled. Really nice delivery. Probably gets a bit of the line for a wide. Still, don't mind that. I've been seeing from Kamboj so far. One certainly will be a wide. It's a good example of a ball that misses the line completely. Should be a wide even when the new regulations are trialled next week. Tries around the wicket now. This is high and it's catchable and it's taken. So Aslan Naeem makes no mistake. And that's an early one. Ronan, they get a couple of wides, but they lose their opener. Harpreet goes. Second legal ball with he faces. And it's going to be a wicket for Kamboj. We haven't seen too much of Kamboj. In fact, we haven't seen him before this year. That's going to be a duck for Harpreet. And congratulations to Kamboj because that's his first ever ECN wicket. I've got to say, I think he's had quite a nice start, like the loop and kind of shape on these off spinners. Jasvinder Kumar comes in at number 3. He took a crazy catch in the first innings where he kind of slipped over because it was so high. And was able to recover and catch it anyway. Kumar faces up, goes over the wicket here, Kamboj. Again, willing to toss it up and kind of flight the ball. It's a good drop there for Kumar. Well fielded by Miguel Stoneman at point. This one's hit very well though. So Jasvinder gets his first boundary. Get all right, the Kamboj is challenging them. That was a pretty well executed shot. I mean, this isn't really a half volley. Has to get a good stride in. He does. Check this out. Bang. Gets that front foot towards the pitch of the ball. Bangs it into the fence. 4 runs the first boundary. They'll need more. And beats him for lack of pace there, really. Good comeback. I like that. Kamboj is good exponent of flight, isn't he? That's what you can tell here. Very, very easy as well, bowling spin with the new ball. That's a reasonable shot though. That's going to go all the way. Maximal! Well done to Jasvinder. That comes back and finishes very well. That will take us to the end of the first over, and Ronan CC 12 for 1. I know that A lot of people would love to see a golden ball at some point here in Portugal. Had a little bit of a, I don't know, call you, it's not probably a drought until it gets to 100, I think. Tell us what you think. We have a golden ball on average 1 in 100 matches there or thereabouts. But we have one before the end of this week. Just today and tomorrow in Group B before we move on to the Super Fives, Friday and Saturday, and then finals day on Sunday. Hello to Bruno Cavalieri. Hello, Diesel. Hopefully you're well. Great to see you in there. Not surprised to see you tuning in. All right, here's Junaid getting his second over. He's a very, very good opening ball with a new ball. We saw him playing for Gamblers as a wild card, actually, in the ECL. There's Krishna Nupane, who's coming to the side for Werash. And Junaid also has a very good record. Normally when he bowls the first over, but they just decide to go with Campbell, something a little bit different. But then they go to Junaid. Mostly swings the ball into the right-hander. Does occasionally get one to go the other way. And this time he loses his rhythm. Junaid batted really well for 40 not out in the first innings, and he's the reason they have this many to defend. Thinking about Junaid as well, though, he's very, very likeable as a character. Not your stereotypical opening bowler. One is outside the off stump. They won't be able to get it away. Yeah, Ronan, if they could take a point off Werash, I think they'll feel really happy with that. Obviously, they would like to get the win here. But the Ronan side, they can also kind of play spoiler. Kind of affect what happens above them. It's the one thing that Junaid gets to go the other way. So, I don't know if this is on purpose or not. Maybe it is. Slightly different wrist position. That's what makes Junaid such a tough proposition. Junaid previously also played for the Coimbra Knights here in the European Cricket Series. To a bowl. You're never quite sure which way he's moving the ball. That was good length, gave it an opportunity to move a little bit. Just kind of a bit of wobble from Junaid. Good length. Just bouncing between the feet of the batter. So Jasvinder takes an extreme approach, and this one climbs straight over middle stump. So the move back to pace has paid dividends against Jasvinder, who's 10 off 8, 92 off this over at the moment. One of those runs was a wide. Oh, I think that's no ball. Yeah, this one gets away from Junaid. I think he knows it. All right, well. Let's see if they can make something happen then. Last ball of the second is a power play. Power play over. And he hits it very, very well. Well, there you go. They get something out of that over. That won't be an easy one to find either. Maximal. Yeah, well, he bided his time, didn't he? Jasvinder. So he stays pretty still and pops it up and out of the ground. End of the over. Looking at the table, Werash kind of sitting pretty at the top. 5 points ahead of Marlow. To be honest, Werash with, I think they played just the 2 games today. Play 1 tomorrow, but yeah, they'll be hoping they can have a couple of very big wins over Ronan and kind of shore up that top spot. Marlow will play 3 matches tomorrow on the final day of Group B. 22 for 1 then. This is swing and a miss first up. Faf Stoneman comes on to bowl over number 3.
Keep going, Alex. Keep going, man. Keep going, man. Keep going, man. Nice and loud there, boys. Fafa, top of officer. Jy's te vinnig vir hom.
Oh, he's gone. What an outswinger from Faf Stoneman. He bends it like a banana and it pitches middle, it hits middle. The batter's hoping it's going down for a leg side wide. That's what he thinks is going to happen when he sees the ball leave the hand of Francois Stoneman. But that is about as plumb as you can get. Oh, wow. This is going to be some replay. Look at that. Oh, that's pure, isn't it? That is absolute pure swing bowling. And look, to be honest, he was off before the finger went up. What an outswinger. And so, Stoneman strikes. And Ronan CC loses the second wicket. So here's Suyawanshi. What a first ball though. Or second ball technically from Stoneman. Genuine outswinger. They say there's 2 types of leave. That's the bad type.
Yeah, do not Francois, moenie kak vir my. Go Lucky. Billy, on your toes. Go boys.
All right. Just waiting to shore up the scoring. I've got that as, well, I've got actually probably 21 for 2. I think maybe there was some conjecture about that no ball last over whether they took a run or not. I don't think they did. What an outswinger though. Have a look at this again though. You can see, you can understand. Actually, I know it's crazy to see after you see him get out, but you see how when the ball leaves Faf Stoneman's hand, it looks like it's going miles down the leg side. So the batter's saying, "Well, I don't want to spoil this," but it bends a lot. It's a genuine outswinger. And he was fired up, wasn't he? And he was already at the striker's end by the time it was given out. Faf Stoneman. Brilliant piece of work. Julian Dawson called that bit of the old Stuart Broad appeal, but that was definitely out. There we go, just sorting out a few things. Yeah, there's Greenshields disguising, having a bit of a rest to some stretching, which is a pretty experienced campaigner kind of move. See the shoes that Conrad's wearing there? I think they're the good shoes to wear on the grass surface. Anyway, the ECC is coming up, of course, the 23rd of September. Starting with the ECCX, which will happen in the first 10 days of the window. Then we'll move on to the 4 ECC Premier Division groups, finishing with the Championship Week, which, believe it or not, starts on a Tuesday because we've got so much cricket. We actually kind of have Group D going into the Monday of Week 4. Join us on ECN for the 4th edition of the European Cricket Championship. It's the Euros of cricket coming to you in September and October. Okay, good to go. Back to the action out there in the middle. This one doesn't swing. That's going to be 5 wides. Well, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. And those last 2 balls really show you that the 2 balls that look the same can be very different when they arrive at the batter's end.
Head up, keep going, boy. Keep going, sunshine, keep going, big boy. Go, Papa, tum som.
So you want shit. Another go. That's the movement. Swing's funny. It's like the dark arts. Some swing, some don't. Little things tend to make a big difference. No one, well, I won't say no one. Very few truly understand swing and why ball swing. I think we kind of react to what's happening. Obviously, there's been some that understand it better than others. But yeah, sometimes we just get a ball that doesn't really swing. Faf made a good start. Oh, off the glove. Can't quite get there, Girish. Recognised the opportunity, but it just fell in front of him. Balloons off the glove, Girish. He's a pretty good keeper. It's quite a versatile cricketer, actually. Girish sitting behind the stumps, can also bowl, and yeah, it's handy with the bat. Okay, that is a little edge. That's going to fly away to the boundary. So, yeah, kind of played for it a bit, didn't he? Suryawanshi. Yeah, nicely deflected away. Not an easy ball to handle. 30 for 2. It's a decent start here. Not quite at the kind of 14 and over, but like I said, Ronan, I'm hoping to make 100 plus. We're hoping to challenge with a good partnership. And these two are very, very capable. I just think Ronan probably don't have some of the, maybe the depth in hitters that some of the other more experienced teams at this level have. Faf Stoneman only 9 off the over. Minimo, the 4. It's also got 3 dot balls and that wicket off the left LBW. Bowls it short of a length again, and all things considered, a pretty good over from Faf, and it's the end of the power play. Ronan 30 for 2 after 3. At the 2 teams. I mean, look, first over didn't go for too many, but then every over went double digits despite losing a few wickets in there. Or in fact, the cherry on the cake was the 23 in the last over.
Billy, nice and alive there, yeah, it's coming in. Up fresh, in. Go on, I'm going to move a bit around, he likes the cup. Actually fast. You stay in. Face drop.
So let's see what the kind of tactics are through the middle overs.
Top of off, Junaid, no width.
Junaid gets his second straight away. I think he's a good option to bowl out here. First one just sneaks in. According to Dhruv Patel, that's the outswinger. Yeah, I think it's a good call. You take it when it passes the crease. I think it's just inside. Well, good bounce here. Jasvinder has had an interesting time at the crease so far. Played some good shots, but also missed out on a few. Junaid has had a lot of success in ECN cricket, over 100 wickets now. I believe he's only the second player to do that after Mohammad Atif. Kumar will get this away. Slight fumble down there from Macy, but it's always going to be a single. Junaid to Suryawanshi. Rate creeping up in the 16s and over now. Still over 100 remaining.
Let's go, Jay. Handbrake off. Go through the gate here, boy. Top of off.
A few people getting excited for some of the upcoming events, including the first ever ECS England. A few people also talking about Kartama Championship Week. Speaking of the ECC, it should be a good week. England, the only team to auto-qualify. That one's played out. Ronan. I'd like to see him have a bit more of a dip. It's easier said than done. Maybe they're just happy to see the end of Junaid and maybe go after someone else, but I think Stoneman's probably going to come back, imagine. Because he was getting this ball to move as well. So I think sometimes if bowlers are hot, especially if they're moving the ball well, which I think we've seen from both Junaid and Faf Stoneman. I know they might like to bring Stoneman back at the end, but I just think the way he's swinging it, you might have other options at the end you could go to. Be a tough decision who bowls the next over. That one he does get. That's going to be 4. Well, I've been waiting for it. Suryawanshi, be like Greenshields early in his innings in the first half, just finding himself in a bit of a corner. But he plays a nice looking cut shot there. Didn't have a lot of width to work with. That'll be 4, but Junaid, pretty solid spell from him. None for 14, and after 4, Ronan CC a 35 for 2. You can see that they've just dipped below the bonus point line there.
DJ angles.
Okay, so they do decide we're going to keep Faf up our sleeve. We're going to go to Macy. Macy's had a pretty good series. A couple of player of the match performances in there. Well, Macy gets a completely wrong first up. It's a big beamer. Now, I think at 2, if Faf slips over, they won't take 2. Big wild swing this time on the free hit.
Better, much better, Macy.
Macy. He's consistent, doesn't try and bowl too fast, but tries to keep it one side of the wicket. All right, this one is hit up and over the top. Over the fence, Maximo. Nice shot by Suryawanshi. A little bit like Greenshields. He's batting himself out of a tight corner. That'll happen. Macy does kind of challenge the batters to take him down the ground. Sometimes they get him, sometimes they don't. Like this, and this is going up, and it's going to get caught. Well, a little bit of the wiggle from Hassan Naseem, who takes another good catch. He's getting jiggy with it. Macy induces a 6 and out, and Suryawanshi has to go for 14. Ronan CC loses the 3rd wicket, 43 for 3. It's kind of exactly what I was describing. He'll challenge you to take him down the ground, but because he's not giving you too much pace to work with, if you don't quite get it in the right spot, you can hold out. And Naseem, he enjoyed himself. Twisting again like he did last summer. And Ronan 43 for 3. Getting that bonus point target, or the point target, I should say, is still a little bit away. 53 more runs to do that. Oh, a bit of a fumble, but recovers in the end. It's Cambosh down there, does well. Prabjima, the new batter. Just gets down in time. Would have been okay. That one is actually going to be a wide, plus another one, I think. Yeah. Kiri Singh couldn't help himself, had a go, and Macy wasn't really paying attention.
Keep going, Macy, keep going, big boy.
Good comeback this time. It's been a funny over from Macy. Good result though. 1 for 11 off his 5 balls.
Good fellas, keep going, Macy.
Right, last ball of the 5th over. And this is in the air, but away from the fielder. Just trot through for a 1. So Macy goes 1 for 12, not too bad. And Ronan CC, after 5 overs, are 47 for 3. Yeah, Box 74 in the chat saying the Werris team's very good, balanced and experienced team. Let's see if they win this year. They're still without an ECN trophy. Looking at the ECS calendar, look at all these places we'll be going. And of course, we're only a few days away from a start in France for the first time. Rico 4, he's got this week off, but he'll be there at the Dreux Cricket Ground just outside Paris for our first ever ECS and ECIs in France. Brescia in northern Italy after that. Then we go to Estonia for the first time since 2020. To England for the first time ever. And then plenty more locations as the action hots up, as the weather hots up around Europe. Join us with the biggest cricket series in the world.
That's a bit more. Johnny, I'm here on the right side.
All right, here we go with Miguel Stoneman getting over 6. And he spears one into the pads. Yeah, Miggy,
Good
got a bit of extra pace in his bowling these days as well.
Yo, Mixie, good start.
This was a similar kind of line. Jima can't do too much with it. Yeah, where are you watching from Box 74? Saying Macy's improved from game to game. He's a guy who's played a lot of cricket in the Southern Hemisphere. He loves playing here at the Santhrame Cricket Ground. This one just misses the mark. Here it's up to the stumps to Miguel Stoneman. Lifted up and over the top. That's going to be out of here. Maximo! Well struck by Jasvinder. He's had a funny old time at the crease. He does like to throw the hands at the ball outside the off stump. I suppose maybe not quite as pacey, Miguel Stoneman, compared to some of the other bowlers he's had to face. Now he goes and chases this one. Greenshields does the fielding. They're closing in on that kind of points target. Needing around about 9.5 and over to do that. Still a long way to go. That was good delivery. Actually did plenty. Not quite sure how it misses the stump. Let's have a look at this. Kind of straighten down the line a little bit. I think that's what did the batter and the keeper for that matter. Pushed well to block it. All right, this time lift it up and over the top. And won't quite go to hand. But Stoneman only goes for a single. That's not so bad. Julian has a question. Will there be a reserve day in the ECC if the weather's not kind on Saturday the 19th of October? Yeah, there are reserve days for our Cardsman tournament. So then we'd have our first ever Sunday final on the 20th of October. Good question. End of 6. And Jasvinder moves to 25. The score is 56 for 3. All right, Mace gets a second over. Alex Macy. Puts in a pretty good area first up. Kumar working for a single. I know that Macy currently also is connected to the Coburn Cricket Club down in Perth, Western Australia. I'm sure some of them will be watching. My hometown. No full toss. Hit away. Can't find the gap. Faf Stoneman does the work. The bucket hat look there from Faf this morning. .38 of 22 for the point. The Werish would really love to grab a 4-pointer here. Nail down that top spot for now. All right, this time Kumar tries to go up, but he's found the fielder, and Naseem has a very good pair of hands. He'll take that fairly easily with room to move. And Macy will get his second wicket. Just continues taking poles in this series. So Ronan CC lose a 4th. Jasvinder goes after facing 20 balls. He manages 26, but he doesn't manage to get this over Arslan Naseem. There's the 4th wicket falls. Ronan CC 58 for 4. Emmanuel Robbins saying the bowling's been pretty straight. Well, it has. I suppose just a couple of balls getting away, mostly early in the innings, and that's why actually see we've had 11 runs in wide, a couple of no balls in the innings. Hello to Nick, good to see you as always. Helix is in there as well. Gaurav Sharma comes out, done a bit of opening in the series, finds himself batting at 6 in this one. Yeah, I think that if Ronan could take a point off Werash, I think that'd be a bit of a feather in their cap, considering it's their first European cricket series. Macy gets this one to sneak just in. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's perfect really. Couldn't get more perfect than that. Now, this one will be just outside. Just mentioning from France, next week they'll be trialling the new static wide line on the offside, but it does mean the bowler gets the line. Does this get the line at all? That's sort of one next week. It's probably just a wide still. But if it does hit the line, then it's going to be a fair delivery. Well, the batter will still get the benefit of the doubt. It's going to be a bit of an adjustment, but I think probably if it means we're going to get more consistency. I suppose the other thing is if it does become a bit too hard to judge, we can always switch back. All right, it's a pretty nice looking shot here. Drills it over long on Maximo. And one time Macy gets a bit straight, he pays the price. But still, if that's a slightly off game for Macy, still a pretty decent set of figures of 2 for 22. Holds up his end of the bargain. And at the end of the 7th over, Ronan CC 66 for 4. This is what's coming up in the second match of the day. Fighters back on the park, led by Harjot Sahota. What about Harminder Singh the other day with a breakout innings of 89 before he got run out. The Werewolves, though, they are playing essentially for survival today. In fact, these two teams in the mix for the 3rd position and potential qualification. Looking forward to that one. Fighters winning the toss, electing to bowl. That one starts in half an hour's time. All right, goes and chases. This one is a long way outside the off stump. But why take the wide when you can get 6? And Sharma hits this really well. Maximo! 6 runs and 30 off. 3 overs required for a point. That's a great start to the 8th over. It's pretty well bowled. Great bit of work. There we go, Naseem. Even the best fielders, they make mistakes. And it's not a great time to do it, I suppose, with potential 4 points on the line. The 4th point, I suppose. Cambodge. Such a nice loop on that delivery. Just sneaks inside. Yes, I want to say hello to Mohammed Yahya Mubarak, but I did say this earlier, I'll say it again. Eid Mubarak to all of our viewers that are observing that today. Hopefully you enjoy the celebration on this joyous day. Brilliant weather here in Portugal. I see this is where you get the big razz from the crowd if they were behind him at a big cricket stadium. Couple to come in the over. Hits this, and it's going to have the legs. Maximo! It's kind of dragged, but it's not quite out of the middle. Gets enough. Prab Chima. Cambodge is kind of a high-risk, high-return proposition with the ball, isn't he? I do like the variety that he brings to the attack. All right, last ball of the over. Gonna go around the wicket. And he will make the stop here. So, yeah, pretty interesting now. Warish, they have to play very well to get the 4. Ronan have a way of sneaking in and keeping their point, don't they, over the last couple of days. Right now, after 8, they're 83 for 4. Yeah, so that maybe aren't aware. It's pretty significant in the Islamic calendar. See, they've just popped ahead of that bonus point baseline. And it basically means Eid is coming after the period of Ramadan where there isn't any eating and drinking during the daylight hours. Basically breaking the fast, so it's a reason to celebrate. So 13 of 12 required. Sharma hands it back to Chima. Perhaps Stoneman, they did hold him back. He bowled a pretty good first over. Down the leg side. This one is another leave this time. They will get the wide, unlike that one earlier where Tajinder Dhillon was out. All right, this is in the air, uncontrolled. Should be gone. It is gone. Conrad Greenshields takes the catch, so I still think they feel they might be able to take all the points here. They need to defend 10 in the next 11 balls, but Faf Stoneman will take the second wicket. And it's the end of Prab Chima. He does whack a couple out of the ground. He goes for 16, and it's 85 for 5. Okay. Ronan CC, can they sneak across the line and keep their point here? Dylan, the new bat. It's Gujan Dylan, of course. Fumble from Macy. Does have a bit of the old fumbles this morning. Hasn't really cost him any runs in the field yet. He's annoyed. Sets pretty high standards for himself. I love the enthusiasm that he brings to this lineup.
Let's go, Fuffy. Let's go, Fuffy.
10 off 9 for a point here. Sharma. Just feel, if they get a boundary this over, they should kind of cruise to it, Ronan CC. It's going to be a wide. Could be for height. Could be for down the leg side. Fafa has shown he likes to bang it in. It's over the head, I think. That's a good call. 9 off 9 now, going forward at the stumps. Yes, slow ball misses down leg side. Pretty good stop by Girish. F doesn't like it. He maybe thought this went over the stumps. It definitely misses the leg stump though. Definitely. There you go. Faf maybe just upset at the laws of physics more than the umpire. 8 off 9 then for a point. Oh, he's lost it again. There's frustration here because these runs are leaking away. You really want to make Ronan earn them. Are you happy even just falling outside the off stump? You take it. Don't necessarily need a wicket. You just need to find some dot balls. Keep down the ground. It'll just be a single. Creeping up. A few people giving DDC a bit of stick for not hustling in and fielding that. I heard, how's your tea down there? It's just a single. Digs this into the pitch. They'll get one. So that's really what the situation is now. Can they keep the point? I like this. What they're trying to do is stop the single to stop Sharma from getting the strike. They're trying to bring an extra one in the circle. So 5 off 7. Last ball of the 9th. And I think he's nicked off. He has. Little feather on that. So Stoneman's going to finish with 3 for 17. Did kind of have a few control issues from time to time. But still, it's very, very well bowled from Faf. The one at the top, one at the end. Just a little feather on that to Girish Singh. You could hear it in the effects mic. And so Ronan CC, well, they're not there yet. They still need 5 off the last over to keep their point after 9 overs. They're 91 for 6. Yeah, looking at the figures, 3 for 17, Stoneman. Probably looks like the best of the figures, though Junaid, none for 14, was slightly more economical. 1 for Cambosh. He was an interesting bowler to watch, and a couple to Macy in there. Yeah, so look, my tactics here, I'd be attacking. I'd be trying to stop these singles. Have a couple back, but I just think top balls is where you can get an over. That is 4 or less is what you need. You can only give up 4 runs. Yeah, you could hear that. Doesn't matter if they get past, but let's basically gamble. And I think keeper going up, that's partly about, you know, not letting them run to the keeper. Okay. Miggy Stoneman to bowl over number 10. Dylan and Sinner, who's not a bad number 8 to come out, the captain of Ronan CC. Need 5 off 6 to keep their point. As his first one's up in the air, a lot of bottom hand, popped up. Doesn't go to hand though. Faf Stoneman does the fielding, just a single. Puts Sinner on strike, who hasn't faced yet. 4 off 5 for the point. Need to find a couple of dots somewhere around the line. Sinner eyes off the field. Can Miguel get it right? Okay, in the air. Holding up a long time, needs to be caught. It's just out of the grasp. Now they're going to think of 2. And, oh, I think he's gone here. Yeah, I think he's gone. How about that? So they'll get 1, but then it's going to be a run out, the non-strikers, and Dylan's going to be run out here for 3. But it was a powerful throw from Stoneman, who had time to set himself, and he actually decided, I think he changed his mind which end to throw. Have a look. Miggy Stoneman gets the end of his fingers and then breaks the stumps with the ball in the hand. Yeah. And I think that's one of those times where you see the ball's lodged in the stumps and just gives him a little bit of a boot. Just finishing them off. What do you think? See, when he breaks the stumps, the ball is in his hand there. And then it kind of slips out. But the stumps at that point, they're already broken. So no issue there. And these stumps, I suppose they take a bit of a battering. And maybe there's the steel cap boots there in there. Anyway, seen a drop kick like that for a while. 1 and out, 93 for 7. They need 3 then off the last 4 balls. Sinha will be facing up. That could be it, you know, because that's going to be up and over the top. That's 4. So, Ronan CC, they're wily. They don't like walking away with a donut out of games, and they will get their point in this. So, Werash, they're going to have to settle for 3. And that's just into a pocket of space. So, Sinner, he does sacrifice the partner, but he comes up with the goods, gets the boundary. And now, we'll just have to play out the last 3 balls. Sinner will just get a single, and that'll give Kansal a bat with 2 to come. Maybe the kicking of the stumps was a bit of frustration that the ball didn't go to hand to his brother. Now, just worked away for a single. Kansal will likely finish on 1 not out. Suppose the only thing we can focus on now, can they bring up the 100? And CC 100 against Irish, not a bad effort if they can manage. 99 with the ball to go. Oh, great stumping by Garish to finish it off. As Stoneman will get a wicket in the end. Miguel probably deserved it. Thought that he bowled fairly economically. Girish Singh with a really tiny bit of work behind the stumps on the charge. Yeah, gets the bails off just in time. Yeah, nice bit of work from Girish. A nice way to finish the game off. So Ronan, they fall just short of the 100 in the end. Final score here in match 75. Owarish, the Swans, 137. Ronan CC, 99. 38 runs the margin. And Owarish, they remain undefeated in this European Cricket Series, Portugal 2020. For Ronan, unfortunately for them, it's a losing streak of 8 now after they started with 2 wins. But Owarish are flying, and they are now 9-0 with one of the games washed out. Let's go back and have a look. Early on, they decided to open with spin, and I've got to say, I kind of like the loop and the kind of guile of Arnav Kamboj. Didn't always work out for him, but he did come up with that early wicket of Harpreet Singh. In fact, this is the one probably might be seen a few more times around the globe in the next week or so. Thought it was going down the leg side, ends up going middle to middle, and Faf had his first wicket. Jasmine Akuma had a bit of a torrid time out there early in his innings and just kept losing partners, didn't he? So Yawanchi got caught by Naseem, who caught very well in this innings. 3 catches for him. Jasmine did get going towards the end, though. 26 off 20. 3 Maximos and a 4 in his innings. Prab Chima with a couple of large ones in there. The old Tortuga was back, although I think Naseem doesn't have too many excuses in the field with that one. But everyone makes mistakes as Chima actually holed out for 16. Sharma was just trying to nurse their side to the point, and that was the question. And this was what this was all about, pushing for every run. They did have some wickets in hand. Good decision from Faf to go to his bro at the bowler's end, because I think Sinha had made a quick decision to come back for 2, whereas his partner was labouring. Stumps got booted. The ball got hit to the boundary, and that was the point for Ronan. A nice tidy bit of work from Girish Singh behind the stumps. The DJ was able to whip the bails off just in time to stump the Ronan CC skipper off the last ball of the game. And Ronan CC finishing in double digits, 99. And Diesel is in the chat. Bruno Cavalieri saying good game from Awarash. I wouldn't say it was their best game, but it was good enough, wasn't it? 3 points to 1 the result in the end. The engine room of the middle order having to do really all the scoring. Jasmine Akuma top scoring with 26. Prab Chima with 16, pair of 14s for Suyuanchi and Gaurav Sharma. Sinha was the man that got them just across the line. Probably a few too many extras in there. Something they can work on. The ball was swinging around. Faf Stoneman, 3 for 17. Good figures from him. Junaid Khan kept things tight early, none for 14. 2 wickets for Macy, 1 apiece for Kamboj, and Miguel Stoneman picked up 1 off the last ball of the 10 overs. We'll take a break. Back fairly shortly with the Fighters taking on the Werewolves. Vinny Sandu, him is to Maximo. Corey Ruckers will be back when we return for match 76 in just about 10 minutes' time. You're watching ECN, and this is the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back to the Santarém Cricket Ground. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with you for day 16 and some sweet action so far as we saw the host, Oerish, overcoming a spirited Ronan CC outfit in the first match of the day. Coming up now, we have the second match of the day, of course, which is match number 76. This will see two contenders for qualification, the Fighters CC and the Lisbon Werewolves, going head-to-head. A little bit earlier, we had the coin toss. Let's see what happened.
It's tails. It's tails.
Okay.
Werewolves are calling.
Head.
Heads is called, and it is tails. So fighters have won a toss and elected to bowl first.
Mahel doing a fantastic job filling in for Tyrone Peters, who's off today. And so the Fighters win the toss. They've sent in the Werewolves. I've got to say, these two teams are quite an interesting matchup because, yeah, like I say, they're both kind of in contention for the third spot, essentially, on the ladder. It's looking like that would be enough to qualify. They've never met before in a European Cricket Series match. You can see Fighters 4-3 with 2 no results. The Werewolves 5-3. So, yeah, very, very tight at the moment. Let's have a look at some of the key players. I mean, Rajbir has been brilliant, as so has Gaganpreet Singh for the Werewolves. Like to see them open up, but maybe Ahmed Shafat will get a gig up there, considering he's scored that 77. For the Fighters, I mean, Sahont is important. Talked about Parvinder and his kind of breakout innings the other day. And the Werewolves actually starting favourites over a more experienced Fighters lineup. What do you think about that? Hope everyone is having a great day so far. I know that Jules is tuning in from the UK. Jubaya feels the Fighters are superior as far as the batters go, but look, I think we're in for a good contest here. Both these teams will want to win the early running. Shake, rattle and roll. Here we go. Start of match number 76. And it's going to start with a dot. Tabish is actually given the opening duties. Interesting, that one. Had some other options, and Shafat does keep a spot at the top of the order. The Fighters with a 4-3-2 record, 19 points. The Werewolves, 18 points. But the Werewolves actually do have a game in hand. So if you adjust for that, they're probably in a slightly better position than Fighters. This one hits the line, so that will be a wide. Yeah, right now, the Werewolves, actually, if you adjust for the points in games still to come, if you were to allocate kind of half the points, then they're actually in the best position to take third. Anything about Tabish at the top of the order? Interesting choice, but I don't mind it. We've been saying we need to see a bit more of him earlier. Watches that one go for a wide as well. This is Parvinder Singh. Getting that one to go slightly away from the right-hander. Left arm around the wicket. Plan of attack. Fraction short, and Tabish, he's all over it. He's going to put it up and over the rope. Maximo! And we're away in match number 76. Just stays pretty still here, gets the length, makes decent contact. And yeah, that one covers the line by about a metre. Werewolves already come back to around about the 50-50 here. Interesting. Flirts with this one, but gets enough bat to get it over the infielder. So 6-4. Tabish is hungry for more. The Werewolves make a bright start, being sent in by Fighters. I don't think Werewolves would really mind if they're bowling first or fielding first. It's interesting, in this series, the teams batting first have had a little bit of a numerical advantage as far as wins have gone. Actually 31-21 to teams batting first at the moment. Flicked away for a single. Shafat then, who will get to face up for the first time. Shafat really came up with a breakout innings yesterday. 77 not out against Ronan CC. He misses that one, and it stays just inside. Many sound to him, Mr. Maximo, and let's all give a warm welcome for the first time today on day 16 to our very own Corey Ruckers.
Yeah, good morning, Vinny. Yep, it's good to be here and looking forward to this fixture. Obviously, these two teams pretty even, you'd have to say, and that's why the supercomputer says 52-48.
He's even. Bit of a draw in this first over as well, maybe, depending on this ball. Just cut away pretty nicely. That will go to the boundary. So Shafat is off the mark in style. The Werewolves, they get the better of the opening exchange then. They're 17 without loss after one. Also, if you're just joining us for the first time today, say Eid Mubarak. Very happy Eid to everyone celebrating that around the world today. It's a big day on the calendar.
Yeah, it's a big day on the calendar. It's a big day on our calendar as well, Vinny, because we're looking for the Group B winners, the Group B runners-up before we get into finals time. And that wildcard spot, best of third, that's really heating up, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Gawker 11, probably the nervous team that you can see on the screen there. They'll only get that wild card if they end up with more points or a combination of points and net run rate better than the third in Group B. A few questions from the viewers this morning, because there was a lot of talk about games night last night. Come back to that in a second, I guess. Here is over number 2. It's going to start with a single. It was a fun night, wasn't it?
It's always pretty eventful. It's good to have so many people around the ground that actually enjoy games night, and also Spring Media as well got involved.
Yeah, they were very, very skillful. And I've got to say, it was Martins that won the game.
How did I do?
You did all right. I think you know how you went. You were right up in the mix. I still think you were quite distractible with the pizza and all the other things going on.
Didn't know that the also would add a marathon at the end of games night. That was quite fun, as that's been pushed into leg side for a dot ball.
Fun and games. There's a time for fun and games. We do, actually. We love what we do here at ECN, but yeah, obviously there is a time where everyone can let their hair down a little bit. Also, some of the biggest pizzas I'd ever seen last night.
That felt like a little bit like
they
America,
were like,
didn't it?
Like a bicycle tire size pizza. It's pretty good.
Yeah, impressive. Thanks to everyone that organised games night. Looking forward to seeing the table at the end of this over, Vinny. That one's down the leg side, probably signalled wide.
This is two massive games today, and to be honest, I think the result of these two games today decides third place in the group for me. They'll play each other here in matches 76 right now and 78 a little bit later on.
Yeah, I imagine Gawker 11 probably just sitting at home watching in today. Got the screens up and they'll be a little bit nervous. Obviously, they need some results to go their way if they are going to sneak through to the finals. They'll be disappointed they couldn't just get 1 point more somewhere while they were playing.
Swing and a miss. And I should say Friendship CC are sitting, pretty sure, in third at the moment. But yeah, the issue they've got is they've only got one game left. Whereas Fighters have 3, Werewolves have 4.
Now, how many points are the Werewolves on at the moment?
The Werewolves are 18. We'll see in a second, but they're 18 off 8 games. The Fighters are 19 off 9 games.
So I think the Werewolves are actually going to surpass the 25. I don't think 25 is going to be the safe number.
If they win, though. All right, this is sliced up and sliced behind point for 4. Tabish will get another boundary, and at the end of 2 overs, the score's 26 without loss. Yeah, they had a big game last night, the Werewolves, where they were able to overcome Friendship CC, and that at the time It was certainly a big result as far as determining who might get the wild card. But yeah, let's have an up-to-date look at the table where I should go further ahead at the top. But yeah, we're very interested in this battle for third, aren't we?
Yeah, well, because the team that has the best points in third, Gold Coral 11 ended up on 25. Yeah, I think Lisbon Werewolves with 4 games in hand. A couple of wins there, 2 wins, a couple of losses. That should take them up to 26 as long as they don't get shellacked. I reckon they're in the box seat.
You never know. I mean, the Wolves have a bit of a tough run home as well, because they will have to play fighters, Marlow and Friendship. So it's not inconceivable that they lose those 4 games because they're all against very good opponents. I will say that they're on a good streak at the moment, though. They've won 5 out of their last 6. Anyway, this is the end of the bat job that's going to hit the keeper and bounce away. Will be fielded in the circle.
Yep, so a bit of fielding there from the short third. It's a good position to be. A little hand there to him. We see lots of edges fly through that region.
Rahul watches back foot all the time. Just okay. That's it in the right channel. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, there was a physical element to some of the games we played last night, and I know that you're not massive on exercise these days. How have you pulled up this morning?
Yeah, body's feeling okay. I think I won the sprint last night, which was good. Every now and then, you've got to just show everybody how it is.
I was impressed with your endurance, actually.
I have a lot of endurance.
Turning a few heads. That's a nice shot. Just throwing the hands at. That's going to go all the way. Maximo. And Shafat. He's just kind of found himself behind the 8 ball here, but he gets a fair piece on this. And unless my eyes are deceiving me, I think this has gone for 6 run.
No, I reckon it might have just been a 4, Vinny. Slow it right down. 6. Right off the rope. You can see actually the special bounce it sort of does. So there you go. There's the signal. Good umpiring and good work from Spring Media.
I'm seeing everything very clearly this morning. Anyway, goes a bit shorter and Shafat misses out upstairs.
Yeah, missed out on that one. Just played a nice cut shot. There was more width, but a bit more pace there from Rahul. He gets that one through. You can see these 2 teams are quite evenly matched, aren't they?
I've got a good comment here from Sammy in the chat about the pace of the bowlers. Anyway, I wait for this ball, which is going to be pushed into the gap. Shafat is making up for a bit of lost time. He gets 4 there. Werewolves turning this into a decent power play. No breakthrough so far for Fighters CC, but they're hanging in there.
Yeah, nice shot. Just checked driving. There's a little bit of pace on the ball here. I know you're talking about pace with viewers in the chat, and
yeah,
sometimes when there's pace on the ball, just have to push it.
I'm a bit of a human speed gun. I had a bit of a reputation for that. I'd say, you know, for example, someone like Rahul is probably bowling about the 115 k's an hour mark. As this will be in the gap as well, just Shafat. He's just kind of exploiting that area of the field, isn't he? So skillful batting from him, and Rahul will go for 14 in the end. After 3 overs, I should say, at the end of the power play, it's 40 without loss.
Yeah, very good batting, just taking his time there to push it around to the left and right of backward point. So 4 straight, 4 behind, and 1 over the top. Really impressive over, and it's a good power play, 40 for none now.
Yeah, on for 130, it says at the moment. Yeah, what I will say though, and you'd know this from playing a bit on TV, TV slows it down compared to what it is if you're either watching in real life or definitely if you're batting. So I think that TV slows the game down 20 to 25%.
Yep, I agree.
If you're watching. So that's why I think it's pretty easy from the lounge chair to say, oh, I would have done this, I would have done that.
Yeah, I agree, Vinny. Sometimes when you're on the lounge chair, it does look like an easy sport, but you get out in the middle, it's a bit of deer in the headlights sort of stuff.
You know, balls that might like move off the pitch or something like that. TV, it looks like it does a little bit, but when you're out there, it seems like it does a lot. Maybe that was just me. Anyway, here's over number 4. And it's going to be Gurvinder Singh. He's going to get hit up into the air, and he's going to get caught. Well, how many touches do you want? That's Sahota out there. Well, let's count them. There's Tabish, slices away. Sahota finds himself in the hot spot. It'll be a wicket first ball for Gurvinder Singh. And the opening partnership is broken. It's 40 for 1.
I love the intentional tap up at the end as well. It was a proper juggle job, and then at the end he thought, I'm just going to add 1 more to it.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to go 6.
I think 7.
Maybe 7. Do you count the one off the chest?
Yeah, I think so.
There's the ceremonial bat swap. And it will be the end of Tabish. I don't mind him at the top of the order. We've been calling for him a bit higher. He scored 16.40 for 1.
I wonder if we incorporated something with the bat swap. Only gets swapped once.
It's too hard to police. Don't make rules that are too hard to police. It reminds me of the changing of the guard at Buckingham Palace when you see it. And you might say, why do they do that? Well, hard to believe, but true. Getting equipment for a whole team is not necessarily the easy thing to do in some of these countries. Rajbir Singh comes out at 3 and just kind of poke this one into that same gap. Well, maybe he had a little bit of a whisper in the ear from Shafat saying, hey, just open the face. Take backward points to go. That's the new vortex at the moment for the Werewolves as Rajbir starts with a boundary.
Yeah, a lot of runs getting access through backward point at the moment. Might have to put someone back there, maybe bring square leg into the ring, try something a little bit different. We've got options. It's good batting though. 44 for 1 of 3.2. They'll be happy with this start, the Wolves.
Now just works this around the corner. Picked up and just a single. Yeah, so happy with some of the races and all that happened later on. Kind of man versus machine battles that we had. No hamstring issues, nothing like that.
I'm good.
The longest throw competition. Did pretty well in that as well. All right, well, just sneaks back, turns around in time. Got to say, our hosts, though, they are wonderful, aren't they?
We always get
all the crew here at the SCG.
We always get we get looked after everywhere we go, but here it's just there's this extra special layer of love in it. I can tell you what, the lunch menus here are the best.
Oh. Gone. Well, why don't you like to get in the way of those, because it can hurt you. But no problem for Parvinder, who gets it. He has a quick count to 10, counts the fingers, they're all there. I think that's a bit of a palm buster, but Shafat going to whack one. There's been so many catches and catching opportunities that have been hit hard to that position in this series. But, yeah, that'll be the end of Shafat for 19. It's 45 for 2.
Tell you what, he didn't hold on to that ball very long because that hurt. Straight in, put it down. Doesn't want it.
Yeah.
Must have stung.
Drop the mic kind of moment from Parvinder. But it's a pretty good catch. I think that Shafat was looking for a way back, but I think he does control the drop. Even it's a funny thing to say. Bit of an oxymoron. But will be the second wicket down and the score 45 for 2. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Well, important for the finals just to pick up wickets here and there, and they don't want to be chasing anything over 120, 135. So another wicket maybe starts to stem the tide just a little bit.
Yeah, he's got a question about that bat yesterday that went for multiple wickets. Did it go in the rubbish? I think we saw it resurrected in the second half of the innings. Okay, so
seems like every single run's going through backward point.
Yeah, well, I suppose the bowling's there. 50-50 game, this one, good one at the moment. Says Gaganpreet Singh coming in at 4. So we've got a couple of strikes here. That'll be the end of the 4th over. 46 for 2. 2 strikes in the 4th over. Bit of a window of opportunity, but Rajbir Singh and Gaganpreet Singh both there for the Werewolves. They're having a very good series.
Yeah, they are having a good series. 46 for 2. A little bit of an incline on that worm graph at the moment, but I'll be happy. 11.5. You've got a platform. If you don't lose too many to it, you've got a big platform to really explode in the back half. Still looks great, the ground, with all the banners and everything around, doesn't it?
This is up, it's in the air, and it's going to be 6. Maximo Rahul comes back. And just lifts that one up and out of the ground. Okay, Rahul's got to be careful with that back foot. I know he's been called a few times.
This is a rule, Vinny. I actually don't think it favours anyone. It's something that we could easily outlaw. Then no one has to look at it.
I reckon it's a good decision. Okay, next one. Rahul gets in a good channel. Yeah, I agree with you. I think that's one that we're closer to changing than you think.
Really?
Why not? There are certain rules, I think, and we've seen it happen on ECM before because we have a fresh look at some kind of traditions. And like the not crossing on a catch, I think if we did it within 2 years, it's in all cricket. Right. Oh, I think he's made it. But I think he went to the wrong end there. I know it would have been tough.
What do you reckon? Are you confident he made it? I think they're just a little question mark in my eyes, Vinny.
We'll check it out. I felt like he made it.
Well, it's a good throw. Right above the stumps. Keeper made good ground. Get that bat down. Get that bat down.
Just.
Oh, just.
Does he have the ball as well?
Yeah, he's got the ball. Oh, sort of.
He does not. And
how's he dropped the ball there? How's he dropped the ball there?
Hot potato. Would have been in anyway. The reason I said bowler's in there because, yeah, the non-striker went, the striker didn't. Thick inside edge. That's rolling away to the boundary. Well, sometimes it's good to be lucky. I don't think that's quite what Rugby had in mind, but he'll get 4 runs.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how you make them. You just have to make them big, thick inside edge, and that flies away through backward square for 4. So things still going the Wolves' way at the moment. Cheeky singles here and there, the odd boundary. They're on for a good score. Oh, so that one's a no-y for me. That's going to be not out, probably too high, but I know what you're going to be saying and what you're looking at. That'll be signalled leg buys or buys, but that back foot that one looked like it touched.
Yeah, so let's see if this one here.
Yeah, see right there.
Yeah, I think that has to be. You can see it landing.
Yeah, no, I reckon they might be looking at that.
Yeah, it depends how lenient they want to be with it. But Rahul has been told many times.
Yep, I reckon it's been called now.
Yeah.
Yep, so good work from the officials, match referees and everyone paying attention. But this is a rule that, yeah, eventually maybe we can just get rid of because it doesn't really make it easy for anyone involved. Well, that's a free hit. Run it. Buys.
Where's that gone?
Just one.
Chance to, if you're the keeper, you need to set the stump straight back away as well. Don't just stand over the dead carcass of the stumps.
You know in cricket that's one rule we haven't caught up on. You know you can't get runs like that now.
Some people have. No, it's not in all competitions. And it's a silly rule.
But you can't now at T20Is.
No.
It happened with Pakistan, Zimbabwe, and then they changed it.
No, they experimented with it. They've changed it back, I think. 63 for 2. No, that made no sense, that press release. And because it's the same as a no ball. A no ball, if you get bowled, the ball hitting the stumps doesn't make it dead. It's no different if you hit the ball into the non-striker stumps.
Why don't batters then just stand well behind the stumps and hope they miss and hit it in front of the keeper?
Yeah, see, I think the batter batting behind the stumps is unfair play. Because I don't think...
Is that unfair?
I think it is unfair.
How so?
The keeper can't keep in front of the stumps, can he? People should go where they belong.
But there's no rule for it.
There should be.
That's one of the worst appeals I've ever seen.
End of the 5th over. It is 63 for 2. Any sounder here, Mr. Maximo, for ECN. Corey Rucker's with me. Now, Corey, there's plenty coming up on the network. And I know that here we've talked a lot about the battle for 3rd place. It's these two matches between these two going to have a lot to do with that. Yeah, as far as the ball hitting the stump thing, it's just one of those things. It's just like, for no ball, if you bowled somebody, you're allowed to run. A free hit's basically like a no ball. It's not a no ball. So I think it's an overreaction to something that happened once. Not like the ICC to overreact. Anyway, here is over number 6, and it starts with a wide.
Yep, just gets that one a little bit wrong, doesn't he? Wide outside the off stump. So 63, 64 now on the board. Right as CC, they elected to field. I think they would have wanted a better start compared to what's happening out there. They do have 2 pretty new men at the wicket, but that'll be another wide. Singh with his left arm around the wicket. Don't often see too many left armers opt to go around. Actually getting the ball to shape nicely, but yeah, wrong line. High in the air, big shouts to catch it, but there might be too much wood and it will be 6. So a wide and a 6. Good start to this over for the Werewolves. We've been a surprise packet, I think, in this group so far. A good win here. They'll just get closer and closer to getting into that sort of Gorka 11 vicinity. They made 25 points. I think they could end up with plus 25, which would be enough. Bit of a wild swing this time. Dot ball. Yeah, plenty more cricket action coming up this afternoon as well. Got 3 more live games after this. Good delivery. That's a better line, better length more than anything. Not a half volley and not an easy ball to push away. Good comeback after the 2 wides to start this over. Extras column has crept up a little bit here as well. Right, that's called the kibosh. We're up to 14 extras. And after 5.3 overs, that always hurts. It's not just the extras as well, all the extra balls that the batsmen get an opportunity to score off. I reckon that would have been a wide as well, but he says, I don't want to leave it, I want to clatter it. 6 runs, that's a big daddy 6. Over extra cover, all the way into the fencing. 6 more. Bit of width on offer. He's got number 66, just tape balls it over cover. So runs are flying here at the SCG. 78 off 5.4. It's over. A couple extras. Been pretty loose. Oh, thick inside edge this time. And the bowler goes right in front of the non-striker. Oh, that would have been run out. Well, that would have been an interesting one. Well, now they want an overthrow. They'll have to go back, but maybe we can have a look at the running between the wicket. Watch the bowler here. As there's the inside edge, he runs right in front of the batsman, which slows down his chance to get to the other end. I reckon a direct hit, he would have been gone. Gone. Well, this time he is out. Around the wicket, straight 3rd wicket for Singh. Wasn't his best over, but does get a 3 for. He'll take that. And at the end of 6 overs, this game still, well, I'd say slightly evenly poised. 79 for 3. He's cramping in for a little bit of room. Loose looking stroke. He'll be disappointed. Top of middle though. That's what they say in the coach's manual. If you can hit the top of the stumps, that's probably the right length. And look at that scorecard. 14 extras in the bottom left. It's almost like having an extra batsman. 16 off 8, 19 off 13, 22 not out off 10 for Rajbir. Preet, he just dismissed for 8. Plenty of noise out there. These 2 teams pumped up. Perfect weather conditions as well. 24 degrees on the weather radar today. Looks like Verk's going to have the ball, and he'll probably bowl 2 at the back end here. Nice start. Doesn't have too much pace, but can always get the ball just to wobble a little bit. High in the air, and it's not an easy game to be a bowler. Sometimes that will balloon away for another boundary. Create your own luck in this T10 format. It's a position we talk about quite often. We see a lot of balls go 3rd man region, but quite fine. I had him in the ring. Can't do much about that. This is high in the air. Well, keeper's catch. Good luck. Takes it. Nice catch. He was pretty calm in the end. Chuckity Fate style. And another wicket will go as Fighters CC not giving up at the moment. Fighting back a little bit with these 2 late wickets. Just need to be careful about the extras and the run rate. But another wicket will go. 83 for 4. And definitely one of those deliveries that was pretty full. It just tried to, with his own style of technique, wallop it over mid-off. Probably not his strong zone. He'll have to go. Gives new man to the crease. A bit of an opportunity with a few overs to go here. Gurpreet Singh. High in the air. Does he have enough? Big shout of catch it. Oh, he's dropped a sitter. He didn't have to move. Well, that's a big drop. That's Parminder Singh. And there's Singhs everywhere, but that's a bad drop. Should have held on to that one. Virk, the bowler, not too pleased. He got under it more than distance. Could have had 2 in 2. That was a sitter. Big appeal, but I think there's a little bit of bat on that. I think the batsman's not too happy about that either. Look, he's standing out of his crease there. Could easily have been run out. Bit of tension in this game. Lots of voice. Towenda in the air, shouts a catch. It's going to elude the man in the ring, and that man there ain't catching anything. That's going to go away for 4. Every time the Wolves stutter a little bit, they seem to be able to find a boundary. And at the end of 7 overs, the score now 88 for 4. Having a look at what our year looks like. This is just the ECS mostly. Also, we have the ECCX and ECC and ECCW. It doesn't include T20Is and some other night series that I think will be around the corner. But it's going to be a busy season straight after this. Our first ever event in France. I know that Vinny and Rico are looking forward to that. I'll be in Italy at the Brescia series. I've never been to Brescia, so really looking forward to that. England's probably becoming a big event for us now. First time there as we get back to the action. The keeper's got another chance, but he pulls out of it because he's going to drop it. Well, another dropped catch. And can you believe it? Fighters CC just wheels falling off a little bit here. 2 easy drops. And made good ground. Maybe the keeper could have kept going, but in the end left it to his mate. That one's been hit out to mid-wicket and caught. Well, they've caught that one. Dropped 2 in the last overs, but this time holds on to it. Ahmed will have to go. Singh gets the wicket. And the score now 89 for 5. Good game on our hands. Topsy-turvy. Another opportunity for someone to come out and play a little cameo at the back end. But at 89 for 5, they're fighting back yet. Good save catch this time after dropping 2. So Singh Jr. out to the crease now, his first ball. A bit of cricket education there, just nudged to 1 into the offside. Don't see that too often with a couple of balls left. Good batting. It's the thing, if you can't hit a boundary, hit a 1 at least. Oh, that is horned. He got every piece of that. You could just tell as soon as it hit the bat, and the umpire signals 6 right in front of the bowler, just to let him know how far it went. Credit to the fighters though. I can hear them through the effects mic massively. Well, that is big. Right out the screws. Bit of tape ball style. Quick hand speed. Bang. That's a 12. Full toss, doesn't get that one, shouts a catch, but it's going to fall short of that man. That's Parwinder Singh. 15 Singhs playing in this game. Well, that's good batting as well. They're just ticking it over. 97. They'll be wanting 120 plus. So 8 overs complete here. 98 for 5. Have a look at that worm. You can see the topsy-turvy nature of this game. Wickets have been falling pretty regularly since the 4th. That one smacked away through the offside. Oh, close throw here would be run out. Good fielding from Verk. He's pumped up, Verk. High in the air, big shout to catch it. Not out the middle this time, and it will be caught. So, good bit of work here from Fighters CC. A couple of overs ago, felt like this innings could explode into 130s, 140s, but they've been pegging it back, regular wickets. It's exactly what you have to do. Wickets do help once you get into these sort of lower order. Usually good things can happen for you. Nice safe catch after they shelled a few. So 99 for 6. Well, comes to the crease. Probably a few overs ago didn't expect to be batting. Gets his opportunity now. That one's pushed into the offside for a single. Big shouts of how's that. It's one thing they've been doing well, where it was always seemed like they're just scoring and ticking it over. Oh, just gets his bat down in time. Good work from Sprig Media. So that's 100 up with that single.
Nice ball, Apaji. Nice ball. Shabash, shabash.
Oop, just a big stop of weight. Heard the umpire there saying, hold on, hold the forces. No, you want to come in. He's got good figures, Verk of 2 for 11, but not everybody was ready after that run-out appeal. Oh, the keeper. Wow, that's a sitter. Oh, no. If I'm Verk, I'm walking off the field. 2 of the biggest clangers you'll see. The keeper forgets to use his gloves. That's what he's born to do. And then the fielder forgets to use his hands as well, and it goes straight through his legs. That's a sitter dropped. That's poor fielding. Oh, not an easy game to be a bowler sometimes. You see the keeper there, Bilal. He's not too pleased with himself. Big inside edge goes back to the keeper, Bilal, this time. Doesn't make a mistake, uses his gloves. Short ball, hit well. Big shouts to catch out there, and it is caught. Good catch as he loses his feet a little bit, but holds on to the ball. And it turns his back to show the umpires his number. Good catch that. And he sort of lost his balance at the last few strides and was, well, looking like he was going to go for a forward tumble, but holds on to it. And in this topsy-turvy game at the moment, really good effort from Fighters. Just not letting the Wolves get away. You can see there, 1, 2, 3, almost falling over, but regains balance and thankfully held on to the ball. So 9 overs complete here, 104 for 7. I think the Fighters CC, they'll say they've fought back really well in this one. Probably Parwinder Singh, one bowler that would like to finish well. His first over hit for 17. So Harrop well on strike. It's actually not going to be Parwinder. They're going to go to Kumar. So a 6th bowler to come in and bowl the last. Towender. That should just be a single. Not an easy outfield to sort of attack the ball and affect a run out. Just one. Ram comes out, asks for centre. Oh, I've never seen that before. Ram just asked if it's fast or medium. And then he goes, well, I heard you say it's medium, and bombs it for 6. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Ask the umpire, is it fast or medium? The umpire doesn't respond, and then he bombs it for 6 anyway. Asked for middle, obviously knows what he's doing. Nice shot. Flicked away, nice shot. That's in the gap as well. That's going to go 4. This is a good little cameo from Ram. Good batting, clipped away beautifully. Rams come out. They just needed one person at this bottom end to give them a little cameo, sort of push them back up to that 120 region. I still can't believe he asked the umpire if it's fast or medium, then bombed it for 6. Gotta love the lower order batters we see sometimes. This time beats him completely. Good comeback ball from Kumar. Got that one to swing. Good to see so many people in chat. Helix, Jeff, Dave, Terry, John. Everyone tuning in, talking about the English series that's around the corner. During that English series, there's women's T20Is. Italy taking on the Netherlands in The Hague. 2 balls remaining. Good comeback ball again. Kumar just got it right in the last 2 deliveries after being clattered away to the leg side. And he gets it right again. Should be a run out. It is run out. So good work from the keeper there, Bilal, off the last ball to affect the run out. It's going to keep him at 115. And yeah, I reckon this is a 50-50 game. These two teams are evenly poised. The supercomputer's been saying 50-50 throughout. There was a stage early on that the Werewolves looked like they were going to break away. But in the end, they're only kept to 115. So 115 on the board. Going to be an interesting sort of second innings. Let's have a very quick recap of the highlights. And look, at the start of this innings, it was all the Werewolves, wasn't it? They came out like a bullet from a gun, hit the ball a long way. It was the top order that all sort of clicked. It was 16 off 8 for Tabish. Shafat made 19 off 13 and Singh made 26 off 13. But those 3 men, once they were dismissed, sort of just swung this game. No other player besides Ram getting into double figures. So a lot of starts throughout this innings. But a big credit has to be going to the Fighters CC unit because they kept picking up wickets. Not this one though, that was a goober. Shelled, easy drop, that was a better example of some good fielding. Nice safe catch there. So despite dropping, I think it was 2 or 3 throughout their innings, that was a bad drop and that was a bit of bad fielding. They still seem to be able to pick up wickets and cause opportunities. Ram came out late, hit that big 6 over the leg side and then flicked it away for 4. Took us to the very last ball, run out. That means the final score is 1-1-5 for 8. And look at this beautiful SCG Santarem cricket ground. It's glorious, hosting the Western Shield and this ECS here in Portugal. Let's have a look at the scorecards. As I mentioned, 16, 19, 26, 3 starts at the top. That would have loved one person from that top 3 to go on and make a big daddy score, maybe an 80 odd. That wasn't meant to be. So 1-1-5 for 8 with 14 extras. I think it's a what ifs in that innings. They'll be disappointed they didn't make a few more. Having a look at that bowling scorecard, 2 men, Gurwinder, Singh and Virk, 3 wickets apiece. They took 6 for as a team. Everyone else doing okay. It was an interesting sort of innings, but I think Fighters CC with their noses ahead, but this might be sort of that golden ball area. I reckon we've got a good chase on our hands. Do join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back to the ECN. As we're looking forward to seeing how this run chase will pan out. Bonus points could become a really important part of this as well. If we have a look at the table, these teams probably trying to get into that third position. And we have that wild card slot this time. We know Gawker 11 ended up on 25 points. So if a team can get above 25 points, they'll guarantee it because the Swans and Marlow have raced away. If they don't, they're not going to get the spot. First ball time, miles in the air. Good luck. It's got snow on it. Oh, he catches it. And I tell you what, I didn't really think he would. It went so high up. 116 to the target, but losing a wicket first ball is disastrous. And, well, that's one thing about these Werewolves. They play as a team, a bit of a unit. They'll be disappointed they didn't make as many runs as they probably should have. But they've come out with the right altitude and they've got a wicket. First ball. And the batsman knew, didn't he? Sometimes you got to feel a little bit rough when it's first ball. You always feel bad. It's a golden duck and he'll be disappointed. Unfortunately for him, he has to go. There's Golden Derek. And there he is practicing the shot again. Cricket's such a tough game mentally. One little mistake and that can be the end of your day. It was a foolish delivery. Just tried to overhit it. Tried to hit it for 12. In the end, it cost him his wicket. As it does give me a good opportunity to welcome back a man that's always somewhere when the ECN universe is going on. Vinny Sandhu.
I'm always somewhere. That's very deep, actually. A bit existential.
You're always somewhere, Vinny.
What about, was that the good old-fashioned royal duck there?
I still call the golden in the second innings.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't converted yet.
Ah, we'll get you. Anyway, I like this total. I feel that's this is golden ball territory with two teams that are in the hunt.
The first innings, Vinny, I know that you had something come up for the last few overs, but the first innings, it was topsy-turvy the whole way. Yeah. Every time they hit two boundaries, they lost a wicket. They should have made 130, but in the end only got to 115. This definitely has a golden ball vibe.
Yeah, it's just the vibe, as they say in the classics. All right, that's hit. It's hit pretty well. He's going, and gone. A long way back. Maximo Rahul has been asked to open the batting. He is a big hitter. He sends that up and over the fence.
Yeah, what a nice shot that is. First ball just absolutely pumps it over mid-off, waiting for the ball, timing the ball. That's a big daddy six.
Yeah, Dave in the chat saying, how's your voice this morning? Suppose you probably shouted yourself a bit hoarse supporting Team Europe on the weekend, didn't you?
That's the thing. What people need to realise, all the encouragement. By game 5, we were around the boundary, me and Alistair and Conrad trying to be the 12th, 13th and 14th men, and then coming straight into commentary. I probably should have had 1 day's rest before starting because the voice is already starting to go.
Don't have too much time. They've got a busy schedule.
I know.
Oh, throws the hands at that like that. Really, really manipulated that with the wrists. Well taken back there. Oh, right in the corner of the tent, but it's Maximal, 6 more. Well, I guess we'll see now. You're saying it's the old 2 boundaries and a wicket. topsy-turvy nature, but Rahul would like to go on to a big score.
What a nice shot that is as well. Wide, full, just pumps it over the offside and 6 more runs.
2/3 chance now. He just gets carried away with his own celebrity and tries to whack this over the leg side. 6 and misses out.
It's always a funny thing, isn't it? You hit 2 sixes, all of a sudden the adrenaline's probably coursing through his body and he thinks, I'm going to walk down and hit the biggest 6 inning ever. You missed the funniest thing in the first innings as well. I've got a good one for you. I'll say it after this ball.
Okay, looking forward to it. Hello to Terry, he's tuned in. Gundy ball down the leg side.
I've never seen this before. Ram came out to bat at number 9 and he was taking his time asking for middle. He could put his bat in the wrong spot. The umpire's like, that way, that way. Finally gets middle, taking ages to face up. Bowler's ready, and then he stops in and goes, is it fast or medium?
Oh,
and
I
the
love it.
Umpire didn't say anything, and then he just bombed at medium pace at miles for 6.
Do you think he was setting up for fast?
Yeah.
And had too much time. Oh, wow, that one really doesn't take off from Rajbir. Yeah, that is something in some cultures. They say, yeah, right arm spin.
Yeah, I've never seen that
Right
though
arm
live.
medium.
And it sounded clear as day because everyone was quiet because he was
Yeah.
taking time. Is it fast or medium? He didn't answer. He said 6.
That's fast. 14 for 1 after 1. We think this is a good game. We think this is a golden ball shout. We haven't had one for 89 games. Hello to MS Dhoni, who's in the chat, and always great to have that kind of support. He's saying, is this a golden ball match?
I think
He would know. He's pretty experienced, been around the traps. Good to see him tuning in between his IPL commitments. He must have the tingle. And you know when the tingle reaches the Chennai Super Kings, that's a genuine tingle. Okay, so Rajbir bowls the first over. I think Rohit Singh is going to bowl the second. Yeah, isn't it interesting? I never experienced that till I left Australia. You say, yeah, I'm bowling right arm medium or I'm bowling right arm leg spin. You just have to tell the umpire and the batter what side you're bowling and what hand. No further obligations. Here's Rohit in over number 2. It's a bit wide first up. Grabs the tram line. Jules, quoting your catchphrase I noticed in the chat as well. Adios Palota ball. It's one of your favourites.
Yeah, I do love that one.
Parminder, not to be confused with Parnavinder, who's listed to come in next. Been a bit wide if he'd got inside. Instead, gets tied up. The result's a leg bye. Came in a long way, but again, that's that counterproductive footwork, I think. That's surprised baby octopus in the chat. Good name. Coming up in a second. I think a couple of seconds behind me. Hello to you, surprised baby octopus. 100 to win for Finders off 53. Another one darts in a long way from Rohit. Getting the ball to talk here.
Yeah, he is getting the ball to talk, getting it to swing quite lavishly from left to right on your screen. This does just have a golden ball feel. I know we're calling it extremely early, but everything about these two teams feels golden ball-esque.
What's that losing today kills their chances because they'll get the right to reply against the same opposition later on. Gorka will be hoping these games get split. The third place team in Group A.
I don't know what's going on in this country, but the ball's been swinging both ways a bit. But I think that one probably should have been a wide.
I reckon it was pretty close. Look, Junaid was a bit like this as well. Mostly in-swingers in this one. I'm happy that that gets given not a wide, but you could kind of see it either way.
$100 off 51. Good game on our hands.
Just one and a leg bye off this over so far. Goes after this, and he gets just enough to get it over the infield. It'll get a boundary. It's good power play batting from Rahul.
Yeah, good batting. Over pitched and just opens his front foot and pumps it over cover. 4 more to the total.
Yeah, not quite timed. Maybe later in the innings. That could be a catch waiting to happen. But here in the second over, only 2 outfielders allowed, and the result is that Fighters get 4 runs. Don't forget Fighters, they had a win over Marlow over earlier in the tournament.
Marlow, has their sort of dynasty come to a little bit of an end, or it's ending a little bit?
I wouldn't say that too loud because they've also had some pretty big games. In fact, they've taken 16 points out of their last 4 games, including a 4-pointer over Fighters in their return bout when they met in match 57. So look, yeah, they're 5-2 with 2 no results. Their only losses were that one to Fighters where Marlow went down by 10 runs, 112 to 102. They also got kind of touched up by Oerash earlier in the series back in match 45 when they were only able to post a fairly meagre 92.
Yeah, last ball this second over, 21 for 1. Sings bowled a goodie here, and he ends well. Good ball, bit of a yes-no maybe. I don't think the single is on. So 2 overs complete in this run chase, 21 for 1. Let's have a look at the table because we've been talking a lot about the table. These are the parameters. This is why it's an important day. The best third place finisher out of both groups will get a wild card spot, Viddy.
And like I said, Gorka on 25 points in third spot in the other group. So they'll be hoping that their only way to qualify is for Friendship, Fighters and Werewolves to kind of split their games and maybe...
Well, Friendship have to win,
yeah.
and probably 4-point wins, their net run rate's not good enough. So it's actually these 2 teams that I think's the big one. If Friendship don't get 4 points, they won't have enough.
Yeah.
So these 2, whoever wins this will be in the box seat.
Yeah, good observation there as far as the net run rate goes.
I like the Wolves. I think the Wolves have something about them. Bit of the Maverick side.
They're a Maverick side. That's a good way to put it. Yeah. And believe it or not, Friendship CC, they play the Wolves in match 82.
Well, there you go.
tomorrow.
Yeah, I think Friendship CC, unless they can pull off a miracle and get all 4 points, it's sayonara. Looks like Ram, the man that asked if it's medium or fast, comes on the bowl and he'll start with some medium fast.
Yeah, Kashi's a really interesting bowler. He seems to always want to go around the wicket, but yesterday he kind of read the room, went over the wicket, and just started blowing stumps up, and even getting balls to nip back, and picked up an LBW as well, plum LBW. I just think he's got more ways he can be successful with this angle of attack. Now, this is in the air. It's mishit. Holding up. And there you go. It's the old one down, one up, the I formation as Gurpreet. Now, I would have been tempted to jump off the shoulders there and take a hanger, but the Fighters will lose another wicket. It's 21 for 2.
Yeah, that was there for a capper. A big hanger over the top, but in the end, his teammate gets on the ground, and I don't think I've seen something like that in quite some time.
To be honest, they're almost fielding on the same line to each other, aren't they? And so Ram has that kind of X factor about him. Disappointment for Rahul, but he has to tell his story walking. He goes for 17, and Fighters are 21 for 2.
21 for 2. Good game. Really good game. This has just got golden ball vibe all over it. Here comes Big Daddy.
Yeah, well, Parvinder was...
Oh, look at this, Finn. He's panicking here.
You know what?
I see this often. The helmet's not connected. The gloves aren't on.
60 seconds is getting a...
This is getting close. Helmet's not on properly. Gloves aren't on.
Gloves not on. Is wandering in. You're right about
Watch
that,
this.
though.
Oh. Watch the panic set in. Oh, the chalk. Now, do you get more time for the chalk?
Not meant to.
Well...
And also the line's already there.
Gloves aren't on, helmet's not on. There's going to be some panic.
Bucks flashed him the thumbs up there.
Here we go. Oh, this is pushing it. Is that helmet not on still? He's putting his gloves on first. His helmet strap's down.
That feels long to me. I know it's just a feeling.
Call it. Oh,
no, helmet's coming off. I reckon we got trouble here. 5
penalty runs. Do it.
You think so?
Yeah, 100%. Has to be
now.
now.
He's gonna have to. He's gone way off.
This is why the rule's in place, right?
Yeah.
Do it.
Do you want me to give you I'll give you a time.
Do it. Gloves aren't on still. Still isn't facing up. It's been an age, Vinny. I'm getting old.
So the wicket fell at 30 and 18 seconds. So that's 2 minutes. I think he's got to go for runs there. I don't know how he's gotten away with that. Oh. Wow. Well, see it all here.
Is it can be called at the end of the over, or how does the officiating
Should have been called at the time.
Oh, I wish that was called.
feel like it had to be called.
Oh, yeah,
Like
2
to
minutes.
even had
He should have been timed out.
Yeah,
He
he
was out.
actually had a case for timed out. So if you're not ready to face in 60 seconds, then you give up 5 penalty runs automatically. He's meant to be, but anyway, he might have a bit more work to do. This is Vuk actually, who will get dropped over the line for 6. Maximo. And, yeah, well, Vuk has taken his time, hasn't he, so far? Misses one, hits one. A bit of a fingertip of fielder. Was kind of, didn't really, didn't know where he was, did he?
Yeah, where's he standing? He's crept in a couple of metres from the boundary rope. So 6 handy runs to the total.
Some interesting answers that will have to be
Oh,
answered,
well,
I think.
he took 2 minutes.
Tyrone Peters might be getting a phone call in room 527 in the hotel. Please explain on his day off.
I would have loved to see 5 penalty runs and a timed out.
I don't even think you need the timer. Timed out can stay at 3 minutes. Timed out is like you're in the toilet or something.
One's if you wanted.
It's not coming out at all. Timed out actually wastes more time because then you need to find another. Yeah, apparently it's fine. Royal Commission required into that one, I think. There's less than 5 runs in this. Oh, well, why don't you just do this? Parminda throws the hands, it puts on the roof. Maximo! Yeah, Werewolves. That could probably be a little bit aggrieved. And this won't help matters as this is carved away for 6 runs.
Yeah, what a nice shot. Width on offer. And smacked it over there.
I think the explanation from the officials is the fielding team took time as well.
Well, then why aren't we calling him?
But took time doing what? Helping him with his helmet. 14, 7 and 13. I think maybe, obviously, Tyrone's not on today, so maybe not quite the, what's the word, experience in that level. It's, yeah. It'll be a talking point. Let's see, though, fighters. 34 for 2 at the end of 3. Rohit will come back. Kashi Ram bowling that over. 1 for 13. And actually, come to think of it, it might not be Rohit. It will be... We'll wait and see. Here's Vuk, who's facing up. That is Rohit after all. Who starts by getting driven. Mind the Tortuga. Well fielded out there by Rajbir Singh. This is where the umpires, they need to have communication. This is something that I think, as we get used to the 60-second clock, if you don't have the big clock at the ground, they just need to say, look, 20 seconds audibly, 10 seconds, and then penalty.
Yeah.
A bit like they do in Australian football. See how they do that. It's a bit of Gundy ball for a wide. But, have that communication rather than make it really fuzzy. 20. So then, okay, if he's fiddling us up, he knows to hurry up. So at the Carlton Roval, we have the clock typically. We have in the past. But just that communication, 20 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 penalty runs.
Can't we be on top of it? Give us some. That'd be good fun.
Yeah, you're always looking for extra responsibility, aren't you?
Johnny, can I be honest with you? I missed the cue to come back and bring media. Had to come in.
Well done.
Oh, that's a rip snorter. Boy, oh boy.
I suppose he's trying.
He's trying to get out the way.
Is he, or is he just bracing himself?
Bit
Is
of
this
both.
a genuine attempt? I mean, I'm not saying he wants the ball to hit him.
No, but it's a glove, so it's a run.
Did it hit his glove? I
Yeah.
thought it hit him higher than that.
No,
So
it's
look.
off the glove. Oh,
Yeah. How high does his glove go up his arm?
pretty high. So it's connected to his arm. So
So his glove is connected
it's
to
chest.
his glove is connected to his arm, which is connected to his shoulder, which is connected to his chest.
But
So
you say that's evasive action, so you get the run still, right?
yeah, it's an interpretation. It's a judgment call. But I was just saying that, like, was it evasive action or was it him just bracing himself because he knew it was going to hit him? There's kind of a slight difference. Good to see Jay in the office saying, good afternoon, everybody. Intense day in the office. But he's sad he can't be with the team in Portugal. Well, we enjoyed having Jay and some of the office crew here for the Western Shield. It's nice when we can get together. Not that often with the calendar so packed. Big walking woof from Vierick. And then the robot saying, get back to work, Jay. Let's see, the robot's got time to get in the chat as well.
Oh, the robot's still in.
The robot's around.
What's he saying? Get back to work what?
Yeah, because Jay was in the chat
Oh.
saying he's having a busy day in the office. Obviously not so busy that he can't get in the chat.
Imagine that, you're just in the office, you're watching the cricket, you put a little
Probably
comment
in a
there,
meeting.
and the robot just goes, no.
When you're in a meeting and you're finding other people in the meeting in the chat with you.
Oh, that's funny.
That's it pretty well. And Vierick, well, made a good sound off the bat. Maybe didn't go as far as I thought it might. But it's up and over the top. Seis carreras.
It's interesting to see Jay saying that he wishes he was at the event. I don't think I've ever seen this at the office at an ECS. They only come to the big dances.
Time to time. Surprise inspections.
Yeah, I'd like to see them come do the nitty-gritty, come do the grinding
What? Okay.
ECS.
Well, let's see
Like
what-
to see them at a
While
Croatia
you're
series.
sledging the office crew, why don't we try and get a bit practical?
Oh,
All right, high.
got to catch it.
Keeper calls it.
Oh.
Under it.
Yeah.
Takes it. Holds his nerve when it counts. Ahmed Shafat. And a little bit like before, you see a few boundaries and you see the wicket. No one's really gone on to a big score in this game so far. Vierick goes for 14 and it's 43 for 3.
I just got the feeling we've got a bit of an ECN classic on our hands. These two teams are very even. It seems like it's 6-6 wicket. Keeps happening. Happened in the first innings, happening now. Good catch from the keeper. That's Shafat who took that one. Game on.
So here we go. What's something, not just the office crew, but what's something that people might not realise what it's like being on the ground in the European Cricket Series?
Oh, 12-hour days in the weather.
Yeah.
That's probably
Perfect weather today, by the way. Currently around about
This
22
is
degrees and sunny, not a breath of wind.
best day we've had. But let's talk about some of the series where you're on a cold ground for 12 hours.
You're known for being,
Brittle.
pretty hardy and digging deep when it counts.
I'd like to see how the robot would go out there all day.
The robot might melt when we go back to Cyprus in June.
Cyprus in June is going to be hot.
You want to go to Cyprus?
I'm a bit busy that time of year, unfortunately. I think we've got the Netherlands series.
Battle of the P-Sings now.
I'm looking forward
at the crease.
I'm really looking forward to the women's series, the Netherlands-Italian women's. That's going to be a good one.
That's going to be very good.
Do you know what ground that's at
It
yet?
might be at Den Haag.
But there's no turf there.
I don't know that. I believe we might have some games in The Hague, but I've asked and they said they'll get back to me.
I wonder what, I'm trying to think of what ground that would be.
Random question from Jules. Will the Western Shield beat the SCG or move around like the Ryder Cup? At the moment, we
Look,
don't really know for 2025.
I think it should move around.
It also depends because it's got to be probably at that time of the year.
I want to play on that ground in Croatia with the path going through
You know,
it.
they've just set that up. They just had their first games. I don't know if they had games. They had some practice games. They set up that Hotel Resnick ground in Split. And I said, looks good, boys, on Instagram.
Really? We'll go have a look at that.
Go and have a look at,
Is this on Cricket Croatia?
it might be in the Split cricket ground. I'll find it for you. Check that out. Put him outside the line. And Bucks thinks maybe it's a bit high as
So
well.
what's that called again, Vinny? Tell me.
So Hotel Resnick Cricket Ground. I'll tell you, you can look up this yourself. I don't mind giving Cricket Croatia a bit of promotion.
So look up Cricket Croatia or?
Look up. I'm going to tell you because I've got a lot happening here. Yeah, look up Split Cricket. Split Cricket.
Cricket.
Team effort, and I think they did have some games there as well. Well, this is another one that's going to blast into the pads of Parmindu. Can't quite turn the clock back to yesterday. Our very own Sam Hutton was in there. Looks like they celebrated with a few brewskis after as well.
Yep, got to do that.
Well, that was a great day. Day one in Croatia.
I like that the robot's chirping up in the chat. Typical robot. I'd love to see him come do some ECSs. Bring the whole crew out. Bring everyone. Come do back-to-back events.
This is known in the commentary business, the ECN commentary business, as feeding enough rope to Corey.
Good game, Vinny. Ooh.
Having a go at us for sitting inside. Is the office outside today? Just saying.
I remember in Barcelona when that breeze was taking my lips to
You
another
are,
universe.
actually, I'd love to know how many layers of dermis and epidermis you go through a year, because your skin's constantly getting blown off.
Actually, I've gone down to my form base. Like, my layers
Yeah.
are gone. Oh, that's a big wide. Oh, no, the keeper gets a hand. I don't think it's
I reckon
enough.
he'll stop it.
Oh, good work.
Oh, well. Now they're going to come back for 2. Yeah, and
Well, ask and you shall receive. The robot, sometimes educated, at Vorberg. Vinny.
okay.
And the T20 finals are at Vorberg as well.
Okay. So
I can't wait.
So the Tri-Series will be at VRA Amsterdam, is that right?
Tri-Series is at VRA. I
Okay.
knew that one. So that means
Yep.
the women's are playing there, and the T20 KNCB finals days there at Vorberg.
Okay, awesome.
That is going to
A couple of
sleep.
grounds I haven't commentated at as well.
Vorberg's beautiful. You'll really love the T20 finals day.
All right, drag straight and just straight enough to get past the fielder who was lurking around at long on. Cuatro carreras even. And this game is hanging in the balance, isn't it?
Yeah, nice shot. It's full, it's straight, and he hits it straight. Good batting, not overcomplicated. Brings up the 50. Good game. This has been 50-50 the whole time.
Kashiram has been pretty tight here. He's got one more bullet to try and break this partnership. Parminder on strike.
Well bowled.
Outswinger, and that just sneaks inside as well. So evenly poised here at the halfway point of the second innings. Fighters chasing 116 for victory. They're 52 for 3.
You know what would be good about the KNCB T20 finals day? I think you'll see a lot more Dutch cricketers you haven't had a chance to see.
Yeah, for sure. I've seen a bit, watched a bit. I know you were commentating a bit of the domestic stuff last year.
I'll call the top 4 now, and we'll remember this moment. VRA will get there.
I'm going to write this down, and I'm going to send myself an email that will arrive on
If I call the
finals
top
day,
4,
which is the 26th, right?
If I call the top 4, do I win a prize?
Yeah.
VRA Amsterdam will make it this year.
Wait, let me set this up. So you think VRA?
VRA Amsterdam will make
Are these in any particular order?
No.
Okay.
VCC Vorberg will make it.
Yeah.
Punjab will make it with the Zulfikar brothers.
Punjab Rotterdam, yeah. That's how you hit a cricket ball. Who needs technique when you can just do that? He puts it up and over the fence. Maximal! 6 runs. Fighters have just fallen slightly behind the percentages, but that'll help. Parvinder gets off the mark with a biggie.
Yeah, nice shot. It was full straight, and he pumped it away for 6.
Okay.
There's one more.
VOC Rotterdam,
No.
your favourites.
They've won the last 4
You
T20.
said that they'll be bottom of the ladder?
No, I didn't say that, but I don't think they'll get to the top 4 this year. ACC, no. Excelsior, no. HCC's a question mark. I'm missing a
That's what I
team.
thought you might
Oh,
go for.
Sparta. I'll go Sparta as a dark horse.
Sparta got this year.
They've got in a lot of overseas. So,
Okay.
actually, no, I'll change that.
Okay.
I'll go Hermes. We'll go Hermes as the dark horse.
yeah.
Newly promoted.
With,
Sebastian Daniel and Arian Dutz joined them.
Really? Okay. Not a bad shout. Missing.
Gone down leg side. Good umpiring.
I like that he ran in front of the umpire just so the umpire couldn't look at the stumps anymore, and maybe just giving him a few distractions that might change his mind.
So if those are the 4 teams that make the T20 finals day, Vinny, what do I win?
What do you want to win? I'll give you 1 paid game off on that day so you can join the festivities.
Oh, sign me up.
I'm not actually authorised to do that, but I'm pretty confident you won't get all 4.
That's going to be a long day. 3 T20s in a
But the
day.
condition is you have to remember that I said that, because that's not in the email I sent to future me. Anyway, throws his hands at this one.
Oh.
There you go. That's another fingertip tingler. And yeah, this is a huge match. They don't get too much bigger than this in Group B. I know we've had a few contests that haven't really been that close, but this is a close game and also plenty on the line. And really, the Werewolves have had to play under pressure a bit in the last 24 hours. They had that important one against Friendship. Anyway, this one is going to fly. Well, mind yourself on the camera. That's out of here. Maximal.
Mind the windows, Tino. That was pumped. These guys are hitting some big
I'm
sixes.
not sure if Martha's made it up into the tower today, but she would have had to take cover. You might have Martins up there.
Martins, winner of game night. That was big, Vin.
Big Daddy 6. Now Fighters gone from behind to fairly well ahead. In the space of a couple of minutes, Gundy ball.
Shot.
Well, he'll get 2 if he hustles.
Jeez, that is
Would have been a wide.
What's lazy running? They get the 2.
Oh, the robots firing
I love
up.
that the robot said, "Oh yeah, we're sitting inside." That's what normal commentators do usually. They usually have an
Robot
office
says
around them.
Sparta to win. And Corey knows nothing. Well, I know that one of those things is very accurate. I won't say which one.
I think they like Snoop DeLoop, who looks after Sparta Cricket Club, done some good work with us in the ECN, as that's pushed into the offside for a single. 6 overs complete. We've got a good finish on our hands. 68 for 3.
Well, Jeffrey Mobb says that they should let you keep the clock from the Cartermore Oval because people do think you've stolen the clock.
Sorry?
Even the €2,000 clock, which has gone missing from the commentary box in Cartermore.
Mia no comprendo.
They look like nice new sunnies you've got there. How'd you pay for them?
I might be going to Turkey for a hair transplant soon.
Probably a good idea. You can use my referral code. Parminder and Parvinder trying to do the heavy lifting here.
Jeez, there's a good ballad coming up next.
Good one.
Good game. Good day. Lovely day. 24.
4 overs. Huge 4 overs in the context of this group coming up.
I reckon whoever wins this is then in the driver's seat to get that 3rd spot, Vin. If you lose this one, long way to go.
All right, here's the 7th over.
Good batting.
Gurpreet comes in to bowl 7. Hasn't bowled an inning so far.
Yeah, VCC Voorburg. You'll really like that ground. Looking forward to that Dutch sort of 2-week fiesta.
Fantastic. Yeah, that'll be great. Obviously, probably see someone like Michael Leask turning up for Scotland in the Tri-Series before that as
Leaskey will be there, you'd imagine, if he's selected.
Ireland, Scotland, and then
Jarvis would be selected.
Yeah, Jarvis broken in.
Jarvis is doing really well for Scotland, and I think English is in the frame as well. That'd be a nice little crossover.
Fantastic. All right, goes for this. Bit of a hanging top edge. He's a bit nervous, but he doesn't have to be. Yeah, that one's going to fly out of the ground. And another boundary for the fighters who just, with this partnership, have pulled ahead in this game.
Good shot. Really good shot. It's back of a length. He's sweating on that length, and he gets it. 6 more. I think they need a wicket here, do the Werewolves. 41 off 22 just for the first time in this game. Sounds like a team is pulling away. Good comeback ball.
So it goes 1-6-1 to start the over. The robot saying apparently the clock is safe and sound in the Zurich office.
I wanted that clock. That was a beautiful clock.
It was a good clock.
I'm not really been turned on by clocks before, but that clock, for me, every time I open the commentator's door, I loved it.
Whatever stirs you. All right, that's short, and that's going to be smashed out of the ground. As Gurpreet's bowled an okay over, but this one I think is on him because he digs it in halfway down. Parminder puts him out of the park.
Well, if you like sixes, you've come to the right place. That was bombed as well, Vinny. And like I just mentioned, for the first time in this fixture, a team is starting to break away. And you see on the win predictor, 82 to 18 now.
2 wickets to change everything, even 1 here. Parminder at the other end is a kind of high-risk, high-return kind of player. This one is hit straight. Well, take a picture, it'll last longer. There's the follow-through. There's DDC doing the fielding. Where's his cowboy hat gone, though? It's Seis Carreras Mas and fighters really now in control of this chase.
Yeah, what a good shot. Quite a technical shot as well. They are in control. It was going to take 1 over to sort of break it wide open. This is the over.
I love the technique and the shape on that shot. Never lost the front side. Kept the elbow high. The bat followed through in the direction that he wanted it to go. This one probably a bit more middle length from Gurpreet, who does go magical in the 7th game. Swinging over. Fighters 88 for 3. Why don't we have a look at what's coming up on the network? Where's the Swans? I know you would have caught a fair bit of their first game of the day. What did you make of their effort against Ronan back in match 75?
Just a complete team performance, Vinny, and obviously a dangerous top order with the Stoneman brothers there and DDC and Green Shields. They'll go in as heavy favourites, you'd imagine.
Pirani comes back into the side, but he won't have the gloves. Girish Singh holding on to them. DDC still, well, since we've seen him get a 50 plus on the network. And
what did he make this morning? Was it 40 odd?
Made 40.
Due a big one.
Could happen. Awaris batting first after winning the toss. I'll be hoping, I think, to take all the points and put a stranglehold on top position. Ronan CC, they did take a point off Awaris in that first game of the day. Awaris, for some reason, As we'll see this one disappear out of the ground. How about Parvinder, who looks like he wants to finish things with time to spare. Maximal, 6 runs.
Boy, they've hit some really big sixes in the last 2.3 overs. Just started bombing it, Vinny.
Yeah, whereas for some reason, just a little bit off their game, I felt first up this morning. Maybe not quite the dominant performance that we would have expected.
No, that's why they've never won an ECS, Vinny. They just don't have that sort of killing instinct when it gets to finals time.
You might be eating the words by the end of this week as this one's dragged away leg side. That one's going out of the ground as well. In fact, not just out of the ground, that is over the fence, over the trees. That one is farm bound, 6 runs. Well, let's get a little bit agricultural here at the Santharame Cricket Ground.
Yeah, what a shot. It was full straight and he pumped that away. That's in the trees. That's huge. That's Harrison Ward-esque.
Yeah, well, that one has literally gone to cow corner. It could be.
I think big Harrison hit. There was a couple of big ones over that leg side.
That is cow feed now. 100's up. Just fallen off in this game, the Werewolves. I mean, you'd written them off. But Fighters coming back. Parvinder's having some kind of a couple of days. He never scored over 30 on the network, or 37 I think it was. He scored 89, ran himself out. Ball that bounced off his partner's head yesterday. Wasn't on my bingo card. Trying to steal the strike back when he felt, I think, that they might overhaul the target before he was able to reach the 3 figures. I suppose the 5 penalty runs incident will be a bit of a byline then in the end. It was a fast leg spinner, at least I think it was. We'll never know because it never bounces on the field or on the pitch. Maximal. Could be time to fire up the kettle, Corey. Could be done a bit early here in match 76.
I think we will be. I thought this was going to go right down to the wire, but the last few overs, 16, 20, and already 13. And yeah, it's just broken the back of this chase. Credit to the 2 men who are out in the middle. Sing, 40 and 26 respectively. And yeah, they've done their job. They've killed this game.
Fighters, I think it would have to be favourites for the spot, but they're playing like it right now. Be a 3-1 result. All right, there's a miss hit, and well, let's see if it can be gathered. It does. Well, not quite the way Ram intended to catch it, but he will take it and then starts pointing at anyone that's within earshot. As this game has crept away, has the feel of a consolation wicket. Parminder scores 40, but has to go late in the piece. It's 107 for 4.
Yeah, there's a few pretty wound up men out there. He got away with that. Actually ballooned out of his hands, bounced off his chest and back into his hands. But the damage is done. That man on your screen, Parminder Singh, good job.
Yeah, he'll get a good ovation. And Fighters, let's not forget, they made the final back in 2022. Going down by just a handful of runs to Marlow in the decider. New batter comes out, Mohammed Bilal. I reckon he's a pretty decent bat. He'll keep doing the keeping, I'm sure, for Fighters. Oh, well, might have jinxed him, although this one is climbing high, and it's a bit of a fortunate one, but it will be 4 runs, and really, it's their game to lose now, with just a handful remaining off the last 2. End of 8, and the Fighters 111 for 4.
Yep, 4 more to the total. It doesn't go where he exactly planned on it, but in the end, 4.
Hello to Terry watching from the south coast of New South Wales. Nice autumn down there in Australia at the moment. Looking at the Worm, I suppose they had the benefit of knowing what they had to do. They'll kind of be hovering around that line, but they've just pulled away in the last couple of overs.
Yeah, it's sort of just a 3-over burst, isn't it? That's killed this one. But how have you found playing from this end? Do you like this end, or do you like the other end?
I think they're both.
Will they go back to the other end next year? Why did we start from this end?
I'll tell you in a moment, but first, we're going to watch this game. It's actually going to be finished. Maybe that's a question for the next game, because this one is done. Maximal. Tavish comes, Tavish goes. He'll be the proud owner of an economy rate of 36 as Parvinder finishes things with a bang. And in the end, they do it fairly easily. 11 balls to spare for Fighters, who have a big boost in their fight for qualification in the Super 5s. Final score 117 off 8.1 for the Fighters. Werewolves 115. the Fighters win the first of the 2 bouts between these 2 teams today.
Yeah, good game of cricket. Overs 6, 7 and 8, 16, 20 and 23. It swung the game violently, and Fighters CC keep on pushing to try and get into that 3rd position.
Yeah, so just a reminder, we'll have a little bit of a break. 25 minutes until we'll be back with Ronan versus Awarish, with the Swans winning the toss and batting first. I think TDC will be up there. I wonder who they'll partner with. I've got a feeling they might go someone like a Faf Stoneman up there. But anyway, time will tell, and we will be back for that game in around about 25. Ronan would love to upset the apple cart and break their losing streak against the undefeated Swans. Let's go back and have a look at the second half of this game. Well, it wasn't the start that Fighters wanted as their captain, Sahota. He went off the first ball, well caught and bowled by Raj Beer. And Werewolves, they were believing at this stage. If you look at the over by overs, they kind of hung in there for quite a while with 115 on the board. At the halfway point, the score was only 52 for 3. It was the old 1 down, 1 up tactics there that ended up in a catch for Gurpreet Singh to get Rahul for 17. Parminder was out there. Virk, well, he actually almost needed to have another haircut by the time that he came out to the middle. He took so long, but when he was there, he did crack a couple out of the ground before he skied. One was caught behind by Ahmed Javant for 14. But then the P. Singh attack was on. Parminder and Parvinder were able to recover, and they put together essentially a match-winning partnership of 64, and they did that in 23 balls. And these Maximos just kind of sunk the hopes of the Werewolves. Despite that late wicket, it wasn't really enough to turn things around. With just a few needed, it was Parvinder that put one over the leg side and out of the ground and took us off the field in match 76 as the Werewolves went down. Fighters chasing it with 11 balls to spare. Looking at the batting scorecard, it was Parminder and Parvinder that really engineered the chase in the end. 40 off 19 for Parminder, including 5 Maximos. 5 also for his partner in crime, Parvinder, who scored 32 off 10 at a strike rate in excess of 3 a ball. 17 for Rahul early with a couple of blows, a couple of sixes for Virk, who took a long time to get to the crease. I suppose it's good in the end. Now, that doesn't really have any bearing on the result of this contest. As far as the bowling went, Rohit Singh can hold his head high. 1 for 14 of his 2, but everyone else went double digits. I suppose Ram not so bad, 1 for 21 off his 2 overs. Rajbir did take 2 wickets, but was pretty expensive, and then it kind of fell away towards the end as it all ended in the night. The Fighters getting across the line. We'll take a break, back in 20 minutes with more. Can the Swans make it 10 victories without a loss in ECS 24 Portugal? We'll find out. Ronan CC trying to break their losing streak. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Corey Ruck is back with me after the break when we return to Portugal for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the Santham Cricket Ground. It's Europe's very own SCG, and we're thick into week 3 of this European Cricket Series. Coming up next, we have match number 77. It's a rematch of the first match of today between Ronan Cricket Club and Awarish. Let's see what happened at the coin toss a little while ago. Mahel Daub doing the duties today with the two captains.
It's tails. Ronan to call.
Tails.
Tails is called. And it is a head.
We'll have a bat.
Awarish have won the toss and elected to bat first.
Conrad Greenshield has been pretty lucky with the fall of the coin today. He wins another toss and he decides to bat once again. That's exactly what happened first game of the day in match 75. Awarish had a non-direct route to 137, losing 6 wickets along the way. Ronan only able to manage 99 in response, although they did pick up their point in that game. Awarish took 3 out of it. I think the Daniel Dorkaya, he looked dangerous this morning, played across one, missed one, but I still think he's due for a big innings. And I did say I was curious as to who they would put out there with Daniel. I was looking at the who will win. See there, 6% chance, pretty much exactly what it was the first game. For Ronan, I should say. Pipin Thapa, I think, has been pretty good. Only got the one over this morning, though. But, yeah, Jasvinder kind of battled through after a tough start. And Kieran Kandel is a bit of a live wire as well. So Conrad Greenshields does open the batting here. As listed, I thought maybe they would have gone for like a Faf Stoneman or something like that. Maybe even a Weera Kun. Suryawani is going to get us going. Getting things going in the commentary box with me, Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo, is Corey Ruckers. Welcome back. And, yeah, first chance to see the Swans live today.
Yeah, this will be an interesting one, Mona. Look, it's back against the walls probably for Ronan if these two get going. Couple early wickets, though. You never know. We've seen some pretty big upsets on the network. This would be a big one if they were able to pull it off.
They punched above their weight early this morning, Ronan. Now, let's see what they can do here. DDC, I just got a funny feeling this is the game that he could go off like a cut snake.
He's shown glimpses, hasn't he? What was it, 40 off 16 this morning?
Yeah, something like that. 15 balls, in fact, for his 40. Here's Suryawani to get us going. Starts with ball down the leg side, called wide. And just slightly out of touch as well, probably missing a few outside the off stump.
It's not good. That looked like he was just limping a little bit after that delivery.
Well,
hopefully he's okay. Some of these boys, the stop-start nature of T10.
First ball's the hardest, I think. How many games have they played now, Rona? I think they're into their 11th game.
Yeah, it's a lot.
In a week or so. Yeah, Suryawani, you can see he's feeling it a bit. Hit and run. And
he didn't look like he got up too well either.
it's a bit like when you're trying to get out of bed in the morning. Sometimes the first step's the hardest. You'd be able to understand that, I'm sure.
Yep. DDC, here's a quick runner between the wickets. Not too sure many other players would have said yes there. Greenshields, it's usually been batting at 3, opening in this one.
Yeah, let's see how this works out. Dragged leg side, but it's going to carry over the infield. That'll be 4 runs as Conrad gets away first ball.
Yeah, nice shot. Came to the crease. Didn't get it out the middle, but accessed a big area of the ground which was vacant. So 4 to the total.
I think that with the opening spot, DDC, remember, he can't stay to the Super 5 stage because he has to leave for Spanish duties. I'm sure you're well aware of that. So it's a little bit of who wants to be an Awarish opener happening before our very eyes now.
I think Faf is the
so
one.
I thought they might have opened with him here, but Conrad is another option. And it's not like he's been setting the world on fire in the number 3 position. So maybe just get him out there straight away. You got Faf at 3. It's kind of interchangeable, really, with them. Vish Makama's been good when he's been in the side as well. Fraction short, and you can forget about that one. It's kind of hooked away behind square. And Maximo, the first one of match 77.
Yeah, back of a lantern, you'd see DDC. A bit of an open stance in this one. Was sort of sweating on anything that was short. Batting maybe on more off stump. Don't think he got that one out the middle of the middle, but 6 runs nonetheless.
Gary Wheeler's popped in. Good to see you, Gary. So he's been lurking for a while, but he's back in the chat. Dave saying he's looking forward to meeting Nabi in France. Well, Dave, maybe you'd be able to give Nabi a bit of batting advice, because I know he's disappointed you a little bit.
Yeah, I reckon...
in the Dave era, Nabi's averaging about 2.5.
maybe Dave's the curse. Who knows?
Maybe he's the only one that can break the curse.
Funny, yeah, it's a big change, isn't it? A year ago, Nabi couldn't do anything wrong, and then unfortunately, a lean trot.
Maybe they should arm wrestle for it. This one just sneaks inside. Good umpiring to let that one go. It'll take us to the end of the first over, and the Swans 13 without loss.
Yeah, a little bit of swing there for that last delivery. He was slowish and swung a long way, but 13, nice start for the Swans.
Even in this lean trot for Nabi, he has hit some of the biggest sixes you'd hope to see.
Pretty big lean trot, though.
Pretty big. Anyway, good job, CC Amadora. Already in the Super 5s, Gamblers SC are there. You can see that teams start with a certain amount of points depending on their finishing position in the group stage. Corker 11, to be honest, the longer this goes, I think that 25 points is looking a bit thin on the ground. Right, let's see. We'll know at the end of tomorrow who will be going through to the Super 5s. It starts on Friday and goes Saturday, and then finals day on Sunday. Question from G1. Why do you think DDC is playing with his potential in this league?
What are his numbers in this league, Vinny?
Can check them for you. With the inside out here, carved away by Greenshields. Again, gets over the infield, gets another boundary. Kansar comes on, but disappears for 4.
Yeah, look, over-pitched. And once again, I don't think it's exactly where Greenshields wanted it to go, but there's enough bat on it, and it'll splice away for 4.
Yeah, I'm just going to pull up DDC's numbers for you. But I suppose you look at the team he's playing for, he brings a winning culture there, and they haven't lost a game yet. They've had 9 wins and no results, so obviously he would have liked to have scored more runs, but he's just a calming presence, I think.
I don't think he hasn't had a bad ECS, has he? He's made a few scores. Oh, that's going to be 5 wides. Oh, no, that's all wrong. That's not what you want.
Some swing, some don't. And, yeah, that one wasn't the plan. Kansal just sprays it down the leg side. Yes, looking at DDC, he scored 239 runs with, 4 30s and a 50 in there.
What's his average in strike rate?
He's averaging 47.8 and striking at 319.
Well, that's that form slump is really hammering home.
It's just funny because we actually know, probably because we just might have expected him to go out there and just smash 100 every game.
Yeah, I think probably missing the big score to cap that off. But, I mean, if you're averaging 47, striking above, what did you say, 315?
Yeah, 319 strike rate.
That's not bad. I just think there's been a lot of those 30s and that 150. You probably expected one of those scores to be around 80 or 90, but...
High score of 65 not out. But, yeah, consistently just, oh, geez, kind of almost loses his leg bail here. But, yeah, just hasn't had that kind of big dominant
Big daddy
innings.
score, yeah.
Yeah, big daddy score. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good.
Yeah, if that's not going to your potential, it shows you're a pretty good player.
Yeah.
I would actually also agree with G1's comment that
I
it's
think
not
people-
quite his potential. People forget how easy it is to get out in this form of the game.
Yep.
Well, DDC has to just kind of sway out the way of this one. It's a straight pull from Conrad's. Cuatro carreras más.
Yeah, nice shot. Comes down the crease, pulls it away for 4. Good batting.
Winning form's good form, though. That's the thing. Rush have gotten to a position with DDC, of course, who can't stay for the weekend because of international commitments, but they're in a very good position now, I'm pretty sure, to finish top of the table and take 4 points into the Super 5s. That's when things are really going to hot up on Peacock Friday. That one's timed pretty well from Conrad as well, but fielder is going to make the stop and just a single.
I think the other thing with DDC as well, obviously he lit up the ECL with Pack Eye Care. There's 2 amazing hundreds and almost got them to the final, so people just expect that all the time. But you're right, Vinny, cricket goes in roundabouts. It's not something you can always just go out and smash everything. You're always going to have a few tougher times.
This is hit pretty hard. Fielder was mildly entertained, but it was passing before he knew too much about it. The result's another boundary for Awarerush.
Tell you what, I heard the shout of catch it, but if someone put their hand up and it hit their hand...
Well, to be honest, there was one of these that Carndale did try and catch this morning. Let's just say it didn't end too well when it got hit at the cover fielder. But you can see the power and the technique of D2C. You're right about him. Slightly open here. And he's going to get knocked over. Just getting a bit too leg side conscious a couple of times. And Kansal gets a big pole here early on. He has gone for a few, but I think he traded them for the wicket of Daniel Dorkaya, who just can't go on with it. He goes for 11, and at the end of the second over, they get their first wicket, and it is a big one. Dorkaya out of here.
So that's it for me. I think this is where sometimes he gets a bit premeditated. Every now and then he's thinking, I want to hoik this no matter where the length is, but once it was a little bit fuller, he couldn't catch up with it. Good bit of bowling, actually. Top of the stump length. That's what you want.
Yeah, and you know what? I think that I'm with you 100%. The fact, even the stance, you could see he was looking for that leg side before seeing what it was. And that's the kind of one, he can be hitting straight over the umpire's hat for 6. But you're the coach. You tell me. Awarash, top of the table, 9-0 with 1-0 result. Ronan on an 8-match losing streak that they want to snap today. Otherwise, they'll go out with 10 consecutive losses. They're only 2 wins off Precious CC in their first 2 matches.
Yeah, that's one thing you always try and teach. Don't premeditate too much. Just play the ball on merit. Good players especially. If you just play
not him either. He's not a premeditator. He's a stand, see, hit.
Hit, correct.
It's Candell. Over number 3. Oh, this is launched away, and that wasn't too far from the fielder, but Chima couldn't do much about it. And Green Shields at the top. I like him opening. I just say I don't think it's a bad thing. I think he does tend to hit a few balls early in his innings like this that might not be 6s, but they might entertain outfielders if there were more of them. So I kind of like him in the first 3. Like I say, they've got a few options. That's good ball and respected by the batter.
Yeah, well played. Good ball from Kendall. Better area.
Dave's just let us know today we've gone past 388,000 subscribers.
It's a
new
lot.
milestone.
How long will that take to get to 400,000?
I hope we get it by the end of the year. All right, well, could be a slight mix-up here. This is Miguel Stoneman that's come out number 3. Hasn't faced a ball yet. And in the end, scrambles back to his ground. Candell, the archetypal left armour, will try and straighten it down the line. This one is a Gundy ball though, and Conrad just turns on this one and lifts it up and over the ropes. Maximo says Carreras. Conrad has got a start here. Let's see if he can turn it into a really big score, something that no one was really able to do this morning. They had a couple of 40s at DDC, and also Junaid Khan came in at number 6.
Yeah, that's a nice shot, wasn't it? Just short down the leg side. That's one thing that this Ronan CC team need to figure out. Not too many loose balls, otherwise these guys won't miss out.
This is just pushed away. He's made some good choices so far. Hasn't gone after absolutely everything, Green Shields. Looks like he's in it for the long haul.
Dave thinks we're getting around 1,000 new subscribers per 10 days.
Okay.
Yes.
So then 12, let's say 120 days. So what's that? Let's say 4 months. So what are we talking? Mid-August. That's around the time we're in Italy. It was in Rome last time when we passed 300,000. That was the best thing ever because the ice bucket challenge, it was 42 degrees and we had to do the ice bucket challenge.
Right. I forgot about it.
Was amazing.
I forgot about the ice bucket thing.
Maybe we should just keep it simple. We were going to say, what are we going to do for 400,000? Let's do the ice bucket again. I don't mind.
How did that start?
I don't know. Someone just said it like everything else we do. Said, we need to do something for 300,000.
No,
said, how about the ice bucket
the actual challenge. How did it become a thing? I can't remember the origin.
We were leading up to it, and we said, look, if we reach it by the end of Italy, Rico and I'll do the ice bucket challenge. Then Charlie also did it, to be fair.
No, I mean, where did it originate from, Vinny?
Oh, okay.
Who?
It was for... it was for,
that went viral.
It was to raise money. I was going to say it might have been for motor neuron disease.
Yep.
But you tell me. ALS.
Yep.
Right. Yeah. As we get to the end of the power play, 44 for 1 after 3.
Wow, the Ice Bucket Challenge raised over 220 million worldwide.
It's quite a lot. Yeah. And that actually reminds me of, you just got to look up some ice bucket fails as well. Because you know how people started trying to be more creative the way that they did them. And, you know, like getting a, what do you call it? Like a bulldozer to offload. And sometimes it went well, sometimes it didn't go so well.
Yeah, 44 for 1.
Time for Dillon to bowl.
Any relation
Next over.
to Mervyn Dillon
I
from
knew
the
you'd say that.
Windies?
This is Gurjant Dillon. Tajinder's in the side as well. This is a false shot from Stoneman, and he's going to go. So it's just not a good day with the bat. He has a pair of ones. That might have been handy last night, but not today because he'll be the second to go, and it's 44 for 2.
Yeah, look, it's an innocuous-looking delivery. Not too much about it. Around the wicket, full. He just missed times. Well, hard to describe, actually. Looks like he's trying to go a little bit too square, maybe, with it.
Yeah, I think just turning the face.
He'll be disappointed. He's a better player than that.
It actually reminds me a little bit of Gavi Dillon. Remember you commentated him a little while ago here in Portugal? Well, Gavi Dillon.
Yep.
Haven't seen him around the traps for a while.
It's a slow walk-off when you don't score many.
The old 1-1. It's fine in basketball if you're shooting free throws. That's not great in 2 games of T10 cricket. Okay, Gavi Dillon. See, for the Fighters in previous series. I haven't seen him since 2022. He actually did a fair bit of work on Gavi Dillon, the research. Stoneman comes out at 4 to replace his brother. This is Francois Stoneman, of course, and he starts with a single.
Yeah, I think Faf is the one that when DDC leaves, could go up to the top of the order and take over.
Hey, Jiwan Acharya has come back with another comment. Hello, Jiwan. Great to have you. Eid Mubarak to everyone as well, by the way. That's observing it. This is down the ground. This is going to be 4. As Greenshields has, I think, set himself a bit of a task of building this score himself. There's 4 runs. Yeah, Jiwan says that he's from Nepal and he's a huge fan. Lots of Nepalese players are participating in ECN tournaments. True. I loved Everest in Cyprus. They were one of my favourite Nepalese-based teams. But our very own Andrew Leonard. Oh, this one sneaks away from the fielder. And this outfield has a few gremlins in it, we know that. As Harpreet, he's normally a pretty good fielder, but that time he lets it get through. Yeah, Andrew Leonard, he's always like honorary Nepalese citizen there. He's just been in Nepal covering the Island Wolves series. Conrad wants more, and he's going to get more. Maximo! 39 now forward, seeing Conrad's up and away. So yeah, G1 probably is a big fan of Andrew Leonard, and he'll be joining us actually for the Tri-Series in the Netherlands.
Yeah, looking forward to that. That's not too far away. Nice shot that time from Greenshields. Over pitched and the slog sweep comes out. He's enjoying himself. Good opportunity for him to maybe bring up that first 100. If he bats through the 10 overs, then he's got a chance.
1250s on the network, no hundreds. And that'll get him 6 closer. Picks that up nicely as Dillon kicks the dirt like a country music star. Disappears over the fence. Maximo, 6 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. Another ball, full ball around the wicket in the wheelhouse. Bye. See you later. Runs are flying here, Vid. Swans, who haven't dropped a game just yet, are looking like an impenetrable force.
4 overs down, 65 for 2. They want the 4-banger here. I'm sure about that. Love to get all the points. Ronan CC. Losing's a habit, like winning's a habit, really. They haven't been able to find any way to beat a team that's not called Precious. Great for their development, though, and they certainly have had a few individual highlights in there. But yeah, tough going at the moment. That over went magical, even though it did contain a wicket for Gurjant Dillon.
Looks like Kumar's got the ball in hand now. Gets his opportunity. Like to pick up a couple of wickets.
He took a remarkable catch earlier, Jasvinder, when he slipped over at short third. Luckily, he had time to get up and catch it anyway. All right, lifted up by Stoneman, and he gets the distance. Maximo over the ghost chair. Fafs away with 6 of his own, and this partnership could take things into pretty ugly places for Ronan CC. Good shot.
Nice shot. Really nice shot. Full and straight. Just chipped it over the leg side for 6. Gets him going. His account ticking along. Oh, that's a really loose delivery. Leaves it for a wide.
Yeah, G1 also mentioning that Lenny, or Andrew, this is what he said. It's very famous in Nepal, known as Taklu Dai, which you know what that means? Bald uncle. He's embraced it. And he is bald. Anyway, this one is going to sneak into the tram line. Well, it's kind of a fair race between the ball and the human. Oh, could be an unintentional direct hit, not
Oh,
quite.
just threw it straight back to the bowler. Good throw.
I guess so. 2 byes, the result. Yeah, Taklu Dai. Some great cricket being played in Nepal right now. And the cricket ground there, it's great to see big crowds supporting. What do you think? EC in Nepal.
Well, I got
I
to
could get around that.
Max and Scott every time they come back from a trip to Nepal. They just had a series there. They say it's the best experience in the world. Always a sellout. 20,000 in the stadiums. Busy. Cricket lovers. ECS there would work in a heartbeat.
All right, well, Green Shields goes up and out of here. This will be his 50. Brings it up in pretty quick time as well. Just 16 rocks for Conrad, leading for the front. And Werash building a big score. Half century to the captain.
Surely this is his time. Surely it's his opportunity potentially to get 100 on the network. He's got plenty of time. He's looking in good form. 51 off 16.
51 in the first half. I'm not going to jinx him. I'm going to ask G1 then. Would you come to ECS Nepal if we did a series there?
Oh, they definitely would.
Sure you would. Now this is hit pretty well, and that's 6 more. Maximo! Conrad Greenshields. He's been hitting the ball pretty well today. Okay, bit of a sluggish start. Whatever his preparation was for today, it seems to be working. This was a sweet shot over the offside for 6.
Yeah, too many half volleys. He's not going to miss out on them. And, well, Ronan CC getting put to the sword a little bit here. Looks like the Swans are going to hit another big total.
Yeah, well, that was a really good choice. I think he's made good choices in this innings, and he hasn't really kind of gone after things at all costs. If he sees a ball that he thinks it's worth kind of eating a dot or just kind of pushing a single, he will. And he feels that probably the majority of balls in the over he can go after, get boundaries. And that's been the case so far.
Yeah, 1 ball left in the 5th.
This is another magical. So 21 off the 4th. Now, this one has been 22 in total with a couple of byes in there. Actually, they get the ball back. This one's a fraction short, and he'll find the gap. He'll get 4 more. So Greenshields has over 60 in the first half, and Werash could be onto a monster here. It's 91 for 2 after 5.
Oh, they look like they're onto a monster, Vinny. 91 already, and plenty of batting to come in this lineup. Not an easy baptism of fire for Ronan CC here.
Yeah, it's been pretty tough stuff so far, with the fatigue factor creeping in, I think. Yeah, Conrad Greenshields, I think he'll actually bring up his 100 matches on ECN in this series. You know, he has played 95. This is his 96th. He scored over 2,000 runs on the network. He scored 90 twice.
Well, look, if you're looking for an opportunity to make your first 100, you're in the driving seat right now. With 5 overs to go, you're in the 60s. I think you need another 15 balls probably to get 40.
He's actually made 15 50s now on the network. Oh, Stoneman out of ideas here. Ends up letting it go. This is Gaurav Sharma coming on. Yeah, how about that? 100 matches coming up this week, because I think we know Werash will be playing in the Super 5s.
Ooh.
Oh, great fielding. Way to put your body on the line there. Hit him right in the Ronan cricket team text on the front of the shirt, I think.
Yeah, good work. And not easy to stop that. Obviously, this outfield sometimes can cause a few issues. Oh, yeah, just bobbles up.
It's a technique, though, isn't it? I mean, he gave himself every chance of covering a Tortuga. In the end, he smothers it. Greenshields on 61. That's one he has to just play out in a bit of more of a circumspect fashion. Again, I like that. That's the kind of ball, if you try to hit it too hard, you can easily miss it and pay with your wicket.
Yep, good bowling. Full and straight. Yorker. It's always the old tale, isn't it? If you can get your Yorkers in, get them in.
Stoneman has his role to play as well. Again, pretty well bowled. I guess keeps it simple, doesn't he, Sharma? Gets it up in the block hole. I wonder if Conrad must, in the back of his mind, he'd be so satisfied to score an ECN century after playing almost 100 matches. But that can be counterproductive.
15 centuries might be the biggest.
15 half centuries, yeah. All right, goes for this, and he likes it. Maximo! That's getting to big tatty territory from Big Conrad, isn't it? He moves to 68 off just 20.
In the screws that was. Over pitched. He got every piece of that Grizzly ball. That went a long way. Yeah, I can't think of, would any other player have more than 15?
Honestly, I don't think so. I don't think so. That would probably spring to mind if they did.
Is there any player that stands out that's played quite a lot of games on the network, top order bat, that makes a lot of 50s? How many's Van der Merwe got now?
Not that many.
Because he doesn't.
That'll be the end of the over. It's 101 for 2 after 6. He throws some names at me. I mean, anyone in Spain, I think you can draw a line through them.
Oh, not necessarily, actually. That's a good point. So who's a Spanish player in Barcelona region that bats often and probably makes a lot of 50s without having 100? Cameron Raja, someone like that?
Yeah, I was kind of thinking of someone like that. I'll try and do some research for you.
Well,
but yeah, I don't think so. 15's a lot.
I'll try to think of a couple of other names.
Cameron Raja actually has 100. Yeah, actually scored one this year, so you can rule him out.
Chris?
Nah. Yeah, well, Conrad Greenshield swings his way into the 70s now. Gets a Gundy ball, really, and puts it away. He's in the zone right now. The 100's come up, and Conrad has scored most of them so far.
Well, if he's going to break this sort of hoodoo, this is his chance. He has time. He's ahead. He's timing the ball well. He's getting some hit-me bowling, and he's being destructive.
Van der Merwe has 9 50s without a ton.
Well, maybe I have to put this to the chat, or the robot, if the robot's still listening.
All right, well, that's well hit as well. He gets on top of that one. Bounced a bit more than he thought, but he adjusts, and that is huge. That's over all defences. Maximo Greenshield's into the 80s.
This is it, Vinny. He's going to finally break that hoodoo. A couple more sixes, and he'll have 100. It's hit me bowling, and he's just pumping it.
Yeah, Kieran Kandel, G1 says, is it a Nepalese player playing in this match? That's true. He's entertained us a lot, actually. All right.
He's got to come over the wicket here. Got to try something different.
Is this his time? Greenshields. He goes after this, and he gets a bit lucky. It was pretty close to the top of the fingertips. It goes through in the end. I think Conrad's nervous when this comes off the bat, but the result, Maximo Seixmas, he moves to 87.
3 sixes in a row. Nice shot, but there would have been some nerves for a brief moment. You thought he put it down his throat.
His heart drops, and to be honest, if he's a metre further back, I think that's catchable. Not an easy one, but he would have reached it.
I think Dylan stays around the wicket still.
Oh, well, consistent. All right, that's high as well, and that is his highest score now on the network. He's 93 not out. Here he is, Conrad Greenshields, in his 96th game. First played ECN late in 2020. Here he is, 3.5 years later, searching for his first ever ECN ton.
Yeah, and we're also on for 36 off the over. If he hits this one for 6, I don't think he's going to work a 1. I think he'll go for the 6 sixes. Well bowled.
Yeah. Again, kind of thought he might get a wide there. It wasn't worth, kind of lazy shot nicking off.
Well, he's disappointed. He had 4 sixes out of 4. You don't often get the chance for 6 sixes.
100 trumps it, though, I think, when you've been waiting so long. Goes after this, and that takes him to 99. Oh, Conrad Greenshields take a bow. So close to a major milestone in his ECN journey. 99 not out after 7, and Awarish, a 131 for 2.
Yep, good shot. Another half volley, puts it away. 99 now, and I don't know if he'll work a single or if he'll know what he needs to do. Maybe. Just keep batting the way he's batting.
Have a look at these names on here. And what we had, not quite up to date, but Jonty Jenner.
There's some good names there on that
Will be
list. Look at that
38.
page. Look at that page specifically, Vinny. Niaz, Wallace, Doyle Kay, Jenner, Cher Ali, Harrison Ward, Dan Lincoln. You've got to add another Jonty Jenner as well.
It'll be there.
I think Jonty Jenner enjoys being on that list. He's on it everywhere, isn't he?
Yeah, he's batted very well. 4 centuries this year. First, back to Faf Stoneman. Bipin Thapa gets the 8th, which means he can potentially bowl 2. Bowled the 9th earlier today. All right, here we go. Well, Conrad, real leader in Portuguese cricket since he arrived on the scene a few years ago. On the verge of a very, very proud moment. He's not there yet. 99 for Conrad Greenshields. Lifted up in the air, and it's 6. Greenshields gets his first ever ECN ton. 3.5 years since we first saw him burst onto the scene in European cricket. He's done it. 14 50s. The 15th time is the charm as the Swan skipper sends it out of the ground and brings up the 3 figures.
Yeah, I think the hoodoo's broken, isn't it? And he's got a chance here for a big daddy 100, Vinny. He's on 105 with how many overs? There's quite a bit of time.
Still, what's that? 16 balls to go. Now it feels like he's got a free shot to try and whack everything, I think.
Yeah, he can easily turn this into getting on the leaderboard if he can hit a couple more sixes. The hoodoo is finally broken.
The curse is broken, like at the end of an action movie. He batted so well in this innings. Made great choices. Brings it up with a 6. And now, this one doesn't really time and he'll get a single. Scary thing is, he's hitting this kind of form on the verge of the final stages of the tournament where they need someone to step up. And look, where's he made it? He's opening the batting. I said I like it. One of the reasons, okay, compared to if he comes in say, the 4th over if he bats 3, is he does, early in his innings, hit a lot of balls that don't go for 6, but they're in the air. So there's just more gaps in the outfield. You saw him early on, hitting a few 4s that may have been catchable if they'd had 5 outfielders in place, but they couldn't do that because it was a power play. This one slides past the inside edge of Faf Stoneman. Sneak through for a leg bite.
Good little over here from Thapa. Only 8 runs off the bat this over. It's quite impressive considering the destruction around. Stoneman doing a good little sort of Robin to Batman innings here.
Yeah, he's actually a pretty handy bowler. So I was a little bit surprised they only gave him a bowl in the 9th in the earlier game, so he couldn't come back and bowl again.
Oh,
And that one almost hits the off stump, but he's just had the luck factor. That's going to roll down the hill. It's actually going to be 4 byes, so an unhit 4 this time as we'll get to the end of the 8th over, just the 8, and 5 others off that. Leg byes and byes combined.
Oh, when it rains, it pours. Unfortunately, the keeper just, I don't know what happened there, maybe lost sight of it for a brief moment. Yeah.
Didn't think he was going to miss it. That's basically what it was. End of the 8th over, 144 for 2.
144 for 2. 2 overs remaining, looking at 180 here.
Only the 3rd century in ECS Portugal cricket, or ECN Portugal cricket, not including the Western Shield, of course, on the weekend, but he joins Azharan Dani as well as Cher Ali as a centurion. Okay, time for a new over, and Gaurav Sharma is going to come back, try and stop the bleeding. Stoneman hasn't really hit his traps yet. They want to here. They're going to take it.
I'm surprised they're taking the 2.
I just think it's a trust thing. I think they think, okay, what's more benefit here? Stoneman, you need to get batting into him going forward into the weekend. They've got plenty of runs on the board. And these two have batted together a lot. We've even seen them batting together for the Portuguese national team at the ECC. He's very proud of his mate, Conrad. So am I, actually. Nice moment for Greenshields. This is pitched up, and Yeah, drilled towards long on, well handled there by Bippen.
What would you need to score to get on the top 10 leaderboard? What's the...
I've got some good news and some bad news. But I'll answer your question first. Highest individual scores, you need to get 135 to get on that.
If you can get a couple of sixes here, maybe.
No, it doesn't really get it. Bat turns in the hands, but he gets lucky. Actually, there's two there if they want it. They'll get it fairly easily now.
Oh, that must be aggravating for the bowler.
Calls come from head office. We're actually moving from a top 10 on that to a top 5 on the leaderboard.
Why?
Apparently, it's too hard to read on the screen.
What? It's not hard to read on the screen. We're not blind.
Comes from the top. So
Who's doing that?
Powers that be. Anyway, up and out of here. Well, to get to the top 5, you've got to go 144. Don't count him out just yet.
So
Sharma disappears out of the ground.
So when they put graphics up in a test or an ODI and they have the most run scorers in history and they have 25 names, that might be hard to read. Top 10's not hard to read, Vinny.
Put it in writing.
So just the top 5. That's
5.
ridiculous.
What would you say?
I don't want to talk.
Going to the dogs? Going to the dogs?
Don't get it.
All right, tell me what you really think.
It's a shocking decision. Top 10, it's a top 10. There's never such thing as like a top 5. Top 10 best figures, top 10.
Maybe let us know in the chat if you feel strongly, and that's maybe some feedback we could pass on. Right now, Conrad's just going to pump another 6 out of the ground and move to 120. Maximo! And the 160 up for Weras.
I think our graphics are some of the best graphics in the world for sport. I think they're clear, they're concise, but I don't think a top 10 to a top 5, I just don't see that being why we would have to do that. Top 10's a big thing to earn. It's good to talk about a top 10 because Conrad Greenshields could get there.
Yeah, maybe we'll put a poll up. All right, hits this one. That's going to be into... I thought it was going to be into the orbit of Harpreet, but in the end, it is not really fieldable. And Greenshields making hay while the sun's shining. It moves to 124. That one was whacked away, bounced just inside the line. It's 165 for 2 after 9.
Well, maybe if there's a robot listening out there, they can put it in a poll. There's the bowling figures. Let's just say it hasn't been easy for anyone.
Looking at the
Look at the maidens coming, Billy. See, I would love to know right now how many 4s and 6s we're hitting the innings.
I've got enough problems with this top 5 stuff. I don't need you compounding them. That was yesterday's news. All right. Last overtime.
Looks like Candell has pulled rank, said he'd like to bowl. It's a good luck to him.
All right, here we go with the 10th. All right, so lifted up. Stoneman gets it on the act now. Maximo! Everything's coming up for the Swans at the moment. Something about just later in the day, they seem a little bit more, what's the word? Going to plan. Even losing DDC relatively early. They put a monster total on the board. 171 now with 5 to go.
Yeah, nice shot, isn't it? Comes down the ground, just chips it a long way for 6. 185, 190 on the cards. It's a massive score. Massive score.
Yeah, it is. All right. Doesn't really get this. One's probably not a bad result here. So that Conrad Greenshields can have his curtain call.
Yeah. Gets an opportunity. 1, 2, 4. Got 4 balls. 1, 4, 8 top end. That would get him on the list.
Yeah, for now. Maybe public opinion can sway the powers that be. All right, this time short arm jab and 6 more. Maximo! Well, he's had to wait a long time for his first 100. He's made it a biggie, hasn't he? You don't see too many 130s on the network. Conrad's got one here.
Yeah, nice shot again. He gets that well out the middle of the bat. 130 up.
Got to admit, personal opinion, I like the top 10 because I mean, Conrad deserves to break into it here.
Would he be on it now? No.
135, needs 5 more. That'll do it. He goes and takes this off the leg stump and puts it out of the ground as well. Maximo, 180s now for Warra. Still 2 to come.
Yeah, nice shot. It was pretty straight and gets it away. Looks like the robot's come in top 5 or top 3, but forgot the top 10.
Yeah, I think that's not forgotten. Anyway, we'll be on it for now. That one, he goes, and he's going to move in the 140s now. Conrad Greenshields take a bow. 142, not out on the network. Whereas 184. They're all walking off. Got bad news for you, Ronan. You're going to have to come and bowl one more.
Well, poor old Ronan CC have just been put to the swords as the chants are coming around. 190 up.
Robots put top 5 first as well, hoping that that gets the most votes. Very strategic.
Saved the 10.
It's one pole. I'll just be swerving. All right.
Who makes these decisions, Vinny?
People that must know more than us. Last ball coming up. And, oh, well, he might get one away here. He does. Just carries the line. It'll be 148. And Awerash, I'm going to tell you, this will end up getting called 6. And Greenshields is going to finish 148 not out. Well, that's right up there with some of the biggest scores we've seen on the network. Let's have a look at the bounce here. Yep, fairly comfortably in the end as well. And yeah, I'll tell you, that is all-time. It's the 5th highest score we've ever seen on the network. So, yeah, only above him is the 150 not out from Shafat Ali Saeed earlier this year in Barcelona. 156 from Govinder Singh Bajwa back in 2021. 163 at the ECC from Leas Deploy of Hungary. And Hamza with his incredible 193. But Conrad Greenshields, he will remember that innings for a long time, I'm sure, even after 95 on the network, 95 matches on the network, and yeah, he gets a lot of pats on the back, and so he should. He puts his heart and soul into this club. He leads them with passion. He's a very popular leader. You know, he doesn't ask anything of his players that he's not willing to do himself, and he'll end up with a huge score to his name that no one will ever be able to take away from him. 148 off 39 balls, and it's a humongous score of 196 for 2. Yeah, and here's the thing. Even to get their point, they're going to need 138, so I think Awaris, they're pretty confident of grabbing the 4 here and really locking up that top spot. But this innings will be remembered for one thing and one thing only, this 148 not out from Conrad Greenshields.
How many sixes in that innings, Vinny? Because it felt like there was a lot. DDC went early, but it was the Greenshields show. In this one, he finally breaks that sort of 100 duck. That was the wicket of DDC. It was only a small sort of fleeting moment for Ronan CC, who had to get put up with a pounding.
Yeah, and look, 18 sixes in there, 8 fours. So of the 39 balls that he faces, 26 go to the boundary or over. But he actually did, what's the word? He was kind of selective in a way. He was willing to take a 1, willing to take a dot when necessary. And I think that prudence pays off in the end. But it was a fantastic knock. Funny thing is, he does actually make the top 5 anyway. And that's been mentioned by the robot as well. It's let us know what you think right now. We're looking at some of these highlights. And yeah, I mean, they got DDC and they were kind of cock-a-hoop to be able to do that, which you can understand. But really, after that, wasn't too great. Miguel Stoneman came and went, but didn't waste too much time. Faf Stoneman then joined the party, and they end up putting on 152 for that 3rd wicket unbroken. And yeah, these were Big Daddy sixes coming from the spiritual leader of this Awaris Cricket Club. And you could just tell there's a bit of swagger, a bit of the razzle-dazzle about Conrad in this innings, as time and time again, he loaded it and he sent it out of the park. That was the last one. That was a little bit earlier on when it was a bit of a nervous moment for him. But as he went towards that 100, he just felt this was his time. And he can be very proud of his efforts. 39th century of the season, but the first ever for Conrad Greenshields in his 96th ECN match. And there's not that many players that have played that many games on the network. Late in the piece, maybe got a little bit lucky here, but there was nothing lucky about this hitting late in the piece. And he was pretty determined to turn it into something more, and he did. Batting with immense freedom and skill. That one kind of gave the fielder something he couldn't quite bite off and chew. Candell, in the end, he went for a bunch as well late in the piece. Going supersonic in the last with 5 sixes in the last over. In fact, 8 of the last 9 balls were boundaries. And Awarish knocking on the door of the 200. They end up with 196.2. That was the last one. That just carried the rope. Ronan CC, bit of a reality check here for them. Starting their series with 2 wins, but yeah, Conrad Greenshields, it shows you how different your day can be. Started with a few mistimed shots, probably not quite hitting the ball the way he liked, but yeah, 4 hours later, he was right on song. As Awarish, the Swans, they were flying away. And they end up with 196 for 2 off the 10 overs. 148 not out for Conrad Greenshields, the 5th all-time high score for an individual on the network. In 39 balls, 18 of those flew out of the park and 8 fours. Daniel Kaya, an early casualty, he went for 11. Miguel Stoneman, unfortunately, still no luck with him with the bat. 1 to go with his 1 this morning. 21 not out, as Faf Stoneman was an ally for the captain in the later overs. Well, they tried 8 different bowlers, but no one really seemed to have the answers. Again, Pippin Thapa, a bit surprised that he doesn't get a second over. I feel like he deserved it. He was able to come up with a single-digit over when his teammates couldn't. Anyway, Awarish, 196. They'll be out to take all the points when we return to the Santarém Cricket Ground for the second half of Match 77. Vinny Sando here, Mr. Maximo, with Corey Ruckers. More history just around the corner on ECN. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the SCG Santarem Oval, the host of the first ever Western Shield. That was over the weekend, a fantastic event with basically felt like a Hall of Fame All-Star weekend. Credit to the British and Irish Knights for winning that. Once that was complete, we got straight back into the ECS. That's where we are right now. And at the halfway stage, it has been the Swans show. 196 green shields, a massive score. 148. His first century on the network made it count. This was a very big total. You just imagine this is going to be too much for Ronan CC. Let's see what they can muster in the second innings. Bit of time at the crease, but can't imagine they'll get close to this total. So Cam Bodge has got the ball in hand. Sonny's on, got to love it. I think it's his opportunity now. I think they might change it around with the bowlers and give everyone a bit of a go. So we're almost set to go. Just waiting for the umpire to say play. He says play now. Welcome back, all the viewers. Here we go. 197 required of 60. That will help. That's a very, very big wide to start from Cambodge. Got it to turn just a little bit, but started down the wrong line. Already an adjustment, so you've got to come around the wicket. Would have liked to have him to stay with his original plan. One ball shouldn't deter you too much. That one's flighted. That one's 6. That sounded good off the bat. Cena isn't going to miss out on that. It was slow, loopy, and a bit flighty at the moment from Cambodge. A nice shot, 6 runs. Ronan CC get their opportunity to have some time at the crease. Maybe some personal highlights there. That one's pulled to the leg side. Dot ball. That's a good comeback from Cambodge. Slows it up, goes a little bit wider. That's exactly what he has to do. I think just try and keep it out of the wheelhouse. Doesn't look like he wants to put too much pace on the ball. A bit more of an old school traditional spinner. Again, slow, swept away. There's a fielder a little bit straighter than that, so it's going to miss Faf Stoneman and go away for 4. Good batting. Couple of boundaries to start this mammoth run chase. $197 required. Another slow delivery, and that's well bowled. Cambodge, it's good to see an old school traditional spinner just try and get a bit of flight, a little bit of loop. Oh, good bowling. And he's rewarded with a stumping. Clever bowling from Cambodge. A little bit of flight, a little bit of loop. Exactly what we were talking about. Traditional right arm off spin. And he gets that one to drop beautifully. Good work from the wicketkeeper as the first wicket will go down in the run chase. Bit of flight, bit of loop, bit of purchase. Good glove work. And a nice wicket overall there for the Swans. At the end of the very first over, the score is 11 for 1. Looks like Junaid Khan getting himself ready. 90 games since a golden ball. Don't think it's going to happen in this one. Almost getting to that century mark now. Seen it get up to 400 before. Do love a golden ball. We had, I think it was 2 at the ECL. Junaid Khan, top of his mark, bowling over number 2. Well bowled, he's got some pace. Junaid has pushed to the offside, direct hit. Oh, I reckon that's going to be not out. I don't think the keeper had it at any stage. There's an appeal, but we'll have to have a look. But I don't think the keeper has the ball. I think the umpire just letting him know that as well. Maybe more just excitement than anything. It's pushed away. They went for a quick single. The throw came in. It was a bit of a half volley throw. Oh, the ball looks like it might have gone onto the stump first. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, I reckon that might be closer than people maybe realise. What's this? It comes off his gloves, but the ball goes onto the stumps and breaks the bails. I reckon this could be out. I know his hands go through the stumps well, but the ball hits the stumps first. Does the ball dislodge the bails? Oh, tough to tell. The ball definitely actually goes onto the stumps first, but I don't know if the bails are dislodged yet. So this one could go either way. Keep rolling that. I reckon it's going to be given maybe benefit of the doubt to the batsman if they're unsure, and it looks like they are going to say not out. I think that's the correct decision. It looked like the ball had gone onto the stumps, but also it hadn't broken the bails, and then the hands broke the bails without the ball. So good work from Spring Media and the officials around the ground to get that one correct. That was the right decision. High in the air, shouts of catch it, but they can only watch it sail over the rope. 6 runs, nice batting from Chima. Got a little bit full there, did Junaid Khan, and a good bit of batting. Oh, big swing, no ding from Chima. Good pace from Junaid Khan. When he gets it right, he's probably one of the quicker bowlers in Portugal. You can hear a lot of the noise in the background from the Swans. Even though they've got plenty of runs on the board, still pumped up to be out there. One thickish edge, and that goes out to the puppy dog Macy. He's an excitable young man, and just the 1 run to the total. Look out for him. He'll probably have a bowl sometime soon as well. So last ball of the second over. Not a bad one from Junaid Khan. Another dot ball. Good over from him. It only goes for 8. Got a little bit of movement and a little bit of purchase. He always seems to be able to do that. And another over is complete. 2 overs bowled. 19 for 1. This is the table. Ronan CC. Unfortunately, they will not progress this year. It's a bit of a battle for that 3rd place at the moment going on. Friendship CC need to have a win. And maybe a bigger win. Get all 4 points through up to 26. Plenty of permutations that we'll find out soon enough.
Just take my angle here, in front, or that way. Near the camera. Stay here.
Yeah, credit to the Swans. Still plenty of chirp out there. Shows how much it means to them. They really want to win this ECS. They haven't had a chance to win an ECN. So, well, they've had chances, but they haven't done it yet, I should say. You'd imagine this year going into the finals, they will be the favoured team. So it looks like a little bit of Wirracoon, some gentle sort of hybrid spin pace coming into the attack. Mr. Lucky, can he get a couple of wickets here? Swatted away, shouts of catch, and it's going to be caught. Faf Stoneman doesn't drop many. It was slow, it was straight, and Chima doesn't get it out the middle of the bat. So he'll have to go. The second wicket goes, and Lucky picks up a wicket. It's a pretty innocuous looking delivery. Just a bit of flight. The 2 wickets so far have been from quite slow sort of deliveries, trying to force the batsmen to make the pace, and they haven't been able to. So 19 for 2, long way away. They're not going to make this 197, and the bonus point doesn't really matter either. Just a bit of time for these Ronan players to maybe get in some form for the league domestic season that's around the corner. Oh, that's a big full toss. Don't think it's going to be a no ball, but it'll be sort of standing sweep shot for 4. Guess that one a bit wrong there. Does Lucky puts his hand up to apologise. He knows didn't get that one right. So 4 to the total. Well bowled, better pace. Just taking that one a little bit away, sort of an arm ball that time. Another slow delivery, so he's mixing up his pace well here. It's going to be a dot ball. Good from Lucky. Doesn't often get his opportunity with the ball, but he does in this one. That one, the quicker one, so really going slow pace, and good over in the end. He takes 1 for 4, ends the power play, a slow power play. The score is 23 for 2. Have a look at the Manhattan graph. Pretty big difference for both these teams. Obviously, Conrad Greenshields had a day out, hit it to all parts and cashed in on a really big score. Junaid Khan said he wants to bowl his second one early. Can understand that while the ball's new. Get a little bit more kiss and a bit swing. Well bowled again. Good heavy length. Just pushed into the offside for a single. So sort of going through the motions. Ronan CC maybe caught between a rock and a hard place. Don't want to get bundled out and bowled out for not many, but also sort of think in these situations you're better off being brave, and you're only going to find out if you've got extra talent if you give it a go. No point just surviving out there. Oh, cramps him for a little bit of room. There's a slight noise as it went past the gloves, maybe a little tickle, but nothing from the umpire. Crew Patel signalled wide. You never know. Those ones, if we had the hot spot available, maybe that was a touch, but don't think so. And that's a good delivery again. Looks like Junaid's found his length in this innings. Big smile on his face. He knows he's bowling a pretty good spell at the moment. We'll have a wicket in the wickets column though. Oh, another quick, fast delivery. That one's been signalled wide from the square leg umpire actually. Junaid wasn't too happy with that one. Let's have a look. Can it go over the head height?
Keep going, Junior, head up.
Oh, tough call.
Charging here.
Yeah, it's close. It's over the head there, but he's not standing tall. Tough to tell. Doesn't go his way this time. Gives him an extra delivery, though. Slight appeal, but that's going to be going down the leg side. So, dot ball. Ronan CC just short of a gallop here.
Love the work here, big fella. Love the work here, big fella. Love it, love it, love it. Keep moving here, Jay.
Oh, inside edge, French cut. Great work from the wicketkeeper there, Girish Singh. Good movement, saves a certain boundary. Diving to his left, Ronan CC. Can't buy a trick here. They need 112 off 37 for the bonus point. Not even the win. They are miles behind.
Keep going, Jay.
Great work from the keeper. Saves a boundary. Last ball of Junaid Khan's spell. Another dot ball. Ronan CC having a tough time of it. 4 overs complete. This game sort of fizzling out early. 26 for 2. Probably one of those games where if you don't bowl often, you wouldn't mind an opportunity. So there we go. That's the updated list. This is the 2024 Hall of Fame. Pretty good batting order, actually. Hamza Niaz, Craig Wallace, DDC, Jonty Jenner, Sher Ali, Harrison Ward, Dan Ling, and Jonty Jenner. And now Conrad Greenshields joins that list. So our 39th century of the season, and we're only in April. I think we're going to see a lot more. But that's an impressive list and impressive names on the ECN. Looks like it will be Alex Macy, the puppy dog, with the ball in hand now. Oh, starts with a full floaty sort of delivery. That's just gently patted down by Kumar. Kumar now 2 or 5. They might as well try something. Looks like they've sort of resigned themselves to the fact they're going to lose and seem to not really being too aggressive. There's DDC in the background taking it pretty relaxed as well. That's better. Nice shot. And that'll go away for 4. So finally, something to write home about. Been a bit of a lull for the last few overs. Nice shot, though. This one down the leg side. Clips it away. 4 more to the total. Poor ball from Macy. Just down the wrong line.
Let's go, Macy. Let's go, Macy. Let's go, Macy.
Shot. That's better. Nice shot from Kumar. Stands still. Opens the front leg a bit. Lets the bat plane come. 6 more. That's a bit more like it. That's what we want to see. Yes, they're not going to win this game, but might as well go out swinging in a blaze of glory. Good batting from Kumar there. Oh, I guess that one wrong. Macy, it's going to be a wide. Bowled well the other day, Macy. Picked up a man of the match performance in it with a 3-wicket haul a few days ago. Usually bowls his 2 overs in the middle.
Keep going, Macy. Keep charging, big boy.
High in the air. Shouts, catch it. Who wants it? Well, Greenshields goes after it, and he holds on to it in the end. A little bit of an ice cream cone, but takes the catch. Macy picks up his first wicket. It went pretty high up, but Greenshields doesn't drop many. He's not going to drop that. And the 3rd wicket will go down. Ronan CC. Not much going their way. Greenshields goes there. Just a little bit of a bobble in the hand, but uses that big body to sort of catch it back in his hands. And 37 for 3 now. With 2 balls remaining in the 5th over. So new man to the crease gets an opportunity for some personal highlights. Maybe can make something happen. It's going to be Dylan. That's Tajinder Dylan. He gets his opportunity now. Oh, good keeping. They might want to have a closer look at this stumping. Did he slide his foot out? Good bit of keeping. Good hands. That's a better area from Macy as well. Been impressed with the keeper, Kiresh Singh, and quick hands, but as you can see, they're pretty safe. So last ball of the 5th over. Just got to get those stumps back in alignment. It's been a slow 5 overs. Ronan CC, I think they know their tournament's almost over. Full straight delivery, goes for a bit of a hoik across the line and gets a bit of it. It'll just be a single, so the over will be complete. Macy picks up 1, and after 5 overs, the score's 38 for 3. This is what we've got coming up this year, and well, next week, I think most people will be tuning in next week anyway. The ECN lovers will be, because we're off to France for the first time. I think even myself, I might tune in a little bit when I'm back home and sort of see how the setup looks there. It's always nice when we go to a new country. Then we're off to England for the first time as well. So in the next month or so, 2 new venues. We've got Italy, Brescia. I'll be going there to the ground. I've not been there before, so excited to see how that one looks. And a busy year, let's be honest. We don't stop. Plenty of cricket 24/7. So it looks like Miggy Stoneman has been handed the ball now. He gets an opportunity. Stoneman with the old Sharapova grunt. Goes through Greenshield's big legs and just a single. Nice single off his pads there as well. Yeah, this game, I don't know, give me a topic. What can we talk about on the ECN universe? This one's just meandering out, isn't it? Pretty tough for Ronan CC against a very dangerous Swans team. I think this has surely to be the year that the Swans lift that trophy. Haven't been able to do it yet. Marlowe's had the wood over them. That one close. Hands on heads for Stoneman. Hasn't made runs today, but we'd love to pick up a couple of wickets. Definitely close to those stumps. Good length, good line. Oh, he gets that one wrong. I reckon that's going to be a no ball. They'll probably want to have a closer look at this one from side on. Ends up getting the single, but yeah, it's been called straight away on field. So big no ball. Hit hard through the offside. Nice shot, free hit. They'll just get a single. One more to the total, 43 for 3. Oh, God, got him this time. That will give Miggy some confidence after a difficult day with the bat. Low full toss, actually. Gets an inside edge, and you always feel a little bit hard done by when you get an inside edge and it goes onto the stumps. Could have easily raced away for 4, but not this time. And he'll have to go. So another wicket falls. Just a matter of time before these teams shake hands and move on to the next fixture. Ronan just looks a little bit tired throughout this whole game. Played a lot of cricket. And you can understand Not so easy. 43 for 4 as the new man comes out. Looks like he's got some new gloves and some new batting inners. Good ball from Miggy. Gets it pretty full and cancel. Can only just push it straight for a single. So another over complete. 6 overs gone. 44 for 4. Having a look at that scorecard. A lot of what ifs, isn't it? No one's been able to do really anything. 10 off 6, 12 off 8. All the 4s, 4 overs to go. And thankfully, the universe is going to give me back Vinny Sandu. Vinny, give me a little bit of energy here because this one's just... we don't often have...
They hung in there for a while, didn't they? At what point did you think that the 197 wasn't going to happen?
Pretty much straight away, Vinny. Not going to lie, this has been a pretty arduous 6 overs.
The old 7 off the first ball, wide then 6. Not bad. Like Cambosh, though. I like his off-spin. I haven't seen him bowl a second over. Right now, we're going to go to Faf. He's going to spray one. Now, that LBW in the first game, did he end up catching that one? That's straightened down the line. The batter left it hoping for a wide. It pitched middle, it hit him on middle, and it was going to hit middle. Could be HCL Software Player of the Day territory.
How is HCL Software doing?
I think they're doing all right. I think since their share price has gone through the roof since their support of European Cricket Network went positive.
Is this actually truthful?
I don't want to speculate on the market. Remember when we almost caused a run on the Commonwealth Bank in Australia when we heard
That's right.
Yeah, just want to reiterate my confidence in the world markets for anyone out there. Stoneman pushes the batter back here. And that would have been out, but it's not out because he doesn't hit him. And Conrad Greenshields, I'd say he's got a fair lock on the player of the match for this one, but he'll be wishing that he'd been able to hit the stumps there.
Well, he had an opportunity of a run out. He's already got a catch. Picked it up, had a stump to aim at, and missed that stump. There he is.
Suriyawanshi just struggling to get going. Yeah, how about that? 5th top score of all time.
Yep.
Makes the top 5.
Nice.
Maybe a top 5 does work. I know that you were turned around once. A few stern words from management in your ear. Stoneman. Second half innings probably doesn't really get that prodigious swing. This one kind of slides in to the pads. Half an inquiry, but another dot ball. Suriyawanshi. He's finding it hard to get going. I suppose, someone like Suriyawanshi's got a lot of potential, but yeah, sometimes it takes going up a level. Now, ordinarily, we'd see Ronan in the 2nd division here in Portugal. So once they are facing some of the better bowling and having a look at that, then you might be able to go and see what you need to work on to be competitive at the next level up. This time goes high and over the top. This will be a wide. Faf doesn't know his own power.
Yeah, one more to the total, Vin. I'm not going to help them too much, but take more time out the game.
I find this interesting with the fence in the background to see who's taller than who. Because sometimes the head's below the top of that fence, sometimes it's higher. I mean, Darmgard was there. He's almost off the screen.
He is a band mountain, isn't he?
He's a big boy. Suriyawanshi. Well, we'll turn down a run here. Well, you're not scoring that many. I don't know if you have the right to turn these down, to be honest. Well knocked down by Greenshields.
Yeah, good fielding. Yeah, it's just one of the... We don't often have them. It's just one of those games. A giant of a team has really shellacked the opposing team.
Can I just say that I've got a couple of things that might pique your interest?
Sure.
Oh, really good slower ball there. Like a leg cutter. Well disguised from Stoneman.
Yeah, go on. What do you got for
Number
me?
1. Fighters CC versus Werewolves, not too far away. Still battling out for the wild card spot.
Yep.
But also, our mate Wayne just sent me a message. He's keen to maybe test your gamesmanship this afternoon. Probably a good day to do it as well, Wayne.
No, thank you, Wayne.
Put it on the table, I say. That's the end of the 7th over, and Ronan 47 for 4. Well, if you're not excited by Wayne's request, I will request you stick around and join me, as well as all of our viewers, because we have match number 78 just around the corner. Fighters CC versus the Werewolves. The Fighters winning the toss and bowling first. Well, they probably feel it worked before. They were able to chase 116. They'll try and do the same thing again. Werewolves, a little bit of the old last chance saloon, I think, about this. They do have games still to play. Feel like the Fighters are the team that they're in the fight with for that 3rd place in the group and potential qualification. That game starting in around about 35 minutes. And don't worry, there's still 2 full matches to go here on day 16. We're only just getting started.
Let's hope there's a spicy encounter, because this one's been pretty slow. Clipped away nicely. They might go for 4, and it doesn't. Well fielded, just a slow single.
Yeah, let me just see exactly what Wayne said. Yeah, I like that.
Oh, I could maybe do a friendly one, but no, nothing on the line.
We could just, obviously you were pretty successful last night. Down leg side, she caught a wide. Naseem gets the ball here. It's caught well today. Now, searching for a wicket. Naseem misses wide of the mark. That one will have to be re-bowled again. He's a popular teammate, I think. Naseem. Whereas they won't play another game today. We'll see Ronan and Fighters in the last match of the night. Another one down the leg side. So 3 balls that will have to be re-bowled in this one. Just can't quite get it right at the moment. Naseem is a guy who does have 18 wickets on the network. We've seen him in the past for Corker 11. Was the Coimbra Knights, Lisbon Capital. He's gotten around, so played a bit for the Portuguese national side. This time it's cut away to the fielder. They won't get any runs there.
Yeah, just a slow sort of burn to this one, Vinny. Finally coming to an end, but just has not been a good game at all for Ronan. Sort of feel for them a bit, just outclassed.
This one hit leg side. And lucky Wurakun does the fielding, keeps it to just a single. 6 off 15 here for Suryawanshi. So what will your advice be to him now with the end of the innings around the corner, just 2.5 overs to go?
Just be brave and try and get yourself a highlight or two. Have some fun and don't nudge it round. Just take something on.
This one's turned around the corner. That'll actually get to the boundary. So badly needed. Kansal joins Suryawanshi on 7. It's probably erring a little bit in the line there. Naseem gets worked away to the boundary. All right, this one is in the air for a moment, but just be single down the ground.
Yeah, one more to the total. Just haven't seemed like they've been able to time anything, Vinny.
Last ball of the over. Short, a mistimed hook shot. No, Naseem puts up the Statue of Liberty, but he's not able to reel it in. That could have been the highlight you were talking about, but not for the batter, for the bowler. Wait and see if Naseem gets the second over. But right now, it's the end of 8 and the score is 57 for 4.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed to put that one down. Vinny could have got himself a little bit of a highlight, but that's cricket, can happen.
You can see those 2 lines distancing pretty heavily. Yeah, I think it's good advice, Corey. Try and create a bit of a highlight for yourself. Helps your team as well, of course, if you're able to pull that off. Ronan, they just need to kind of take a breather after this, stop, reassess. We'll see them on the park last game of the day against Fighters. So we'll see if they can turn their day around and avoid a 10-match losing streak to finish off their European Cricket Series. Right now, it's a nice shot from Kansal. Doing what you said there. Pretty correct shot as well, as that disappears for 4 runs. Kansal, 12 off 7. Probably giving Suryawanshi a case of the FOMOs. He's 7 off 17 here. Miggy Stoneman gets hit back over his head for 4. There's Girish, the DJ behind the stumps. He was the DJ for the Western Shield. All right, in the air. Out the way, says Miggy Stoneman. He'll take the catch, so Kansal will have to go for a dozen. Miggy Stoneman comes up with his second wicket. And Ronan, 61 for 5. Yeah, some questions about whether Girish Singh should get a Western Shield medal for being the DJ. Maybe something cool, like a record he could spin around. But anyway, Ujjval swings a bit and tries to make something happen. Ronan, 61 for 5. Just going back to the Fighters and Ronan. They did meet back in match number 59. On that occasion, Ronan only able to manage 69 for 4, and the Fighters chased it down. They didn't miss out. Well, they did miss out, I should say, on the bonus point, chasing down the 70 in 7.3 overs. Gaurav Sharma will get a hit here at 7. Hello to Petra. Great to see you in the chat as well. Stay tuned. Like I said, still 2 big matches to come tonight. Whereas after this, they'll be able to get a well-deserved rest after getting 2 wins. They won't quite get the octopus, but they'll get 7 out of a possible 8. This one's clipped away. Sharma is off the mark. Lucky patrolling that zone. Good arm back to the keeper. One comes in towards Suryawanshi. Moves to 7 off 18 now. His stubbornness, maybe just irritating Awarish a touch. That's one that will have to be re-bowled. Low full toss, just misses the Yorker, and Suryawanshi, he bats himself out of a tight spot. It will move into double figures. Maximo! Well, Ronan could certainly use a few more of those to bring a skerrick of respectability to the scoreline. It is tough. It's their 4th 6 of the innings. Takes them up to 69. Halfway to the point. Last ball of the night. Or not, because Stoneman down the leg side misses out. Doesn't miss by much at all. Suriwanshi, he does miss it by a fair bit, if I'm completely honest, as Stoneman finishes his day at the office with 2 for 19 in this one, and Ronan are 70 for 5 after 9. Two for 19 for Stoneman, gets the 2. Junaid bowled out, less than run a ball. Cambosh, so quite liked what he's brought to the table. Macy just gets the 1 over here. I think they'll give this to someone that could probably use the over, and it looks like Wirakun's going to come back to bowl a second, so why not? Certainly looks the part, doesn't he, Lucky, with his big shades on. And this one just poked around. Looking for 2 here. They'll decide against it in the end. Dave asking, random question, what's the name of the biggest river in Australia? I think probably, I'm guessing it's the Murray River. Oh, this is a hanging top edge, and Girish Singh will take the catch. And Wirakun, would you know it, he has 2 wickets. He's enjoying himself out there. Yeah, Lucky, inducing the edge from Suriwanshi, really wasn't an innings that he'll want to remember at all. Just found it hard going there. He'll end up going for 13 off 21. And the score 71 for 6. Yeah, the Murray River. 2,508 kilometres. And it runs into the whole Darling River system, as well as some others. So if you take those into account, it's over 2,700 kilometres. Girish doesn't quite make this stop. Now, Girish has kept it really well, but this is one I think he can probably stay lower longer, and that left foot, he has to try and take a big step. See, this will probably show it. See, it takes a little step, but yeah, bigger step there, he might be able to just kind of drag that right foot with it and maybe can get there quick enough. It's probably the hardest, or definitely one of the hardest things about keeping, to be able to deal with those leg side deliveries up to the stumps. But anyway, not a knock on Girish at all. He's kept very well today. And this time he doesn't have to move. As Kandel, we know he likes to try the reverse. Down leg signs be called a wide. Kroom said, has there been innings where all 11 players have bowled? For example, a bowler got injured. But yeah, in the European Cricket Network cricket, just for various reasons, mainly for time, keeper. Once you keep, you're not allowed to bowl, so it discourages keeper changes. As that could eat up a bit of time. It's almost a 3rd wicket there. Conrad, we didn't pick that up straight away. Like he's a bit filthy, but you can understand Conrad might be a little bit fatigued. Yeah, but we definitely had a 10 players bowl. I think Albi Zomi did it in the ECS Sweden. 10 bowls in the innings. Everyone gets to go, except the keeper. All right, Kandal is still trying. This won't be a wide because he switches up. Well, hasn't scored a run right-handed yet, but Kandal still trying to moose him out of the ground on the switch hit. Tell you what, if he's stubborn, he can go one more time. No, he doesn't. In fact, he won't get a run. So, if you looked up comprehensive in the dictionary, you might find this one, because in the end, 118 runs are the margin as Werash 196 defeat Ronan CC with walking stick 77. Wirakun will finish with decent figures there. 2 for 11 off the 2 overs. Greenshields, though, you see him in the foreground. He certainly turned it on. The number 5 top score all time on ECN, 148, not out. He will be your player of the match. As we'll go back and have a look at some of the highlights. Well, we saw Sinner, the captain, send himself to the top of the order, and he started brightly with a 6 and a 4. And although he was hungry for more, so was Girish, who gobbled up his stumping there. Nice use of guile and flight by Cambodge to come up with the early wicket. Jasvinder at the top as well was joined by Chima, who was able to muscle that one out of the ground. But believe it or not, it's Wirakun that will get that breakthrough as Faf Stoneman took the catch at the deep mid-wicket boundary. Jasvinder, he's certainly put in a shift today for Ronan, hasn't he? And he would hit a 4 and a 6. Unfortunately, he wouldn't go any further either, as Heat Sky and Conrad Greenshields would take a fairly simple catch, although had to make up a bit of ground to get there. Really, the question was, could they make the point? Even that drifted out of control pretty quickly. Dylan was bowled by Miguel Stoneman. I still love the efforts in the field of Awaresh, trying to keep their standards high, Kate. A couple of games in the sun. It is a bit warmer today as well, up to 24 degrees. They just tried to keep their standards up, didn't they? Having said that, we still want to see him drop that catch off his own bowling. That was his best chance to take a wicket. Nice boundary down the ground there late in the piece. Miggy would soon have 2, as he did his own fielding to get Kansal for 12. But Siri one shit the other end. Just bogged down, wasn't he? Eventually got one away, 4 and a 6 for him. 13 off 21. That kind of sums it up, doesn't it? As Girish had a little bit of work to do in the last over. Meant that Wirakun got 2. He was pretty happy to be in amongst it. And Awaresh, comprehensive winners here. First time Wirakun has a twofer on ECN. Doing that in his 21st game. Ronan, though, have to pick themselves up and try and turn things around, because we will see them in the last game of the night. They'll be taking on the Fighters in that one, but chasing a huge 197 for victory. And we're never really going to be in the hunt. 77 for 6 is where they end up. No one reaching 13. In fact, Extra is the top scorer. Probably just something that Awaresh can work on. They are playing some good cricket, but I do think they're going to have to step things up a notch if they are going to hit the heights they need to hit. And it's going to be a very competitive weekend of cricket, I'm sure. But Awaresh on track to challenge for their first ever ECN trophy. As far as the bowling went, well, twofers for Wirakun, his first ever on the network. Mickey Stoneman with 2 wickets also for Cambodge. And Macy, Junaid Khan deserves a shout out with 11 off his spell. Faf Stoneman with a really tight over as well, only going for 3. We'll take a break, back pretty shortly in around about 15 minutes. Take you into the 4th game of the day, and the battle for the wild card intensifies as the Fighters will be taking on the Werewolves when we return to the Santhanam Cricket Ground for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back to the Santarém Cricket Ground, the SCG of Europe, and we're rolling right into match 78 now. Still 2 games to go here on day 16. Coming up next, a rematch between the Fighters and the Werewolves. Well, both these two are still having visions of qualifying for the Super Fives that starts on Peacock Friday right now. Why don't we go back and see what happened at the toss a little while ago. We got Mahil Daub, who is filling in for Tyrone today. He's off, but the 2 captains were there for the coin toss in match 78.
It's tails. Fighters to call. Heads has been called, and it is heads. Fighters have won the toss and elected to bowl first.
Fighters following the script from earlier when they held the Lisbon Werewolves to 115 in their 10 overs and then chased it down, although it was never really a sure thing till the very end. In fact, the Fighters, at one point, they were a bit behind the 8 ball, chasing that 116 for victory. They were 52 for 3 after 5 overs, but then rebounded to put in a big 6, 7 and 8, 16, 20 and 23. Got them within range of victory and then finished it off. First ball of the night. Some players to watch. Sahota, he'd love to go big after missing out earlier on. But yeah, the Parvinder combination was pretty influential for Fighters. Verinder Virkin there as well. Powerful hitter. And I thought the sun would set before he'd get to the crease before, but he must have snuck in for time. And looking at the numbers, the Fighters 55-45 in this one. For the Werewolves, well, they've got a few key players as well. I think Ahmed Shafat's had a pretty good couple of days. He'll be behind the stumps. I think he'll probably open up as well. Amritpal Singh Jr. has come into the side last couple of days as well. So looking forward to this one. Getting ready for a start now. Yeah, the table's pretty interesting at the moment, with these two fighting for 3rd place. Werewolves 19 points, Fighters up to 22. It's a really big win here for the Fighters. They could shore up 3rd place. Tabish keeps his spot at the top of the order, so he's the one that opens up with Shafat in the end. Rahul opens the bowling. Yeah, so just kind of adjusting for games played. Werewolves, if you give them kind of a par performance last few matches, they're 1 point behind the Fighters, even though they're really 3 points behind. They do have a game in hand. Crute thinks about this one. I got to feel, honestly, this is probably a wide. I don't think it was fully inside. You'd be the judge. Maybe a bit lucky to get away with that, Rahul. We'll take the call. Suppose it could have gone either way. All right, tries to get on top of this, Tabish. And it's going to just plug in the outfield and run away for 4. So no long off back. And Tabish gets off the mark. Bit of a risky shot. I don't think he was 100% in control of it. Had to judge the bounce. I thought maybe he was even a little bit late on that, but with mid-off up, he was able to get it over the top and get 4 runs. This is in the air and caught. He's going to be out, and Tabish goes 4 and out. Rahul, well, he's always a dangerous customer. Generally bowls one side of the wicket. And a simple cat. Oh, you know, I'm not so sure about this one. To me, if you're really looking at that, I think that's a no ball in the clear light of day. I'm curious to see what happens there, but I think that they're saying it's out. Oh, again, we talked about the fact that rule might be unnecessary in the modern game. Oh, Tabish, no, he is going to get a reprieve, okay. I actually think that's the right decision. So, yeah, I'll get a free hit and he'll miss. I mean, to be honest, Rahul should know by now. I mean, he's been no-balled so many times for those. But yeah, well done by the officials. I thought for a second they perhaps we're going to let it go, but I think it's pretty clear. Stumps will do the fielding there. But the thing with Rahul, I mean, he never seems too perturbed by it, but if he's costing him wickets, it's costing him runs. I get that he likes to bowl wide of the crease, it's a habit, and you can argue whether that's a good tactic or not, but just needs to run in a lot straighter. So even if he does jump away at the last moment, that he's still well within the line. Having said that, he bowls a pretty good first over, even with that no ball, because there was only the no ball and the 4 off the over. 5 dots in there as well, and at the end of 1, the Werewolves are 5 without loss. Punjab CC Amadora already qualified for the Super 5s. Gamblers were runners-up in Group A there, also confirmed. We pretty much lock in Awaris and Marlow in the top 2 spots in Group B, but the biggest question is who is going to get the wildcard spot? They'll be starting with a bit of a points disadvantage, but I suppose you only need to make it up into 4th place to challenge on Finals Day on Sunday. Join us for the Super 5s Friday and Saturday, and then Finals Day Sunday. I had a question before about the name Singh, which you see a lot of them. It's a name prevalent in India, and most prevalent in northern India, actually. As Shafat gets ready to face for the first time, Sahota. He is the new bowler, but that's a brilliant shot. Gotta say, Shafat's been really good through this region all day. Just watches it all the way onto the bat. Finds the gap, threads the needle, gets 4 runs. But yeah, Singh, it's not really a surname in the sense that we would think of surnames in the Western world. Really, people will have a given name, and Singh just denotes that it's a male, S-I-N-G-H. Females would use the name Kaur, K-A-U-R. As this is hit away into the gap as well. I've got to say, I think you need to have a fielder there. I think you've been hit so many times throughout that region today. But, yeah, I think they're going to stick. Oh, no, I think they have put someone back there now. Bit short, though. Different ball. That's what happens. The ball overcorrects and drag down a bit. Shafak gets 3 on the spin. Good batting. Yeah, so just going back to what I was saying, so that's why I don't really think of it as surname the way that we think of surnames in the Western world, because both the male and female children will normally take on that surname, whereas certainly in the Punjabi culture, the boys will have the name Singh and the girls will have the name Kaur, K-A-U-R. This one I think was above the shoulder, not quite above the head. So that's why typically when I refer to the players, even though they might be Singhs, I'll typically refer to them by their given name. Maybe it wasn't above the shoulder on reflection, but umpires thought it was. Tight call. Shafat doesn't quite get the placement this time, but he will get a single. Now there are some variations as well. So in certain parts of Eastern Europe, the male children will have a name that ends in ov, but the females will have over. It's wide, well watched by Tabish. There are certain different naming customs. I mean, if you go to in Spain, for example, you typically have 2 surnames. You'll have your father's surname and your mother's surname. All right, lifted up by Tabish, who stared dismissal in the face and lived to tell the tale. He'll get that one over the leg side. Maximal to finish the second over, and the Werewolves are 25 without loss. At waist high, the Werewolves fighting back in that over. Only 5 came off the first, but the second goes magical with 20 coming off Harjot Sahota. Hello to Leroy Cunningham, who's watching from Jamaica. This is what I'm talking about. Werewolves, okay, they're a game behind, but they're 3 points behind. Huge game, the biggest game for them so far, because if the Fighters beat them, it'll be 25-20. 5-point gap to make up in 2 games. I think it'll be pretty difficult. Shafat carves this one. Well, he's toying with the field, isn't he? They put a fielder back behind point, and this one pretty much goes dead square. 90 degrees, maybe a little bit in front, to be fair to him. And that's going to be 4 more to the total, so the Werewolves fighting back. Remember, he did get caught out in the first over, but it wasn't out because Rahul got done for a back foot no ball. And now Tabish was the one that was caught, but not. Shafat, 17 off 6 with 4 fours. Doing his best work along the carpet. And that's a good comeback. This is Parminder, who has come on to bowl over number 3. Straighter. He doesn't fancy losing an ankle to the Grizzly, so he kind of withdraws it from circulation, and Shafat will catch him with another 4 along the carpet. Well, you won't need to mow the lawn at the Santharam cricket ground because, well, these drives are doing the job. Watch that. Cut it down. Now he goes for his favourite, and that's closer to the field, but not close enough. Oh, they're loving it at the moment, the Werewolves. Turning this into a very good power play. 37 without loss. But he's sound to him, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Joining me back in the commentary box for match number 78 is Corey Ruckers.
Yeah, good to be back, Vinny, and yeah, just sorting out a few logistical things. I'm on the early bird tomorrow, 3:30 a.m. leave.
Ooh, that is early. Anyway, this is another 4. How about the 4 count from Shafat, who's faced 10 balls, doesn't have any 6s, but 7 have gone along the ground to the rope.
Yeah, another nice shot, isn't it? Just shows you don't always have to go through the air. You can use the lovely facilities of the ground.
All right, let's talk about the significance of the name Singh. But I will say there are some exceptions. Singh is typically used for males and Kaur, K-O-U-R, for females, but you do get some exceptions. We've had some in the European Cricket Series as well. As this is cut away, but finally the fielder comes into action. Shafat will get 1. Yeah, 3:30 in the morning. So, I mean, what's your strategy then? Is that the
pickup?
Oh, the pickup's 3:30.
But that's, to me, when travel starts. It doesn't just think. So the flight's at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
So 3:30. So when you say, what's my strategy, do you mean what am I doing tonight?
Yeah, but I thought your flight was leaving 3:30, in which case...
No. Then you're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
Look, we could do another game tonight.
It's probably...
No,
a few people are asking for a rematch.
I just realised I might be having to share a room as well for the night because young Daniel's on that flight with me and needs somewhere to stay. So
doesn't take up much space, does he, though?
Could get interesting.
I think
Player-coach relationship.
I think your bathtub's got a bit of room. I think you could even throw one of your cushions in the bathtub.
Yeah, it saved me last night.
A good coach would give the player the bed, and then you do it rough.
No chance.
The old top to tail could be in.
The dog's just come in here.
Rahul needs to watch his feet. But the first one is played back, no run.
What do you do in that situation? Do you offer the bathtub?
Let me just think of these rooms.
They're
pretty big beds.
They can't do that. Player-coach relationship.
Aren't they 2 singles put together? You could probably ask them to make it up.
Mine isn't.
Oh, really? Got a suite, did you? It's another one from Rahul. Well, sooner or later, maybe when he costs fighters a spot in the wild card, he might learn.
Yep. No ball.
This is no ball, isn't it?
Yep.
So, yeah.
Well, they've got him. Oh,
yeah,
no.
Pinged him.
Unlucky, Rahul, but the cameras never...
don't lie.
Yep, gone.
Yeah, good call. Off-field official spots it. That's what they're there for. They're the eyes and ears. Maybe not the ears.
Oh, look, now he tried to go around the wicket, and the batsman pointed at him, and then he panicked and stayed over the wicket.
Oh, nice.
Oh, now he is going around.
Nice tactics. Just got to point straight back. Tell you what, if your balls were on the other side,
Well,
I'd be
hold on.
amazed.
What way is he coming?
Hopefully the right way. To be honest, this is one way to stop it. It's not going too far.
There's the catch it call off a no ball.
Still catch it if you want. But that's the thing. He should know that by now, Rahul. maybe it takes a bit of time to make some adjustments. Something that maybe in a domestic form of the game, if it's not televised, doesn't get picked up a lot. Because umpires got a lot to watch. All right, this one will be out if he can catch it. He gets under it, Rahul, and he drops it and actually wears it in the midriff. Not an easy one, running back cricket zombie style with the flight. As Tabish gets another life. Well, Tabish, he was caught off a back foot no ball. And then, like I said, it was a reprieve for him. Now Rahul drops him. Just cannot get rid of the Werewolves opener.
Oh, yeah, it's a pretty big mistake that. He'll be disappointed, Vinny.
But, you know, for all his sins, certainly a Rahul won't be one of those ones for the deep-heeled shoes, which some people say should be used by fast bowlers. He's only gone for 8 off 10 balls.
Yeah, Rahul. 1.4 overs, none for 8. Despite the no ball problems, he actually bowled a good spell. Oh, pushed into the offside. Top ball.
So, end of the over. Yeah, so Rahul. Yeah, look, I really like Rahul. I like what he's about. I like his accuracy. I like the kind of energy he brings to the crease. But he's got to sort out that back foot. Until this rule's change, which who knows, maybe it will be, because it doesn't make a lot of sense. It's not like he's getting a big advantage out of that. But yeah, he needs to sort it out, because he's going to cost himself wickets and he's going to cost his team runs in the meantime. As he will finish the over in style. That'll be the end of the over now, actually. It's 45 without loss after 4.
Vinny, have you ever gone into the deep depths of our Palantir before?
I don't get that much time to explore. What are you looking at in there?
I'm going to find Portugal ECS.
Palantir is the engine of the European Cricket Network.
There's a lot going on in here.
What are you looking for right now?
Where's our... I don't think I made myself available for this series, so currently I'm not working.
Okay. So you're not here right now.
I'm not here right now.
Okay.
Ah, there it is.
Yeah.
There's a lot of tabs
What role
in
would
this.
you like? You get to choose what role. CEO.
Oh.
Dare you to put CEO. Just straight above commentator. Go do it.
Preferred role, CEO?
Submit. Yeah,
What's
CEO.
my second preferred role?
Founder.
Okay, let me just...
See what they come back with. Yeah, sometimes they give you too many options. Here's the 5th over. Anyway, it's going to be whacked away. Gravinda comes, Gravinda goes. Maximo. The 50 and the 50 partnership, although it's never seemed completely assured. But Werewolves have made a bright start to this game. And that breaks a sequence of 8 balls without a boundary.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he's bowled him. And it's a perfect Yorker. And finally, Tabish will be removed from the equation. Round the wicket. Trying to cramp the right-hander for room. And over goes the timber. So the opening partnership is broken. It's Govinder Singh that does the trick. It's 51 for 1.
Yeah, good bit of bowling. He picks up the wicket. We know how important this game is to both these teams. And in the end, he'll have to go, Vinny. A quick one. Because I've put CEO and founder.
Yeah,
now,
what
if
happened?
that
Get a pay rise?
if I get confirmed, does that mean I am...
You're running European cricket.
It's about time.
And European cricket's down 89% in early training.
The Rutgers Shield.
Oh dear. No, Rutgers Shield would be like 2 teams of 11 of people that retired in their 20s from playing to be coaches, and they all have to play.
Oh, that is funny. The Rutgers Shield.
Well done, your promotion.
I've always felt like I could have been the founder of the ECN, just I was
Yes, you,
5 years too late.
Yes, you didn't have any of the attributes required to do it. The vision,
I've
backing,
got a lot of
the
vision.
contacts.
A lot of vision. I actually might go back into marathons. Last night was pretty impressive.
Got some pretty good vision of that as well. Anyway, right now, it is Gurvinder who comes around the wicket and follows up the wicket with the dots. Rajbir Singh, that comes out at number 3. Dave said he hasn't watched television for the past 17 years.
That is an absolute lie, Dave. That is hit down the ground beautifully, and that will be 6 runs.
A nice shot. Way to get off the mark for Rajbir. Maximo. Oh, well, swinging away. trying to keep things going after the departure of Mohamed Tabish. Were you going to say that's because really he's watching television right now?
Yeah, he's watching television more than any other human on Earth. He watches 14 hours a day.
That's one interpretation. Wow, that's rocketed off the bat of Rajbir, and that's going to be 6 more. Balle, 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 manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. And hello to Rico. That's a little bit of a shout out. Hope he's enjoying his week off.
He deserves a week off, that man. He works extremely hard and finally, hopefully, can put his feet up.
Maybe Dave's referring to the kind of television programs.
So I've been told this time to put my availability for the Netherlands series, so I'm going to go Remote Integrity Officer Support.
Okay. Rios. Hit leg side. That's into the gap. That's 4. So, like I said, it feels like the Werewolves' last stand here in match number 78. If they lose this one, it's hard to see a path back for them. They're playing like a team with their tournament on the line right now.
Yeah, they are. Good batting, finding runs at a will and doing what they need to do. Beautiful pitches out here in Santarém.
It's a great shot. In fact, it reminds me of some of the Ground Seebahn, for example, in Austria. But the old hills are alive with Sound of Music kind of vibes.
Yeah.
It's like something for maybe a 4-wheel drive commercial, don't you think, there as well?
That does.
It?
What was that off The Simpsons? Can you narrow? Yeah.
You know how in those car ads, this is probably not the greatest in-game analysis, but we are in the game and we're analysing, that they're always driving crazy things and they always kind of pull up in a random spot on the edge of a mountain or whatever. I don't know, it doesn't seem that realistic to me. Anyway, Werewolves gotten ahead in this game now. 67 for 1 after 5. Here's a friend of Eric who's going to bowl over number 6.
Oh.
Pretty close. I got to admit, Bucks doesn't like it. I think this is a classic umpire's call. I got to admit, I kind of liked it because I know it kind of hits him in line with maybe leg stump. How do you see it? You can see one stump here, almost 2. It's close, but I don't mind the decision. I think could have gone either way. You can debate it. Benefit of the doubt goes to the batter. I suppose that's the general way that it's done in cricket, but it's hard to see that one missing, if I'm completely honest.
I've just been informed from management that if I leave CEO, that they receive $0 per month match, so I will go back to commentary.
Oh, I love that.
I don't know how this thing works. A lot going on.
It's easy.
Nice ball, nice ball.
This one is nicely done.
I've somehow confirmed myself
It's so
twice.
easy, even a baby could use it.
Well, I'm
as well as an adult.
I'm a big baby, and right now, Vin, I think I've double confirmed myself for things.
Yeah, double pay then. You need to reduce your font size. That's the first thing you need to do, so it fits on one line.
Can you do that for me?
I think you press Control minus. That'll work.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm opening up your mind to new and exciting possibilities. Good game, this. Pretty well bowled by Verinda this time. I won't get it out of the infield. They'll get a single. What's a computer program that's obsolete now? Just speaking of computer programs, when we talked about game consoles, you know, before Google, I think it was called Alta Vista. Alta Vista used to be the search engine that I was taught on.
Alta Vista.
Alta Vista.
Firefox?
Right, this is in the air. It's a hand to it, does pretty well there. That's Rahul. Stops it from going to the boundary. Pretty good over that, just the 4 singles in it. And after 6, the Werewolves are 71 for 1. So yeah, after a magical 5th of 22 from Gurvinder Singh, the 6th only goes for 4. Yeah, Mozilla Firefox, that's a good one. What else don't we use anymore?
I've got a quick question. With the Brescia series coming up as well, because I know back on the ECI bandwagon,
Yeah.
who are the other 2 teams that will be playing?
In Italy,
Yeah.
I only know France at the moment. So if it's you, well, Italy will be one of them. I'm not sure. Maybe you need to ask. Sure, on Palantir, you'd be able to find out if you click on the series.
Whoa, what a shot, Vinny. Oh, I can't believe it's the reverse helicopter over mid-off. What a shot. Oh,
Wow.
that shot of the tournament.
Look what he's done here. He's just said, all right, I mean, it's the reverse, Oh, yeah. He just gives a little bit of this razzle-dazzle, like there was a shiver going down his spine. Yeah, liking that. And now he's liking this as well as Rajbir continues his good work, 28 off 8.
Yeah, what an amazing shot for that previous ball. Highlight clip that. That's your Andalusia shot of the day.
28 off 9 now, I should say. Yeah. It was like an afterthought helicopter, I felt.
Oh, big swing. No ding there. 81 for 1. Can they have a big finish, the Werewolves? That's where they lacked in the early game. They had a good start, but their finish wasn't good. Oh, again, sumptuous batting, Vinny. This man is playing with the bowler 4 more.
Wow. That was a brilliant shot. Really gets down and dirty here. Look at him. Get down, almost moves his head in the replay. This will show it here. Look at this. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
The old no-looker.
He's having some fun. That's for sure. Yeah, nice shot there again through the offside, and plenty going on. Last ball of the over. Popped over the offside, and well, shouts of catch, but going to fall a little bit short, and they'll just have to settle for the single in the end. So 7 overs complete. The score is, I think it's 87 for 1. This is what we've got coming up. We're talking a little bit about Brescia. Obviously, it's ECI women's, so that means that it might be a men's and women's.
It's both, yeah.
So it might just be Italy and Spain
yeah,
men's.
So, yeah, probably will be Italy and Spain. And then the Italian women will be taking somebody on. Ah, great. Yeah, of course, it's nice to sometimes have those. Probably a best of 5 match series then, I guess.
Yeah, I think you're right, Vinny. It will be.
I should have known that, actually. I had a close look at that graphic. Estonia will have a similar structure with their ECIs. That will actually be the same weekend. We're doing the KNCB final state. So we are getting... Oh! Damn it, it took a weird route back there, Shafat. Wants a wide. Not going to get one because it wasn't a wide. But just check out how close this is. She dives down, dances down, and then kind of goes, takes a side step, and
Just
back. Very close. Okay, this is up in the block hole. I mean, big shot for LBW, Corey. What was wrong with this one?
Well, he hit the middle of the bat. That's probably not going to be out, Vinny.
Middle maybe not 100% accurate, but...
Pretty close.
Bang. Little deflection. Oh, yeah. Well, lights, camera, action. Like, this is very, very high. And it's probably one of the better 2s that you'll see this year on the European Cricket Network.
He's having a crazy sort of innings. Amazing shots at the crease.
Oh, well, that's asking for trouble. And it's going to go for 4. Wasn't quite off the middle. Felt like they're thinking about this for an O ball. Except the batters want it, but I mean, the pictures will tell the story. Oh, I mean... It's a tough one. I think they were being called for a while, but maybe that's just dipping below the waist if he's in his crease. Next one's a wide, though. Still not really where Virit wants the ball. Heading for a kind of 120s total. I think that'll be a pretty competitive total, but this could be another good cricket match here. Ooh, pretty close. Bucks has a very good think about it. This again hits him probably in line with leg stump. And my instinct was actually looked worse because he actually moves after the impact. See, it's drifting. It's just missing for me. I think it's a good decision, but like I said, he moved right in front of the stumps after the impact. Anyway, plenty going on. As Virt will finish with a pretty tidy none for 12, even though 1 or 2 got away from him there. That's in his 2 overs. Just run a ball stuff, and the Werewolves are 95 for 1 after 8.
Yeah, we've got a good game on our hands here, Vinny. Bit of fight here from the Wolves. Got to appreciate it. These teams fighting tooth and nail to finish in a good position.
Dave said that now he doesn't really go to regular sources for his news, and he says he's cut off all advertising. But I think advertising these days, a lot of it is, it's everywhere. You probably can't avoid all advertising. Well, that's what our friends from Paramatch have told us. You see them on the screen right there. Oh, nutmeg, and missed by the keeper. 4 runs, 4 gifted runs, really. You can see that it's one of those ones, and Bilal is a good keeper. He'll be a little bit upset. This is a bit of mental fatigue coming in, I think, because, look, doesn't move. He assumes, okay, that's going to hit the stumps, or it's going to hit the bat or the batter. It hits neither, or none of the above, I should say, and ends up going to the fence. Hello to Steve McVeigh. Boa tarde to you as well. Beautiful sunny day in Portugal. I'm sure that Steve is well aware of that. Doesn't live too far away. 24 degrees currently. Inside half the bat. Still rolling towards the line, but it'll hold up. 2 fielders will have the chance to field it. Nice throw, nice return there. Just 2 runs as the Werewolves will bring up the 100 with that couple of runs with 10 balls remaining. Right, this is lifted up in the air, holding up, doesn't carry down there. Again, I say, rocketing return. This is Lalit Kumar. He's been a reliable bowler for the Fighters. Good partnership, this one. Not going to set any speed records, but I mean, they've carried on the good work. 51 put on for the first wicket, 52 for the second, or 51 I should say at the moment. And now it ends. So how about that? It's Kumar, a slight bit of in-swing on that delivery. It was full, and the stumps are KO'd. Werewolves will lose a second wicket. Rajbir with a bright 39, but he has to walk back with the score at 102 for 2. So yeah, the first pair put on 51. And then Ahmed Shafat and Rajbir put on 51 as well. Gaganpreet Singh will come to the crease. Probably not a bad time for him to come out. He is a big hitter. You just never quite know who's going to fire and who won't. Stuart noticed. I make my point that advertising is a little bit ubiquitous these days. All right, it's Gaganpreet time. Let's see what he's got. Despite their 250 partnerships, they're still behind in the game, the Werewolves, according to the numbers. Well, Gaganpreet likes to hit hard, and he finds the gap here. Doesn't quite get the elevation, but he will get 4. Decent start to his innings. Kumar just a fraction short. It was the full ball that worked for him. This time Gaganpreet basically sees it. Sees it's offside, hits it offside. 4 carreras, good start to his innings. Oh, now he knocks him over. I actually think that Lalit loses his run there, and it makes it a bit slower. Don't know how intentional it was, but it never arrived. And Gaganpreet, well, he was through the shot forever and a day before the ball arrived in his general vicinity. Off stump is knocked out. And the Werewolves lose 2 in the over. Lalit Kumar chipping in. Score is 106 for 3. So, Werewolves, it's kind of stagnating a little bit in the last 2 overs, we've seen 2 4s hit. There was a 4 buys, but no Maximos. In fact, you have to go back 17 deliveries since the last Maximo. 2 for 7 in the over from Lalit, but he won't get another one because that's the night. This is the 10th, and you can't bowl 2 overs in a row. 106 for 3, and Corey, funny kind of innings this one. Looks like it could be a similar kind of score. Remember, the Werewolves put on 115 the last time these two teams met.
It's very similar to the earlier game. It really is. It's going to be a wide, but this is the thing with left armers. Tell you what, sometimes they get away with a little bit more.
Well, this is, I think, inarguably over the line.
But next week, that's a huge spot to be going for now.
It still comes down to the fact that if the umpire's not sure, it should be a wide. So it's that not short we're talking about. No chance of a square up. No, Buck says it's another dot. Shafat, he might be taking that one to the Court of Appeal, that first one. Now he finds himself in the corner. 2 dots to start the over. He plays a good shot here, though. Shafat will probably get 2 if he's paying attention. He is. I think the fielder was forced to go for the emergency. Bat back, didn't want to concede the 4, but have to concede the 2.
Yep, one nice shot. Doing it right here, aren't they? Just ticking it over.
Left foot. This is what I'm talking about, some of these triggers that these batters have. Now, Shavat, we know he's a good cutter of the ball, but have a look at the front foot going outside leg. So you'll see it in a minute. You see this foot here goes to the right of screen, but the ball's going to the left. So it makes it really hard to reach. Just a little trigger there. This time it's a bit straighter so he can reach. It hits down the ground and gets 4. Well, that time it works. It was more about the ball being in a better zone. Shafat having that front foot going to the same place every time at the moment. He'll get 4. They'll just take what they can get at the moment. Werewolves scrambling for every possible run.
Yeah, exactly right. Every run counts, Vinny. We know what happened in the earlier game today. Trying to get an opportunity to capitalise here.
I'm just going to put this out there in the break. Give us your best conspiracy theories.
Man didn't land on the moon.
Amongst others. Swing and a miss. All right. Well, that's a race he's probably not going to win, although we've seen keepers miss from there before. So it's Gurpreet who'll go without facing a ball. And the Lisbon Werewolves, 112 for 4. I don't mind trying that. Bit of an average killer, really. It's a diamond duck for Gurpreet. And that'll take us to the end of the 10 overs. Werewolves don't quite make what they made before then. On that occasion, they made 115. This time, 3 less. They'll make 112 off the 10 overs. They're going to have to bowl and field very well to defend this. But remember, they were in a reasonable position earlier. Well, Marta, she was ready to go, raring to go here in match number 78. And I've got to say, there's a little bit of violence out there at times from the Werewolves. I think the fighters, if they could do it before, they'll feel like they can do it again. If they can chase this 113, I think they're in a really good position to qualify for the later stages of the tournament.
Yeah, completely agree, Vinny. It's going to be an interesting chase. It's so similar to the game this morning, but they chased it well when they had a late push. Will they be able to do it again? We're going to have to wait and see. A long way to go in this one. It was an interesting innings. This was an amazing shot. The reverse helicopter over mid-off for 6. Runs were flying, and usually in this format, when someone gets going, it's very hard to contain them. There it was. What a remarkable shot. That's the shot of the tournament, surely. Haven't seen anything like that before. Inside out over mid-off. Tried to imitate it a little bit later, but had the stumps disturbed. So that was the end of his innings. It was a late fight back from Fighters CC to contain Lisbon Werewolves to 112 for 4. I think they'll be a bit disappointed. It's very similar to the previous game. It was a good start, but in the end, sort of fell away with it. And overall, I think we're in for another interesting chase, but not going to be easy. 112 does feel like it's under par. Let's have a quick look at the scorecard, shall we? 44 off 32 for Shafat, batted through the innings. 39 off 17 for Rajbir, and 8 extras, but 112. I think they left a couple of runs out there, that is for sure. Let's have a look at the bowling scorecard, shall we? 2 for 7 for Lalit Kumar. And 2 overs, none for 8 from Rahul. Good economy, and that is the big reason why they've been able to restrict them to a pretty poor score. Anyway, that's the end of the innings. 112-4. Do join us back in the next 10 minutes for the exciting run chase. Thank you.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Buenas tardes, hello cricket lovers, and welcome back to the Santarém Cricket Ground. Time for the second half of a pretty important match here in Group B between Fighters and the Lisbon Werewolves. In the first half of this game, the Werewolves were inserted by the Fighters. They put on 112 for 4 in the 10 overs. 113 is the victory target for Fighters Cricket Club. Have to do that in the 10 overs. Now, if they could do it in the 7, I mean, that's pretty challenging. It's about 16 and over they'd need, but they would take 4 points and would really kind of shut the gate, I think, on third place in this group and even the wild card spot. So that's probably the back of their mind, but I think they'd just be really happy to win this game. It was a pretty entertaining game earlier when there was a similar total on the board. On that occasion, instead of 112, there was 115 posted in the first innings, and Fighters did get there fairly easily in the end with 7 balls to spare, 11 balls to spare, I should say. But at one stage, they were quite a lot behind the rate. If they could have an absolute heater here, 78 or less, the Werewolves could take all the points. And look, don't count that out. We know that they're quite a combustible batting lineup here, Fighters. I think this is going to be a pretty entertaining second innings. This has a little bit of Golden Ball vibes to me. We know we had it before between these two teams, and just a good partnership between Parminder and Parvinder kind of put the game to bed. It's going to be Rohit Singh to get us going. 113 for victory. And the first one just sneaks past the outside edge of Virender Virak. I think the openers struggling, a lot of them, even some of the better players going around in Europe, playing and missing a lot early in this series. And I just think there's a bit in this pitch early. Nice swinging around. Fighters, 2 times out of 3 they chase this. But is this the 1 time out of 3 for the Werewolves? They're struggling because we're 2 weeks away from the next full moon. Potentially. Oh, well. Faria becomes a huge body target for Rohit. And in the end, I think this takes some of the gloves. But this is a classic what not to do. Because with an in-swing bowler, if you back away, then you're just creating more of a target of acceptability for the bowler. Anyway, Rahul has been given the responsibilities. They have kind of really chopped and changed their order, but I think that's all about trying to get all of their top 6 batters opportunities. Been given leg byes in the end. It's interesting. Yeah, it probably was, but originally the umpire may have thought. Took a bit of the glove. Well, this one goes the other way, and that's going to be a big wide. I think taking early wickets and winning the power play pretty important for the Lisbon Werewolves. Nice take behind the stumps by Ahmed Shafat. I asked you just before the break, name some of your favourite conspiracy theories. So feel free to throw them in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Next one just worked away for a single. Dave's got one. Aliens were on Earth before man. So really, we are the aliens. Giants walked among men and men walked among dinosaurs. I've opened a can of worms here with Dave. He's listed about 50. I'm going to have to scroll back and get to the top of this. Wow. That's one way. And to be honest, Virik, he understands his error that he backed away. And so he fronts away this time. And have a look at this one. And he just misses the stumps. No chance it'll be a wide. I'm down a rabbit hole now in the chat. Big in-changers here from Rohit. Oh, well, the fronting away only lasted 1 ball. This one hits the front of Virik. Another leg by, but didn't have a great start before, fighters. Had to battle back. Yeah, there's talk of microchips. Aliens built the pyramids. Yes, Stuart. Now we're talking. Getting informed. Talk about multiple dimensions as well. All right, last ball of a pretty successful first over. Helped step away again from Rahul, but this time he'll get into the gap. So he makes it hard for himself, but he's good enough to catch up with that one. Doubles the score, last ball of the first. And at the end of 1 over, it is 8 without loss. Yeah, this outfield just gets quicker and quicker as the day goes on. A couple of days of sunshine. 91 matches since the golden ball. We saw Conrad Greenshields conquer his kind of 90s bogey. Had a couple of 90s in the ECS, but he scored 148 not out earlier today. The top 5. It's in the top 5 all time on ECN. All right, this one's in the slot as Rajbir is lifted out of the ground. Maximo! I suppose the difference here is there's not really a lot of the big in movement on this compared to in the first over. So Virik gets a good look at it, sizes it up and puts it up and over the leg side. Virik's not going to die wondering, is he? Hey, I like that Dave's comment. saying, I wonder how many conspiracy facts that Vinny will talk about. I mean, the fact used facts there is quite interesting. And also, here's a conspiracy theory. Maybe some of the ones I don't mention are because I know too much and I'm part of it. What do you think? All right, he's flat bats this. Again, it sits up. It's not necessarily an easy one to get in control of, but Virk smashes it. Maximo, 6 more. Look how high this is. It's like a flat bat drive. Like a tennis shot if you were trying to hit it out of the stadium. Oh, he misses out on this full toss. But yeah, this is another one. Doesn't really want to play these with a straight bat. It's probably knee high. Yeah, Julian's got the best conspiracy theory right now. All right, that's high. Very, very high. And once again, we're going to have a 6 runner. But it wasn't quite as far as the other one. This was certainly getting the elevation, maybe not quite the contact that Virk was looking for, but he will get Maximo, 6 runs. Julian Dawson says, conspiracy theory, Corey bought a round of drinks. Well, there's some alternative facts if ever I've seen one. Doesn't have to, everyone's always trying to buy Corey drinks. He's a popular guy, and speaking of him, here he is, back here. Towards the end of the second over. How are you, Corey?
Good, thanks. What's the topic? Conspiracy theories that are true
theories.
Or just...
Conspiracy facts actually was mentioned. It's going to be a while.
No, he got some...
He hit it?
Yeah, he got a little bit of bat.
Did well to hit it then. Into the over, 26 without loss.
I've got one for you. Everyone's against us. Spain, Team Spain, everyone working against us at the ECC. Okay. It was rigged. Someone had given Sikandar the superhuman bat. The year before, they called Yassir at a pivotal moment.
Leaving that one alone.
Look at the table, Vin.
Werewolves 3 points behind. With a win here, they could make up the ground, or some ground. They'll be 1 point behind still. Yeah. Like that. Oh, Dave B saying he's been doing alternative research every night since 2006. Part of his nightly routine.
Wow.
All right, this one comes in. They do stick with the same bowler. And Rohit has been getting a lot of good in-swing. Rahul able to clip the first one away. But to be honest, I like this because he certainly won the battle with Virk. He didn't really handle the in-swing well. Tended to back away except for one when he did the opposite dramatically. Yeah, you see the issue there. Just doesn't like the ball darting into him. Sees it, but then can't adjust. Actually can't get inside the ball. Did it once. Like I said, it was a dramatic bit of movement pre-delivery. Good bouncer.
Yeah, very good bowling. Good game on our hands, but they need to probably get Virk out pretty soon.
Just think about who's to come. The double P attack. Parvinder Parminder. Hasn't missed by too much either. Big game this. Fighters finishing up their campaign today. They play now. They play their last game of the night against Ronan CC as well, and then they're done. So it's get the points now and see if it's enough.
Quite warm conditions today as well.
Other thing there is, the fighters. With a win here, they'd equal the 25 of Gorka. Anyway, this is in the air. Holding up a little bit. And, well, you wouldn't believe it. There's a lot of eye contact, but there isn't a lot of attempting a catch about this one. Gurpreet argues his case with some gesticulations. But really, that's a ball that someone needed to try and get a hand on.
Yeah, disappointed. Yeah, you can hear a lot of noise out there in the field because that was an opportunity. You see, it means a lot to these guys. A lot of pressure around the ground.
Living a bit of a charmed life out there at the moment. Wow, this was Kind of gloved away but down the hill. That'll be 4. Maybe a bit unlucky. I suppose you roll the dice with the short ball though, don't you? So Rahul will get 4, and Fighters is finding a way to tick that score along at the moment.
Yeah, it's not conventional. It's not out the middle of the bat, but it's runs, and that's all that matters at the moment. Keep ticking along. Find the runs when you need and see what you can create. 32 for none after 2.5. 81 off 43 required.
Rahul, 10 off 4. Well, I think they'll be pretty happy to see the end, Virak in particular, of Rohit Singh, who has really caused a few problems. Rahul will face his last ball. Pretty much on track run rate wise. And he might be able to get this one away for a run at the end of the power play. Into 3. Fighters fighting again. There, 32 without loss. Beautiful sunny afternoon here. Weird first innings. Just have a look at that. You've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 as your bottom 5 overs. And you've got 22, 20, 17, 16, 11. So it was really an innings of the haves and the have-nots. A bit of a Jekyll and Hyde effort from the Werewolves to get them up to 112. I like some of these ECN-based conspiracy theories as well. Julian thinks that Vinny is controlling our cricket brains. You will like European cricket. I don't think I have to do too much. I think it sells itself. Steve says maybe ECN is a plan to stop him from finishing his PhD. I want to know, well, Dave, you've been researching for 18 years. Tell us what you found. Obviously, you must have found a fair bit. Virak survives the power play. Had a few hairy moments in there. That's the thing. The longer they go without losing wickets, the more I think Fighters firm in this chase, because they've got plenty of hitters in the middle order to come. Getting pretty windy out there, I think, at the moment. But first ball of Guravinda passes without incident. This time throws the hands at it. Virak looks a lot more comfortable with the ball swinging the other way. Puts it up and over the offside. Maximo. 6 runs. Have a look at it here. Now he's not worried about the ball following him. He can go out and get it. He goes and gets it. Oh, Kroom. That's a very elaborate strategy. It says, given how often and how brazenly Bairstow left his crease, is it possible he was implementing an English team strategy to turn a bad loss into this partial moral victory? Malarkey. I love the use of the word malarkey in there. Williyat Ali Chandio calls this European Mental League. Well, EML cricket doesn't quite have the same ring to it, but hard to see what you're getting at, Williyat. Off the end of the bat. And that one is going to find its way to the boundary. And it's very, well, he's kind of riding his luck at the moment, isn't he? And I think that's very low down on the bat. Jasvinder Singh, who's doing this bowling, I believe. Govinder still to come for Fighters. Dave has said, how long we got? Well, we've got a lot of time here on ECN. Maybe just give us your best stuff. I know. There's lots of people looking forward to a lot of cricket. And obviously the Western Shield was a big success over the weekend. A lot of international cricket coming back later in the year on ECN. Oh, popped up. And this will be a single. First up here. .641 in the over. Fighters just found a way to overhaul that target last time, didn't they? Off the leg. It'll be a kicked 4. As it ends up under the fence. 4 carreras. 4 carreras para el pie. 4 runs off the leg. And they all count at the moment. That's probably an error from Jasvinder Singh, really. Getting too close to legs in the first place, even though he won't be found responsible for the runs. .66 off 37. Head of the rate a little bit, only just at the moment. This one straightens a little bit, but takes enough of the outside edge. That goes for 4 as well. There's a little bit of string hanging off the end of the bat. That's a bit risky. I suppose that string's part of the bat. But anyway, the 50 and the 50 partnership comes up off the last ball, the 4th. Fighters are 51 without loss.
Good game of cricket, Vinny. Once again, these teams going neck and throat, 12 and over. They're ahead at the rate at the moment, and they've got the wickets in hand, so you'd imagine they'd have to fall over their own feet to lose this, but you never know. 2
very good logos. The Werewolf's pretty intimidating. And the Fighters, check out the guns on that.
Looks like it.
I'll see it down the bottom in a minute. As they're batting at the moment. You're looking forward to the ECC, of course, coaching Spain, assuming you still have your job by then. Switzerland, Belgium, Malta and Finland, your group. No easy groups, though, in the ECC. Top 21 playing ECC Premier Division. Top 21, of course, according to the rankings. The other 11 playing ECC X for the first time. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting indeed. Obviously, all 4 groups have a lot of heavyweights in them. Obviously, now that it's splitting into ECC X and ECC, so can't wait for that. As the first ball from Ram is driven quite nicely down the ground, just for a single. Interesting ones here in the chat. Probably not a lot I can read out, but yeah, I suppose only those people would know how accurate those statements are or not. If you're in the chat, you'll know what we're talking about. Rahul, 14 off 7. Ram, he's having a pretty good series. I've loved his change to over the wicket, Corey. Yeah, he's been quite effective coming over the wicket and angling it in at the stumps. He's been able to get a couple of wickets in his last few bowling performances. And they're going to need him to now, with 61 required off 35. The batting team definitely favoured at the moment. 4.2 overs bowled. Yeah, they've got other options to come with the ball, but they just need someone to burst through this partnership. Yeah, burst through is probably a good word as well. That's what Ram tries to do. I like that he's full and he's at the stumps. He's knocked over a lot of batters bowled in LBW in the series since he's made this change over the wicket. Yeah, completely agree, Vinny. He looks a lot more threatening. Always seems to be honing in at the pegs. And can he slip one through, pick up a wicket, give his team a bit of life? Yeah, the Paul McCartney one. Have you heard that conspiracy theory? No. It's an interesting one. All right, this isn't going too far at all, but it's perfectly going to fall behind the pitch. No fielder there. The Paul McCartney one is that they actually replaced him. He's not the original Paul McCartney. Really? It's a proper. And if you actually play one of their tracks backwards, it sounds a bit like "Turn me on, dead man. Turn me on, dead man." Really? Look it up. It's a bit creepy. Very. What actually says that when you play it backwards? Hello, Paul. If you're watching. If you are, Paul. Anyway, this is in the air. Oh. He can't quite turn it into a catch here. Yeah. That's Tabish down the ground.
Yep, and there's the remonstrating. It's never a good look when you've not been able to affect the catch and then everyone starts yelling at you. Not a good feeling indeed. Got there comfortably, just totally misread it.
Didn't get the hands together, didn't get in the catching position, really, did he? Ronan making a few good points in the chat as well.
I think you've opened up a can of worms, Vinny.
This one is up in the air, and that's going to travel 6 runs maximal. How about that? As Rahul puts it up and out of the ground. 6 carreras. Liking what he's doing here. Anyway, halfway through this innings, Fighters are 62 without loss after 5. So 62 in the first half, they need 51 in the second half to keep their stranglehold on 3rd spot.
Yeah, it's not looking good right now.
When I say it's played backwards, it says that. It's like if you're really listening for it, some people would think that's what it says. Do you know
Oh,
what I'm
okay.
saying? Like, you
So
know,
it's not clear as day.
I wouldn't say it's very clear. Most things have a rational explanation. Maybe just we don't know it yet.
What about the pyramids? Have been brought up yet?
Some people said the aliens built the pyramids.
Did man really build a perfect pyramid back then?
We don't know what man was capable of back then.
Wasn't there one where didn't Hitler escape to Argentina? Wasn't that one as well? It's lots of conspiracies, every
What are
category.
some of your favourite, some good ones you brought up?
I think
straight
the
away?
moon.
Bet Elvis is alive?
Moon landing.
Fake, do you think?
Faked.
Do you know Buzz Aldrin, the second? As this is up. Well, Viet likes it straight off the stick, and why not? 'Cause that's over the fence. Maximo! Werewolves just haven't been able to get the breakthrough here. Gaganpreet Singh's come on now. He's put up and out of the ground. You know, Buzz Aldrin, the second man on the moon, second comes right after first, punched a guy out who challenged him that it was a
I
conspiracy.
think I've seen that. I think I have seen that. Why is no other country sent, man?
Costs a lot. Why the US hasn't since. Costs a lot of money and quite a few problems here on Earth. Turns out there's just rocks up there anyway.
That's all they're telling us. Wide.
Reckon there's Martians.
Reckon they went up there and there was a little message and it said, no, do not leave.
Yeah.
This is our turf.
In English.
Do you reckon we do ECS moon?
Longest hit golf ball I think was on the moon. Because of the gravity. They actually, do you know they hit golf balls up there?
I thought it was Antarctica.
Anyway, might have been beaten since. Anyway, this is hit and well handled out there. Great job by Martha up in the tower this afternoon.
Can she hear? Can she hear us up there?
She can.
Hi, Martha. Hope you're doing well. No, it's been a tough old day for you. Fiery customer last night at games night.
She was, but she's doing a good job up there. In windy conditions. This will probably be 2 runs, but no, it won't be. There's a slight disagreement from Virik, who puts up the stop sign. Happy with the
I'm
one.
trying to think of other conspiracies. It's not my category. I've got a friend that's really... Everyone has that one friend that's deeply into them. Dave seems like a character that would be into all of them.
Yeah. Well, I want to know, I've got a serious question for Dave. Of your conspiracy theories, all right, this one is going to be edged for 4. So probably not a shot that's going to win a lot of beauty contests, but will be useful runs. Werewolves just looking a little bit flat. Things haven't gone their way. You can see that with body language. So I'm going to ask this. So Dave, of all the things that you believe, your conspiracy theories, what percentage do you think are actually true? Do you think they're all true? Or do you think maybe kind of like 1 in 5 is true, or like 20% is true, or 50% is true?
Do you remember, I got one, the sports one. Michael Jordan's first retirement was because of his gambling debts and gambling issues. So that's why he retired and then said, I'm back.
Really?
Conspiracy.
Hello to Michael, if you're watching. I didn't know that one. I always think you're a bit, I think of you as like Dennis Rodman, me having a knock on your hotel room door. We talked about that yesterday, actually. Wasn't quite like that. Pretty well behaved. Oh, watch out. There's the Tortuga. And if you want to know when things are running against you, well, when you put both knees down and you basically get in a fairly pious position. Look, and then DDC giving him a free lesson. Have a look at this. Look at this one, just jumps through, and it's just gone through the old 5-hole there, and then DDC, he comes up, and he gets some free advice. But 34 off 25 now. DDC, he's actually your bedmate tonight. We're just talking about the fact that you guys are on the same flight. 3:30 a.m. you're leaving the hotel. So I guess you'll find out if he snores or not. Right now, it'll be the end of the 6th over, and the Fighters in pretty good position here. 80 without loss after 6.
Yeah, another 4 runs to the total. 50 up as well for Verk. 50 off 25. 23 off 11 for a Hull. Looking in complete control.
Yeah, give us some more conspiracy theories. I mean, I think it'd be quite interesting. I mean, I wouldn't want to be famous, but if you're famous and people give you all these conspiracy theories, or like the paparazzi. Like, you ever had the paparazzi follow you around?
In Pakistan.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yep.
And they start telling you stuff that you know is not true. But what are you meant to do? Just go, all right. I know I was a bit embarrassed a while ago when I was linked to Claudia Schiffer for a while, and it's been embarrassing for both of us. We're only friends. As we start the 7th over, starts with a wide. Fiuk, by the way, he's brought up his 50 off 25 balls. He's ridden his luck in this. Kind of caught me by surprise, because it probably should have only been a single, turned into a 4, and then brought up the 50 off the last ball of the over. Good innings in the end. Got to make the most of the luck you get. Looked a little bit uncomfortable early on against the in-swingers of Rohit Singh.
Yep, more runs flying. 32 off 22. So difficult to win a game from here with the ball. You need someone to bowl out of their skin, Vinny.
Just need to start by taking a wicket. Because right now, you're not going to be able to hold these two to kind of 9 and over or less. Tell us a rumour about you that wasn't true. Rumour gate. Any rumours? Do you think of any?
Of rumour.
Ah.
Well, that's tough. Oh, a bit of foot fielding there.
I've asked you a question that I can't answer myself.
Well, I'm trying. Yeah, I
think
can't.
of one myself.
A rumour. A rumour's a bit. Yeah, I don't know. I like the conspiracy chat more.
Whacks this, and that's going to be 4. Vierik past the 50, and he's looking like he's got this game in the palm of his hand at the moment. Cuatro carreras más.
Yeah, nice shot. Really nice shot. Wide ball, and he spanks it away for 4. Good batting.
The thing about conspiracy theories is they can exist because it's very hard to disprove something. The burden normally is on to prove something with evidence. But if you say something, then almost anything can be true. You can't conclusively disprove it. I think see here's something here, Gurpreet, but I don't think so. End of the 7th over. Fighters 86 without loss after 7. Coming up in the last match of the day. Starting in around about 40 minutes. Ronan CC have their 3rd match of the day, taking on the Fighters. Last chance for the Fighters, and Ronan for that matter, to gather points here in Group P. Join us for the last game of the day. Fighters winning the toss and batting first in the last game of day 16, match 79. Right here on ECN. Join us for that one. What do you think about the Fighters batting first in that one, Corey?
Yeah, well, they want to get the runs on the board, and you can't fathom that, really. I would have thought they'd bowl first, roll them, and try beat them quickly.
Slight change of tactics, I suppose, compared to what we've seen from them today. All right, 3 overs to go, 27 required. Is there a kind of twist in this timeline? Kashi Ram, probably the guy you'd want. This has popped up in the air, hanging and dropped. Well, that's not helping. That's Tabish who puts it down. I mean, it's a ball that probably should have been put away, but there's a leading edge, popped up as an opportunity, and Werewolves really only have themselves to blame for this one. Viking Bay's got an interesting conspiracy theory there. Are Michael Jordan and Corey the same person? Have you ever seen them in the same room? Well, Well said, Viking Bay. All right, he's going to keep swinging. Here's Virk. Now, this one's in the air as well, but this time it'll be caught. And about time, say the Werewolves. Well, you can argue that Virk's been more destructive, and that wouldn't have been an opportunity if the other one had been dropped, had been caught. So, look, in the end, it's well that ends well, I suppose.
I think Stuart's probably got the best conspiracy theory that it's actually true, and I can confirm that's not a conspiracy theory. But yeah, what a good innings from that man on your screen, Vinny. He's done a good job and got his team right to the wire to win this game.
Yeah, 87 for 1. We'll say that it's, as me and my secret partner say, when people start talking about us, you just got to shake it off. Shake it off. That's Jagwant Singh, the sub, that takes that catch to dismiss Ronan Virk for 55. And Kashi Ram does come back, does take the wicket. Let's see if they can turn it into something more. Oh no, I don't really want Travis Kelce knocking at my door. Good point, John. Maybe you need to quash those rumours. .26 off 16 now. Oh, really good ball. You know what? They're not out of this. I know they're going to run into Parminda and then Parvinda, who are in hot form. But you just got to try and win the next battle. And with 26 off 16, you know, you win the next 2-3 balls, you're right back in the mix here.
Yeah, you are back in the mix. You're right. 26 off 15. Someone's going to have to make those runs and step up. 87 now for 1.
Fighters last time had to play from behind. This time they're well ahead.
Oh.
He gets a piece of it, but not the whole lot. And you start looking at that Tortuga that kind of blasted through for 4. I suppose the drop catch in a way it worked out because then Virk went the very next ball. That doesn't really cost them. Rahul is still there. He's been there since the very start. 25 not out at the moment.
Yeah, 25 off 14. Rahul's still there, though. Yeah, he wants to be the man to bat through and get them these runs.
Got players in form, that's the thing. The fighters. Ram, got 2 more balls to change the narrative. All right, this one is up, and it's in the air. And it's going to be taken. Well, things are turning now. Gurpreet takes the catch. So both openers go in quick succession. And Fighters CC, well, they can see the finish line, but they're not there yet. Could be some drama ahead here in match 78. Fighters, 88 for 2.
Yep, 88 for 2. Another wicket goes, and you're right, Vinny. Does this open up a little door for the bowling unit? It gets high on the bat, straight up in the air, and he has to go.
Sports highlights mentioning when Virk was dismissed. Finally, a catch has been taken yet.
What about the old Kennedy assassination? Was it Harvey?
Plenty of thoughts on that. They rubbed him out pretty quickly, didn't they?
They did.
I suppose coincidences happen. So people like, as humans, I'm talking a scientific way, people like to think things happen because of other things.
What about the Dave B. Cooper? Jumped out of the plane. You know that one?
That's one of my favourites. Oh, DB Cooper.
Very good.
DB, have you seen the Netflix program on that?
Yeah. Then
brilliant.
I'm going to send you a link to an even better.
Please do. I love that one. I want to go to there's a brewery, I think, in Vancouver.
Really?
That's all themed by that. Very interesting story. All right. So Hotta, interesting. He comes out in this situation. I would have thought they would have gone to Parvinda. So Hotta's very capable, but Parvinda seems to have had more batting lately and had a bit more success. But the captain trusts himself, and that's the end of the over. He's off the mark. It's 89 for 2 after 8.
So what's your call on DB Cooper? What happened?
Think he made it?
Yeah?
I don't know. Do you think he made it?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
What leads you to that conclusion?
Never been found?
Yeah. A lot of people go missing, they're never found. Doesn't mean they're alive.
Okay, I'm sending you a link.
Look up DB Cooper.
Watch that tonight. It's a 35-minute doco. You
sold me.
You'll love it.
Found it very interesting. Seemed quite well mannered on the plane. Seemed to know exactly what he wanted. DB Cooper.
Yeah.
All right, hey, we got a game on here. This could potentially affect the wild card spot. Gorka 11. I think they're huge Werewolves fans here as well, by the way. Oh, they'll be tuning in.
Yeah, we've got a very good game on our hands.
All right, here we go. Starts with a flat bat from Sahota. Cut off down the ground, just a single. Wow, this could be tight, you know.
Okay, 23 required off 11. 2 new men at the crease, so they're feeling a little bit twitchy as well.
Oh, Groom's got an interesting one I might have to look into further as well. All right, 23 off 11. Parminder faces up. Oh, it's not a good ball. At this stage, it's short. It is down on its knees. It's begging to be hit for 6. And Parminder says, I'll put you out of your misery. Maximo, 6 runs, not what the Werewolves needed at this point in time.
Yeah, what a nice shot that is. Down the leg side for 6. Good batting.
One hand special down the leg side. But, it's one thing to get hit with a good shot for 6, but that was really a bad ball. Getting put away. 17 off 10 now. Oh, wow. That's going to go as well. Now, this one is hit with some authority. That's Big Daddy territory, isn't it? Parminder goes bang. And really, with that, they get it down to 11 off 9. It's really hard to see a path back for the Werewolves now.
Yeah, that was massive. From the moment it left the bat, you just knew it was going to be 6, maybe even 12. Brilliant shot and good batting.
Not what they needed, to say the least. Gurpreet Singh.
Yeah, that 4 and 6 really kills it, doesn't it? I mean, with 8 wickets in hand, 11 off 9, should be chasing that.
Yeah, at least the next one. The second one was a better shot rather than just a bad ball, but yeah, the first one kind of started this momentum shift. Gave it all back to fighters. Oh, so thanks for the nighttime watching tonight. This is your last day with us for a little while. I think you're back in maybe about 3 weeks or so in.
Yeah, not that long.
Not that long. That's good.
I'll be more into the Italian scene, actually. I really enjoy going to a new place.
All right, in the air. And this one is also going to fly. Going, and gone. Maximo 3 on the spin. I think kills the contest. Fighters looking very comfortable now. And remember, fighters, they will have another game. Last game of the day against Ronan CC. I won't say they've been completely convincing today against the Werewolves, but looks like they're going to win both the matches.
Yeah, can you believe it? There's 3 boundaries in a row, Vinny, and that's game over. 5 off 8. Can he finish at this ball?
All right, this one is up, and it's high, and it's a Bermuda triangle that forms, and then they're going to scramble back for 2, but this is a tight knit Bermuda triangle. That means just 3 required for victory.
So 3 to go. Singh's come out, done a really good job. He's the reason why they're going to get to this victory.
Last ball of the 9th then. And could be the last ball of the game. It won't be because that's out. Oh, look. Gives you a fighting chance, but Sahota's going to be facing up with 6 balls to get 3. But yeah, a little bit of the little too late about this. Parminder goes for 21 off 7. Gurpreet feels like a consolation wicket, but you never know. If you can stack up a couple of dots, maybe a few nerves can set in. But at the end of 9, fighters are 110 for 3.
Yeah, 3 runs to go. It is a last over finish, but I think the writing's on the wall, Vinny. We know how this one's going to end.
Sometimes you know, sometimes you don't know. I do think with Sahota to face up, and then look at his partner is Parminder Singh. He's coming off 80 odd yesterday, 89. Hard to believe they won't get the 3 runs required off this. So we do see overs of 2 or less in there. All right, well, Raj Beer, time to be a hero. Needs to start with a dot. Sahota hits this straight. Does that get the gap? It's very good fielding. Keeps the game alive. One hand, one bounce. What's the height on this? I think it was just below the waist. Check it out in the replay. It's the Spring Productions.
Yeah, my initial reaction is that's okay. Yeah, definitely under. You can get away with that one, Vinny. Toe ender.
Oh.
Top ball. He hasn't faced a
4.
ball. Well, because you've got the new man on strike, there's just a little slither.
Say new man, but I mean he's batted heaps in the last couple of days and he's pretty much been whacking everything. So I don't think he'll have too many nerves here. 2 off 4. Oh, well, he's that kind of player, though. He's not going to push for a 1. I mean, another player here might say, all right, 2 singles, no risk, let's go. But that's not really the way that Parvinder rolls. Tries to put it into the farm and misses out.
No better way to win a game than hitting a big 6.
If he swings 3 times, it's hard to believe that one of them won't be ending into the cow paddock.
Yeah, and he's going to swing hard, isn't he? He's not just going to nudge a 1. He doesn't care about doing it the easy way.
Some detection of golden ball residue here, but let's see. And he hits this one, and it's dropped.
Oh.
And he's pretty much dropped the game. They're going to go for 2. No, they're not.
Oh, just throw the ball.
Oh, well, biggest moment of the Werewolves' journey so far. Wow. I mean, you play for a week and a half. I know it's tough, but that's one I think you got to try and hold, even if it risks going for 6, because they'll get a new batter on strike. So now you got 2 chances to score for the Fighters, and Sahota, he's way too smart. He's not going to try and hit a 6. He's just going to hit a 1. He's going to kill the game.
Yeah, good batting. He's already covering subs, knowing you'll get something on it.
And
Done.
This will be all over. Probably not the smartest from the Werewolves. Need to bring the field up and at least try. So it's all over. Bit of a thriller that came from the clouds, but they're going to do it with 1 ball to spare. The Fighters get the 3 points and keep their stranglehold over 3rd position. They still will play again tonight against Ronan.
Yep, more action to come just around the corner, but well done to all the gentlemen that played this game. It was an interesting encounter. Got a bit spicy at the end, but a pretty controlled chase in the end from Fighters.
Yeah, again, some of the inexperience coming in there towards the end. Okay, you drop the catch. It's not really your fault. You're trying to catch it, but if the score's tight, I think you've got to kind of pitch up and you've got to bring the field in. Please try and force it up. Well, there's Martha. She loves the sunshine. She loves being out there. Loves what she does, and we love what they do too at Spring Productions as we go back and look at some of the highlights. To be honest, Virik lived a bit of a charmed life earlier in the innings. He struggled to deal with some of the big in-swingers, but his 55 was instrumental, along with Rahul, 25, and Parminder, 21, in setting this up. Oh, what's going on up there?
Oh.
They say 3's a crowd, but maybe not. It's really Werewolves. I think they just took too long to be able to get those breakthroughs and didn't leave themselves enough runs to play with ultimately in the end.
Yeah, it was Virik at the top. That marvellous 50 sort of killed the game. He didn't always have it his own way. Had a little bit of luck here and there until his dismissal finally came. That's when this tide started to change a little bit. We thought maybe the Wolves can get back into this, but it was just too little, too late.
A little bit of the so close yet so far about this, to be honest, from the Werewolves, who've entertained us throughout this series. But I think with that, Fighters, it's hard to see them getting displaced in 3rd. And also, the Gorka 11 will hate that result because it basically ties Fighters on 25 with them, which means that even a point out of their game against Ronan tonight, who were on a 7-match losing streak, would actually knock Gorka out of the competition. So, 55 at the top for Verinder Virik. He rode his luck on the way to his half-century. 5 Maximos 4-4s in there. Rahul with 25, Parminder with 21 in there. Sahota and Parvinder finished it off, although it did get a little bit hairy and scary towards the end for the Fighters. They sweep the series 2-0 with the Werewolves today. Kashi Ram's been a standout for the Werewolves. I've loved his bowling, 2 for 14 in this, kept his team's hopes alive. I think Rohit was very good early, none for 13, really moving the ball around. The other wicket late in the piece went to Gurpreet, but he was a little bit expensive, as was Gaganpreet in his over. And Even Jasvinder in his. We'll take a break. Be back in around about 20 minutes. Take you into the last game of the day. Maybe some random questions. I've enjoyed the random chats today. As Ronan will take on the Fighters. It'll be the last group match for both of those two teams. So why don't you join us in around about 20 minutes time. We'll be back for more cricket from Europe's very own SCG. Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandhu with Corey Ruckers. We'll see you when we return for the last match of day 16 here in the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. It's the last game of day 16 here in the European Cricket Series. And coming up next, we have two teams that'll meet for the second time in the series, but the first time today. And it'll be their last game in Group B. Ronan CC trying to snap their losing streak against the Fighters, trying to make it 3 wins out of 3 today on a very sunny Wednesday in Portugal. A little bit earlier, the two captains with Mahel Daub for the coin toss.
Heads, tails, and they're calling it. Heads has been called, and it is a head. Fighters have won a toss and elect to bat first.
So winning the toss, selecting to bat. Not quite sure what shot that was, but hey, it's good enough, and they will get first use, and we're hoping to keep going with the bat after pulling off 2 successful chases, including just then in match number 78. Ground's looking absolutely magnificent right now, 24 degrees. And I know we had a few issues with the weather. That was very, very frustrating at the time. So in a way, I'm very happy this is a 3-week series rather than the regular 2, because we'll still get plenty of cricket in here. And these two teams fighting for their last chance to score points in Group B. Fighters have put themselves in a reasonably good position to qualify, I think. And right now they find themselves on 25 points, equal with Gorka 11. If they could just get something out of this, I think it's hard to see them missing out. Ronan CC, well, unfortunately for them, they have lost 9 in a row now after winning their first 2 games of their ECS journey against Precious. But really, they've got nothing to lose here. They can go out there. I know they'll be tired. There's a pretty grueling schedule, but yeah, let's see if they can finish on a high. Started with a win, Ronan. They love to finish with a win. 25% chance. Well, yeah, 1 in 4. Fighters as well. I feel they've done most of the heavy lifting. Can they do what they need to do to qualify? Time will tell. Right now, just checking out the table. We'll see it in a minute, but yeah, Fighters CC, they're 25 points with a superior run rate, so only a real thrashing here I think would see them tip below what Gorka 11 have got. They're 0.123. So Fighters CC with about a 0.6 advantage. I did ask for random questions. And Dave B, we were talking about conspiracy theories before. And what percentage am I open to it? I'll tell you in a second. As something a bit different with Candell opening up. Bit of a warm-up ball, wasn't it? And they've gone to the P-Sings here straight away. So that's Parvinder, the lefty, that opens up and gets one first ball. I would say I don't really make a distinction between conspiracy theories and just theories. I just generally go where the evidence leads me. I suppose I'm a bit of a skeptic, probably isn't the right word, but I'm open. But I always just think, okay, is it provable or is it disprovable? Actually, probably it's my training in complex decision making, which probably makes me think in a certain way. This one is going on the leg side. This is Parminder, not to be confused with Parvinder at the other end. Parminder is a right-hander, but both have been scoring a lot of runs at the moment. Steve McVeigh saying, to what extent is the pre-match coin toss truly random? That's a good point. You know, some coins, they might be heavier on one side or the other, so maybe it's not quite a 50-50, but it's pretty close. And I think something like 1 in 10,000 times, the coin apparently will land on its edge. Sometimes probably more than that if the ground's soft and you have to redo it. Candell has his radar on right now. He's not trying to bowl particularly fast. He's got a bit of the game 12 about it. The start of this, kind of like 2 heavyweight fighters sizing up in the 12th round. I suppose they're equal in that respect. Both playing their 3rd match today. And their 12th of the series. The format here, 2 teams from each group guaranteed passage into the Super Fives, which starts in, well, not tomorrow, but the next day on Peacock Friday, in fact. And how that works 5 teams will play each other over 2 days. Bottom team drops out, and the top 4 play on finals Sunday. Can't really remember having a final Sunday, actually. That's well bowled by Carndell. Keeps that inside. It's a very tight first over. I suppose the issue for Ronan, similar to Precious, really, of late. They've won overs. They've won parts of games. They just can't seem to put a whole game together. All right, that one wasn't particularly convincing. All right, he's going to get 4. So the bat speed does the trick for Parvinder. Broke out with 89, and maybe he's still hunting for that first ECN ton. He'll believe he can do it after what he did the other day. That's a big leading edge. The first boundary of this contest, and at the end of the first, it is 6 without loss. Yeah, so this is what we're talking about. Can't really see Marlowe being caught in second, but Fighters are 25 points, and this is their last game. So Gorka 11, 25 points. I could actually have a bit of a look. I'll tell you how much they would have to lose by it to drop, what is that, below 0.123 in net run rate. There would have to be a big, big loss to Ronan, a team that haven't won since their very opening day in ECS. But just for fun, I can run the numbers if you like. Oh, there's Miguel. He's taking a bit of shade in the cube. We've moved inside just because some of the obstacles out there, playing at the other end. Takes the pad, I think. That's why it's not out, but it's not a wide either. Okay, so for Fighters to drop, let's say they got let's do an extreme example. Say they got bowled out for 40 here. And that got chased in 2 overs by Ronan. Oh, it does move it a fair bit, actually. All right, do a less extreme example. All right, lift it up, and that has got some legs on it. Maximo! Fantastic shot, but again, Consult. He's not the quickest, so location's everything for him. He swings, but swings into the hitting zone. Oh, Parminder puts it away. Okay, let's say they were bowled out for, let's say, 80. If it got chased in 5, okay. No, chased in 6. Yeah, I'd actually go as far as to say, yeah, they'd have to lose in probably about 6 overs. So if Ronan to spoil the party here, they have to chase down Fighters total in 6. That's more of an impact than I thought, actually. Now, is that likely? Not really, but expect the unexpected in the European Cricket Series. Hello to Birdie. Well, he's watching from Hornchurch, and he's saying, who's the best club cricket side in Europe? Well, Croom has said Upminster, Hornchurch's neighbours there. But I suppose Birdie's got the right to gloat a little bit. They did win the ECL. All right, this is a hanging top edge. And it's been dropped. Well, yeah, now, I tell you what, I like the aggressive, like attack's the best form of defence with the body language. It does drop a catch, which I won't say is an easy one, but he's very quick to then just kind of shift the blame because no one was at the stumps, probably because they were getting ready to celebrate. But, yeah, have a look at the post-catch gestures. Parvinder gets a life. Well, I think, well, next week that won't be a wide. You judge it for yourself this week. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Corey Ruckers joins me with a heavy heart after your little cameo here in these 3 days. This will be the last day you'll be commentating with me in Portugal.
I have to admit, that has felt a little bit weird going from coaching. It's usually used to 2-week stints, but what a nice shot that is. Short back of length, and he pumps it away for 6, Vinny. So yeah, always sad to say goodbye to Portugal, but it's been such a pretty full on, I have to admit. Yeah. Since we arrived Friday night, a pretty full on 5 days. Yeah.
We're Friday night, and now we're Wednesday, so Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Honestly, it feels
Monday,
like
Tuesday, Wednesday, 6 in total.
It's been like a blink how quickly everything's raced through.
Bit of a blur. Okay, looking at this, I worked out actually that Fighters actually would go below Gorka's net run rate if they lost in 6 overs. Now, do I think Ronan are in that kind of form that they're going to do that? Probably not. But
So-
you never know in the European Cricket Series.
So they've done all the heavy lifting. They've had the wins, and they're going to be the team. If they win this, get to 28, they're going to do it pretty comfortably and get that third spot.
I think so, because it put them out. Yeah, put them out of reach of.
So Gorka 11 just haven't had the results they would have wanted today.
Yeah, win puts them up, and Marlow have a little bit of work to get back in the top 2. You imagine they would do that. All right, so Gurjant Dillon comes on with a few finger spinners here in over number 3.
Yeah, a bit of time for some spin.
What do you think about the 2 P-Sings going back to the top of the order?
I just think, why not? I mean, they're confident with these two. They've been in good form. This man on your screen, he really does hit a long ball when he gets going.
Steve McVeigh's got a good random question. I like this one. Saying, would you prefer to win by a huge margin or a nail-biting last ball roller coaster?
As a player,
Yep.
it
For me, there's no comparison.
depends on a bit of context as well.
Okay. Could stop that one, actually, but it will be called a wide. Give us context, then.
If it's a final, I just want to win. I'm not too fussed.
Yeah, but it's like, okay, given that you're going to win, you're going to win.
Oh, okay, then close.
Yeah, close. Get more emotions.
Yeah. Yeah, it means more.
The fear of losing it makes the win all the sweeter. And this is pretty sweet from Parminder. That chair is vacated. Macy just getting a bit of sun on the upper arms there as he chases that one to the fence. Maximal, 6 runs.
Yeah, what a shot. I just mentioned that he can hit the long ball. It was a bit floaty, that delivery, very full. And he got that out the screws, didn't he?
Because life's about living. You got to know you're alive. And just look at Gina Brescia, for example. When they had that golden ball to survive in the competition. Yeah, I mean, a big win's great as well, but I suppose what happens in a big win is the other team kind of loses hope and there's certainty. And so the uncertainty is actually what makes sport exciting. So the longer you have that, the more I think you'll get out of it. But I mean, yeah, if they say, well, do you want the 50-50? If you're offered 2 envelopes, a 50-50 win a close game or not, or a big win, you're taking the big win because you want to win.
Yeah.
That's why you play sport. Macy is going walkabout there in the woods.
I think it's time to throw a new ball on. I don't think they're going to find that one, Vinny.
So tell me a little bit more about this series with Jersey that you've got coming up with the Spanish national team. That's where you're leaving us for.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Just got 2 T20Is. We haven't played T20 cricket in a while, so use it as an opportunity for some prep for the qualifier a bit later. But
At La Manga on artificial against Jersey. I don't think the Jersey team will go on the artificial. They've played a bit now, obviously.
They go into it as heavy favourites. They've got a very good T20 team. They've played some big teams in the last 3 years.
All right, slices this up in the air. Everyone looks out to the point boundary, but it's going to beat the fielder. It's going to be 4 runs. Nice shot there by Parminder Singh. Follows up the 6 with a 4 over the offside. Yeah, so I mean, it's well done, by the way, going after a pretty big fish, because Jersey, they're a fair bit above you in the rankings,
It's
right?
the only highest team in Europe that we can effectively play in T20I. So I don't think Scotland, Netherlands and Ireland will play us just yet. But Jersey up for the challenge, which is good, as that's a nice shot, but straight to the fielder.
Yeah, so we're talking excluding England, who are a full test nation.
Yep. And Ireland.
And I suppose Ireland. Yeah, so okay.
And then Scotland, Netherlands, T20I teams a leap too
So
far.
you can't talk in the 3rd non-test team in Europe, right? Anyway, this is up in the air, and that's going to go as well. So 6-4-6. The fighters starting to put their stamp of authority on this game.
Yeah, what a nice shot again. And spin just has been feasted on at this Santarem field and this oval.
Personal question then. Is it because of the ECN contacts that you kind of thought to play Jersey now that you know these guys a bit better?
Not necessarily. It just took us a while to get up the rankings ourselves. But I do think the ECN has helped Spanish cricket's a lot of eyeballs on it. And from our results, and also our T20 results, it makes the bigger fish want to play us. 39 for none.
Yeah, fighters, not a bad power play at all. Ronan just struggling to get that early breakthrough. So you mentioned there's a few new names in this T20 squad. Is this pretty established? You mentioned the T10 team the other day having a few new names.
Well, not really. We're a bit more established. You'll know all the names, but the only ones making T20I debut or chance to, Alec Davidson Solar.
Yep.
And we're taking a bit of punt. We brought in Mohammed Baba.
Yeah.
We're going to go try T10 him. We're going to go say, go. Good luck. You got 2 goes. Good luck.
Will you be tying his hands to his bat?
Yes. Yes, he won't do anything like that ever again.
That's interesting. And these games Is there any coverage? Where can people catch these games? Or just be kind of you have to watch the live score? Is it that kind of thing?
Yeah, it should be live scored, but no streaming for this one.
Okay. You can describe it to us. Maybe one thing we can do in the future, even if we can't get the full TV set up, maybe we could do a live commentary stream, just audio. You know, I think we've got the technology to do that these days. I used to like the old wireless commentary. Using wireless makes me seem about 40 years older than I actually am. Yeah, there's an idea, perhaps, for the future. All right, Parminder. He loves them there, doesn't he? And he's going to pick this up. He's going to put this miles back. Maximo. Jasvinder Kumar goes round the wicket, puts it right into the hitting zone of Big Parminder, who's moved into the 30s in very quick time here.
Yeah, nice shot again. Another big 6, Vinny. And yeah, they're enjoying themselves this time, aren't they? Electing to bat first. This is a dream start for them.
Birdie saying, Gina, we're a great side to watch live. Well, Birdie saw the emotions close up. And we're going to see that in the ECS England. Hornchurch are confirmed, by the way, for the ECS England now. Good to see. This one is given okay. It's, I say, they've been a little bit more generous. This one, I think, has tested his patience one time too many. So, yeah, what are you talking? Jenna, Sumarare, straight out of the Knights and straight into
Yeah,
the Jersey
I just said to
national
them
team.
on the weekend when they came up and said hello, I was just, boys, we following each other around a little bit. So that one's been mowed to the leg side. Dare say that's gone for another big 6.
And that'll bring up the 50 for the Fighters. And Kumar gets round the wicket, not really working for him at the moment.
Yeah, nice shot, isn't it? Good batting. 6 runs.
I know that Dave's just mentioning you're planning. I know at the moment you're residing in the Netherlands, but perhaps moving to Spain soon, just to get you a bit close to the ground in Spanish cricket.
Yeah, that's the
Be
plan.
good.
Yeah, that is the plan. Hopefully by the end of the year. Need a couple other things to fall in place before that.
Do you think I can ECN passport? This is that'd be great. To be honest, as you'd know from going through a few airports with me, just having the ECN logo gets you places, doesn't it?
It would be helpful if it helped a bit more. Could say you always get upgraded to first class, Vinny.
Well, it is what it is. Don't be a hater. And Steve said, speaking of losing, close or not, he'd rather get smashed to know for sure you weren't good enough. It's less frustrating. Interesting take. Last ball of the over here from Jasvinder. And adios. That one's over the hill and far away. Come again another day. Big lefty Parvinder hasn't had too much of the strike so far, but he moves into double figures in style. And that's the end of the 4th over. Fighters 59 without loss.
Yeah, what a nice shot that is. Big slog sweep for 6, and the run's still flowing here, Vinny. 59 already, and they're looking like a big, big score to wrap up this long day.
Going back to what Birdie's saying in the chat, saying Ginebresh reminded him a bit of Drew in 2023, being dark horses and smashing 6s for fun. Just had a very off game, didn't they, in qualifier 2, where I think it was 209 old Victorians put up against him. Couldn't get through the top order, and that was the end of their run, but it was a brave run. They waited a long time to get to the ECL as well, having qualified before, but weren't able to take their place in the 2021 tournament because it didn't exist. Bipin Thapa finally gets the ball in the first half. Means he can potentially get 2 overs. And he's going to start with a wicket. Well, there you go, full straight. And he goes over the wicket. Well, it's the old plan A at the front of the coaching manual. Thapa reads it front to back. And he ends up getting the first wicket of this one, 59 for 1.
Yeah, good bowling, isn't it? Goes full, goes straight, slips it under the bat, and the stumps are deterred. And, well, first wicket goes. Maybe it's the start of many. What do you got up to tonight, Vinny? Many plans on this?
Well, you've already given me a couple of things to watch. So I think that's on the cards for me. Probably just a reasonably quiet night after games night last night where we had a reasonably good time. Still made sure we got back and got enough sleep.
Oh, well, they're more than 8 hours. Always important. You've always been an 8 hours man, or?
Oh, look, I'll take what I can get, man. If I'm honest, I've gotten in the habit of maybe on average, if on a really great week, I'd get 7 on average. Just such a routine now. That's the leading edge, hanging in the air, but it's going to get over the fielder, Dylan. It's going to go for 4. So a bit of luck. Un poco de suerte for Sahota. He gets off the mark with 4.
Yep.
Not lucky for Tapper there.
4 more to the total. Big top edge and flies away. Anyway, runs are runs.
With this job, though, because, okay, my regular time I'm getting up, okay, we leave the hotel around about 8:15. My regular time I get up is about 7:15. And even last night, when I got to bed a bit later than normal, bang, still got up at 7:15 because
Body clock.
body clock. It's just happened so many times. I was never a morning person before.
No.
I was scared that was a nod, not a shake, but I think Bucks gets it right, hit him outside the leg stump.
Yeah, good umpiring from Bucks. That one's definitely not out for me.
Let's give a shout out to the umpires. They put in such a shift, haven't they, in this series? 3-week series, giving up a lot of time and literally having to make thousands of decisions during this series. I've got the overwhelming majority right. How about you? You just take what you can get. You need your 8, otherwise you get a bit grouchy.
Yeah, 8. I do need my 8, to be fair.
Catch a few during the day if you need to.
Oh, I'd love to, but no, 8 for me. I usually, if I'm just at home, normally regularly, I always start going to bed around probably 10:30. 10:30 is my optimum time. I try wind down, and then once you're home for too long and not working, then it starts getting 11:30, 12:30. It's a bit late.
This is going to take me to a random question I'll put in the chat. What are your sleeping habits? You know, some people like noise, they don't like noise. On your side, you know, something quirky.
I've got a couple of things that have just crept in the last year.
Tapper trying to move the other opener here, and he will. Well, there you go. He keeps it forward at the stumps. And I tell you what, Tapper needs to bowl a bit more for me. Needs to maybe bowl a bit earlier as well, because he's trouble batters in this series. There's nothing fancy, but it's just full, it's straight. And so both the stumps of the openers get clattered by this bowler, Bipin Tapper, and it's 64 for 2.
Yep, good bowling, full straight, you miss, I hit, and that's exactly what he is doing.
So tell us about your sleeping habits, because I know you'll be sleeping in the same bed as DDC tonight, because you've both got to get to the airport. So, yeah, what are your quirks?
Okay, just in the last year, aroma diffuser has to be on.
Has to be on.
Eye mask has to be on.
Yeah, I was going to say, have you continued with the eye mask?
Oh, it changes my life. It goes on tour with me, and earplugs.
Earplugs?
I'm going the full sensor.
So basically,
the sensors are 2 are cut off and 1 is in hand.
So you're telling me that when the hotel burns down, you'll be catching Zeds for eternity.
It changes your life, especially the eye mask. Eye mask is so underrated.
I don't like the feeling it's gripping my head.
You have to, very important.
I'm not a huge fan of that one. Well, this one is whacked away by Bilal away from the field. That'll be 4. Tapper still gets the double breakthrough in the 5th, and the score is 68 for 2.
Nice shot. Really nice shot. It's full. Gets it away. 4 more to the total.
Talk me through the aromatherapy. What does that involve?
Aroma diffuser.
It's like a diffuser.
Yeah.
Do you take that on tour with you?
Yeah.
How big is it?
Fill it up with water. You can't take it on tour.
Okay.
You drop a couple. You buy the sensors pack, €20, about 10 different flavours, orange and rosemary and all that. 20 drops
flavor
in it.
so you can eat it.
Put it on for 3 hours and just,
You mean cents? Oh, gotcha.
Why'd you flinch then? It's as if you thought I was going to grab you again.
Yeah, thought you might. ECC X groups, I took that. So I know we've got Lance watching from the Isle of Man in Group 1. Do you think it's an advantage or disadvantage being in the 16 group or the 5-team group? Or is it does it even out to get the extra game? Well, that one's going to trouble the keeper. And it's just a Gundy ball, really.
I reckon
and all that good work undone. Minimo to start the 6th.
In the 5-team group, it's more difficult to get through if you're a poor team. You can't have so many upsets, I think. The better teams over time will find their way, whereas in the opposite group, if you strike lightning early, you might cause a big upset and then some teams out.
I suppose, in a way, having an extra game gives you an extra game to get cricket into your players as well. I mean, if you're in the best 2, I guess you'll be in the best 2 no matter what. That's the theory. As this is hit pretty well by Sahota, lifted up and out of here, Maximo. And the first ball goes for 11. And Rav Sharma, you saw him here before. He's enjoying a cup of tea. Now he's out there in the middle. The heat is on. And unfortunately, he hasn't had the start to the over he would have liked.
Yeah, he was quite honest about the competition as well, and did say he's enjoying it. 11 off 1, Vin.
Pretty good comeback, but no justice. Out of the grasp of the fielder, and that's going to be 4 more.
They're the ones that kill you as a bowler. He induces a false shot, but it goes away for 4 still. Well, runs flying around. Fighters are on for a bit of a flawless day, Vinny.
Yes, looking like it. Playing their way into the 3. Actually, they'll finish in 2nd position the way things are going after today.
So
Marlow have 3 matches tomorrow, though.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Marlow must have a couple.
Looking at, what have we got? Oh, Steve likes to have the TV on and goes to sleep. Sleep experts will tell you that's no good. So I'd say gets a piece of this, but maybe not the whole thing. All handled out there. Some thoughts for a second, but it's not on. But I've got to admit, I get the theory. The theory is your brain's still active and it's not a great way to get sleep. But I've got to admit, I'm an overthinker. If I don't have that distraction, I find it hard to get to sleep. So I kind of need, so often watching sports games is good for me because then I can shut my eyes, I can still listen to the commentary. And this one is whipped away pretty nicely. That'll find the ropes as well. So Bilal getting into his work. As he's hit 2 4s in his first 2 balls.
Yeah, Sharma trying his best, but more runs flying around. Okay, yeah, interesting. It's interesting to hear so many people's different sleep habits. 8 hours, though. Got to get those 8 hours. Surely that's the key.
Yeah, I mean, obviously. But that's the thing. If I get, I get 1 day off in a week, not always. But, yeah, I don't really have a big sleep in. Although it's kind of nice. Even if I get an extra hour, I count it. Sometimes it's just not being woken up by the alarm and you choosing when you get up.
Well, is the body clock real? How do our bodies know exactly when to wake up and when not to?
It's called your circadian rhythm.
Circadian? Is that what it's...
Yeah, but so that's more to do with how your body naturally will use the sun as a reference point. That's why they say shift workers work at night. Actually, I reckon they might have a life expectancy of about 7 years less, believe it or not.
Really?
Yeah, I read the study of that. They used to do it, that's why. It's pretty close. Is it just missing the leg stump? Maybe.
Oh.
This is another one of those that, for me, it's umpires call. It's not plump. Sharma would like something to go his way. Goes for 21 in the over. But look, you can see 2 stumps there.
Good umpiring.
Yeah, I think it is good umpiring. For me, it is. I don't see that taking a piece of leg stump. You never know, he might have flicked it, but I think it's a good decision. Umpires keeping their concentration. 5 games into this day. 89 for 2, I should say, after 6. Yeah, so just like I say, for me, I like having the distraction because otherwise my brain's working anyway. So this way, at least I'm kind of distracted from my own thoughts a little bit, I guess. But yeah, I like that. Sometimes when you wake up, you get to go back to sleep for a little bit. That's what I don't really get to do normally. So that's what I might do on my day off. Might get an extra hour or so. Anyone have any real bizarre sleeping habits? I mean, some people like to sleep on the floor and stuff. Have you heard of that? Financially a pretty easy decision. Anyway, Kansal comes back. He'll get worked away to the boundary. 4 more.
I know you're on the road too much, but have you got back in Australia maybe, or did you ever sleep with a mattress topper? Or were you just a mattress? See, a mattress topper also...
Too soft?
No, changes the game.
Okay.
And what's your optimum pillow?
I like a variation. Glad you asked, actually. I like a variation in pillow heights. So this is probably my thing in that I like to have, on my actual bed, I've got 6 pillows. I've got 3 tall ones, 3 medium, 3 kind of fairly flat. And depending on how I'm feeling at a particular time, if I'm watching TV in bed or if I'm just going to sleep, if I want to kind of grab one, give it a cuddle, I can choose the size I want. And I'm not using all 6, but I like to have those kind of options.
Oh.
There's Mita.
Oh, Meds. She does a good job, doesn't she?
She's fresh as you like, even in the 10th hour. Always looks sensational. Well, she's
always busy, Meds.
Yeah, she's
always.
she's so busy, but you wouldn't know it. She handles the stress Have their position very, very well. They want 2 this time. They won't get it again.
Well, we
It comes in quickly.
had the pleasure of going to her wedding last year, your first
Yeah,
ever
we did.
ECN wedding.
First ever ECN wedding.
That was great. That was a barnstorm of a weekend. Tell you what, that was
Lunch we had it before the wedding was pretty good.
that is arguably one of the greatest pre-wedding lunches I'll ever have. What was it called? Palinka.
Yeah. Anyway, this one is summarily dispatched over the fence. Bilal is enjoying himself out there. 100 comes up, and there's still a third of the innings to go.
Yeah, nice shot. Sort of just tape ball style. Not the most, I'd say, technical, but there's power in there and quick hands.
Oh, Dave B saying as a Taoist, he learnt how to go to the second level of sleep. Well, I assume he's not talking about death. I'd like to know a bit of what he's talking about there. All right, that is another one that's going to disappear. Abracadabra. Well, I'm glad I'm not searching for that, because that's the old proverbial needle in a haystack, as Bilal has come out with Maximos on his mind. He's 26 off 7.
Yeah, the runs are flying, aren't they? They're just flying everywhere. Another 6 to the total.
I'll give you another sleep thing. I like to sleep with a pillow between my legs. And that's something that...
Vinny, this is a kid's show.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Just...
That poor pillow.
Yeah, no, it's used to it. It's inanimate. I don't know, for balance, I just like it. And I'm kind of a side sleeper.
Have you ever stolen a pillow?
No. I've paid for all the pillows I've used, or I've had the consent of the owner.
I used to be, in my younger days at
Here we go.
hotels. Not one of my prouder things, but
Hold on a second.
so there was quite a time back in the day where I was doing a thing called a Kontiki tour, and there was a lot of bus and train rides.
Yeah.
A lot. So any hotel I stayed in,
You permanently
I
borrowed
would take the pillow with me on the next journey, and then for the next spot, grab that pillow, and I keep revolving.
Oh, you keep...
So I would
actually, you're a pillow mover. You're a pillow
Yeah.
trafficker, not really a thief.
And then
Well, you are
by
a thief,
the end
but-
of it, you would end back at the original spot, and that pillow would be there. So in the end, everyone got a different pillow. Thoughts?
Well, actually knowing a little bit of the law regarding this from when I used to study law, I know that part of burglary is the intention to permanently deprive. That has to be proved. So if you could prove that eventually that pillow or a pillow would come back to the hotel, I could probably get you off, but I'm pretty pricey. That's the end of 7 overs. 108 for 2 fighters. Coming up tomorrow, Marlow finish their campaign with a game against the Werewolves and then 2 against Precious. So I think they would back themselves to take the top 2 spot back. Precious CC, their last chance to take part in the series. The way it's going for the Werewolves, probably for them as well. Friendship CC also finish off their campaign. Join us for day 17 here in Portugal. Day 19 if you include the Western Shield, starting at the time of 9 a.m. GMT, 11 in Central Europe, 2:30 in India. I know that you have to leave. I'm sure you'll be following the rest of the series.
Absolutely. Me and DDC will be tuning in from Spain as that one's clipped away beautiful by Bilal, and that will be 4 runs. That's something that's gone a little bit out of fashion, isn't it? You remember back in the day, you go through an airport, everyone was holding their pillow to take on the plane. You don't see it anymore.
I'll tell you a little travel hack. I've heard that neck pillows are kind of, okay, they're good. I'm not saying they're not. But if you're struggling with, if you're trying to be a bit more minimalist, getting the blow-up neck pillow is actually a better option.
Okay,
You can actually take a couple of them.
I've never done a blow-up neck
I got
pillow.
one for free, and I keep it in my bag. And so, you know when you just could use an extra one? Very handy.
Good?
Very handy.
Really?
Definitely. And because apart from that, oh yeah, lights, camera, action for Bilal. Well, he's come out in a mood, hasn't he? And Thapa, I suppose he is consistent, which makes him a bit predictable as well. So you can see that the batter Bilal knows pretty much where this is going to be, and he lines him up for the deflection and gets it 4 runs.
Yeah, good batting. Really good batting.
But yeah, kind of a lot of people when they travel, and obviously I'm trying not to travel with too much stuff, they'll try and find something that you can use for multiple things, and a neck pillow, if it's a big one, it's a pillow. That's what, you know. They'll say maybe you can improvise with like some sort of different
Good batting.
headwear. Well, if it works once, it works twice. And 3-1, she's prowling, but he's not going to be able to do anything about that. Back-to-back boundaries. Fighters teaching Ronan a bit of a lesson here in match 79 at the moment.
Actually, he plays it better than most. A lot of players that play the ramp will sort of move out the way too early, and self-preservation, they don't stay still at the point of contact. He plays it really nice, and Billy, 39 off 11, might try to do it again.
Sarah Dawson, hello to you. In fact, you've read my mind in a sense. I'll tell you why in a moment. It's well bowled. It's a good comeback because I suppose the two that got ramped, he did give a little bit of length to work with. It's very hard to do too much with that length ball. And so Sarah said that the pillow between your legs is good when you're pregnant. Makes sleeping a bit more comfortable. It was when my mum was pregnant with my twin younger brothers that she was told by the doctor to do that, and that got me in the habit. And it stuck with me. I was 7 when that was going on. Oh, a bit of bottom hand here from Bilal. And, well, it's going to escape the fielder. It's going to be 4 more. So he moves into the 40s. And the fighters are fighting. And to be honest, the referee, if it was a fight, would probably be stepping in around now because Ronan are hemorrhaging. It's 124 for 2.
Yeah, it's just runs have been flying around this beautiful SCG cricket ground. 124 for 2. We're looking at a 150-plus score here, Vin.
157 being predicted at the moment.
So
Yes, that is how I got into the habit of it.
Is there anything of my habits that you would maybe think about incorporating?
The aromatherapy sounds interesting. All right, well, that one is pretty much out of the screws, but it's high. But the other thing is it's going to fly over the ropes. Maximal end of the over. Bipin Thapa. Maybe that's why they don't like giving him a second over, because he gets kind of taken on a one-way trip to Pound Town. Magical 8th in the score, 130 for 2. The aromatherapy is interesting. I know that...
Aroma diffuser.
Aroma diffuser, sorry. Maybe you'll have to tell me about that. I will... The eye mask, honestly, I don't think I can get into it. I don't really...
They've got these ones now that don't really have a strap. It's like, so it's really comfy around the head.
Look, when I used to work night shift, I did have to make sure my apartment would get dark enough, because that was a real issue.
Well, you can sleep basically anywhere with an eye mask.
Yeah. So, okay, I'd consider that. I used a humidifier once when I literally lost my voice. Before my first ECN commentary gig back in 2019, 2 weeks before, I'd been hosting so many things, couldn't talk. And I mean, couldn't make a sound. In the air, fielder's interested, and it's going to be more of the same. Sahota will pick up a boundary for this. All happens in the 9th, but really, it's been a bit of a nightmare today, Ronan. Got the look of a team on their last legs, really.
Yeah, they look a little bit exhausted. So many of these half chances are not going their way, and that is Bullet, 6 runs.
Well, I feel like I'm watching the home run derby here at the moment as Sahota picking up for a bit of lost time. He's a very good player, but hasn't always been at the forefront of their batting.
You see
6 more.
You see in the baseball, Shohei Ohtani's back. Been injured for a while.
Yeah, I know that there's a big off-season trade between the 2 LA teams. So I think that's okay. Bucks, though, this is a no mercy kind of individual. Calls that a wide anyway. Gives Candle another chance to take a wicket. Yeah. So I was a bit worried, actually. Probably wouldn't be here if I hadn't got my voice back. That's not something I'd use all the time. But you know, I don't know if they have the brand everywhere, but they have that Vicks. Vicks for when you've got like a sore, you're all kind of blocked up. This was like a Vicks diffuser. Oh, this is a good question from Dave. This is hit low. Sahota's annoyed, doesn't get more of it. He'll only get a single. If it's a big bed, do you have a particular side that you like to sleep? So like on the right of the bed, on the left, or like right in the middle?
Nah.
I find it hard to go middle now, because then when we're at hotels that are 2 singles together, then you're in the crease. So what side are you?
Usually, I think that varies, but you've segued me into something else. If I can't sleep, if I'm having an insomnia night, which I definitely have every 3 weeks, I have one night that's awful, I finally found a way to combat it.
Bilal on 49. I mean, that's a cracking half century in anyone's language. 50 off 15 balls. And he brings up the milestone with a single, but he did hit 3 big 6s in there and 7 4s, and he's not finished yet. What a good innings that is from the fighters' keeper.
Yeah, well batted, Bilal. Deserves the plaudits for that 50.
So it gives the strike back to Sahota. Candell searching for his first wicket. His last chance to bowl in the series. This is the top edge. Hangs a long time. And in the end, we will have a catch taken. And it's Tajinder Dhillon that will take it. So Candle has something to brighten up his last over here in ECS 24 in Portugal, as he picks up The Fighters skipper for 28, 144 for 3.
Yeah, wicket will go, and just a bit of a consolation wicket, really. But yeah, so Vinny, if I'm having an insomnia night,
What do you do?
I now lay staring straight up on my back. I don't roll side to side, and I keep my arms pinned to my body. It's like mummifying yourself. I did some reading about
Do you
it.
strap yourself in or anything? Or?
Don't strap yourself in. But yeah, apparently if you're laying there, toes stretched out, fully straight, that's the only way I can fall asleep if I'm having a bad night.
Stiff as a board.
Stiff as a board.
Oh,
But yeah,
interesting.
usually I'm a curler, fetal position, all that. But I have to be straight if it's a bad night.
Really? Dan, is that something you read somewhere?
Yeah,
Nice
I
ball
did.
over first.
Has helped.
Now that's hit in the air. Candle thinks he might be able to get a second one here, and he will. So 2 and 2. Well, just remember in 2025, Candle's on a hat trick. But right now, he has a good finish. It's Guravinda that misses out. And so it's going to be 144 for 4. You know what they say in the classics? 1 brings 2.
Yep, one brings 2. How would you check out 144 on a dartboard?
144. I'm guessing it's like triple 18. No? Triple 18 and then double 17. Am I close? Double 20.
Triple 20.
Heads up. Okay. Oh, geez, I went a crazy one. Triple 20, double 12. True? That's it. Yeah.
Nice knowing you, Vin.
That works.
Yeah, I think there's another way that I've seen them do it. I'm just trying to remember it.
Finish on double 16.
Yeah, something like that. Or to finish on... We'll get back to you right after this commercial break.
Just look it up. Anyway, here's Gaurav. He's going to bowl the last over. Now, this is off the end of the bat. And this time, it's the good old-fashioned teapot for Sharma, who can't take a trick here. It's almost like his confidence has been shot from an unknown source, but it's going to be another boundary. In fact, Bilal is going to keep on keeping on at the moment as Fighters move up to 148.
Oh, they're trying everything. Oh, look at the keeping straps. Wow, that's new. Not seen that before.
The old garters.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, well, there you go. That's gone up, and it will be taken. What a good catch that is. So, really, Sharma finally catches a break. Nice to see Ronan smiling. Let's be honest, you know, they've been kind of playing above their division, really. And, yeah, Gurjant Dhillon, he will be the one that takes this one. But, yeah, I mean, you just got to play for personal highlights sometimes and team highlights. That was a nice catch against a slightly awkward high ball.
Yeah, good catch. I mean, it's never easy when you're running back, and he probably didn't expect that sort of ball would end up going to him, but he holds on to it, Vinny, and that's all you can do.
Birdie says, breathe long and deep, force yourself, it'll lower your heart rate and relax your muscles.
Random questions. Random questions time.
Go.
What's your favourite piece on a chessboard?
Good question. All right, this one is off the end of the bat, and Viruk's going to go for a golden duck. And how quickly things change. Coming off a 50, he'll be caught by Kansal. And so now Gaurav Sharma turning his day around. He's on a hat trick. Fighters with a little bit of the collapse late in the piece, 148 for 6.
Well, maybe that little pep talk I had with him in the commentary booth before, Vinny's starting to pay dividends. He's got 2 for.
Oh, well, cricket's the great evener. To answer your question, maybe the Knight. Not because of British and Irish Knights, because they can do what other pieces can't. They can jump over other pieces. That makes them different. I could go Queen, just go like all powerful.
I like the rook.
Why do you like the rook?
Don't know, I just like the straight lines of it. I like what you can do with them.
I kind of like the bishop, because the bishop's a bit of a sneak attack kind of piece as well. All right, hat trick ball, but it won't be a hat trick. It'll be a single. It's done pretty well to peg this back.
Oh, Ria in the chat says, really hope they make over 166. Not sure that's going to happen, Ria. Unlucky.
Dare to dream. 2 to come. This is hit to cover, but they'll only get a single. 150 up for Fighters. So Ronan, okay, the 150 plus, probably stretching them. But I mean, if they could walk away with a point out of this game, they'd probably feel like it's a respectable effort against a team that looks like they'll be playing in the Super Fives. hit down the ground. He should probably go for 2. But in the end, I think they're happy just with the 1. So I'll let Kumar and Rahul finish things off, and Fighters are going to finish 151 for 6 off the 10. 152 will be the target. Just top of my head, I think that'll make it probably like 106 for a point, something like that.
Well, that doesn't really matter, does it? Or,
No,
because
but
the
I
Fighters get a win, they go past 25.
No, but I'm talking about for Ronan CC. I'm going to give him something tangible to aim at, I think.
Yeah.
Because you never like to come away from a game empty-handed. We'll go back and we'll have a look at the highlights. And it was the 2 Ps, Parvinder and Parminder, that got Fighters off to an aggressive start. Parvinder, 4 and a 6 early. Didn't have as much of the strike as Parminder, the right-hander, who lit it up with 43 off 19 balls.
Yeah, lit it up all right. He did, Vinny. Some big shots at the top order, and that's why they have such a big total. It took a couple of wickets from Thapur, who got it in the right area and did his job. But overall, Bilal was an impressive 50, wasn't it? Off 15 deliveries. You mentioned on air, in anyone's language, that is a quick old 50.
Yeah, and so with Fighters putting some big middle overs up, just kind of put the cart before the wagon, didn't it, really? I like the way Fighters are mixing up their order as well, just getting a lot of batting into everyone. They've got a lot of options. But really, over 6, 7, 8 is where the damage was done. 21, 19 and 22. So that's a 62-run period in 3 overs. But, you know, credit, they actually took 4 wickets in 5 balls towards the end. But really, the damage was done, wasn't it? And the 150 was passed. And credit to Kandel, who gets 2 of those wickets. Thapur with 2, Sharma with 2 at the end. That was a pretty good last over, and he goes for 7. So, Ronan, you never know. If they can make a good start, maybe they can believe that they can go all the way. 43 off 19 for Parminder Singh. The righty doing most of the damage as he was sent in with his partner in crime, Parvinder, the lefty, who got 13 off 7. Sahota with a nice knock, 28 off just 12. Bilal, though, he was the most impressive of the Fighters' bats in this one. 54 off 17 with 3 Maximos and 8 fours. As far as the bowling, I mentioned those 2 Fizz Kandel, as well as Bipin Thapur, who does get his 2 overs this time. Gaurav Sharma with 2, 9 wides, which isn't too bad. And Ronan, I know they'll feel they're very disappointed that they're staring down the barrel of an 8-match losing streak, but I have seen them come a long way, just gaining in confidence. Maybe a little bit out of their depth at this stage against some of the more seasoned teams, but we'll see what they can do in their last 10 overs in this European Cricket Series. When we return, Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, with Corey Rutgers. We'll send Corey off in style when we come back to the SCG in a few moments' time for the final innings of Day 16 here in the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back to the Santarém Cricket Ground. Great to have your company. Group B in full swing. Just this innings and then one more day of matches before we will have our Super 5 finalised. And so, yeah, even though it looks to me like we're starting to know who those 5 teams will be, depending on this result, of course. Also, it could be a bit of movement and a few points to play for in there. 151 on the board here. Fighters CC taking on Ronan. Fighters trying to lock up that top 3 guarantee here in Group B. 105 or less, they could take all the points. Ronan, 106 I think is a realistic target for them. But I suppose time will tell. 7 overs probably a little bit ambitious in this one. But at this point certainly has been a very successful concept so far. Pretty sound to hear Mr. Maximo for ECN. Welcoming everyone back to the chat as well. Rahul to get us going. And he's going to get whipped away first up. Sinha will start with the boundary. Well, that's a positive start from the captain. He's been up and down the lineup, Navendra Sinha. He's led his side well in difficult circumstances sometimes. He starts with 4 runs. Could see Rahul around the wicket. He's had problems with that sideline. So I suppose this kind of guarantees he won't bowl a back foot no ball. Many sound to him, Mr. Maximo for ECN. And for the final time, for a little while, it's Corey Ruckers joining me in the commentary box.
Yeah, good to be back, Vin. Last innings of another day in the ECN universe almost complete. That ball's down the leg side. It'll be signalled wide. But yeah, for last day for me for a bit, I think I will be back on the air. Let me just check the calendar. I will be live.
I'm going to say
Wednesday,
probably
the
end of April.
End of April.
End of April.
But where I'll be, no one knows. Might be in the studio.
Maybe, depending. It's pretty hard, actually. The studio is having to be used a little bit more, isn't it? Because of the crazy scheduling and the quick changeovers.
We need to talk more about the ECN studio and how we spruce it up even more.
Okay, first things first, make sure it's still working.
Oh, it works, Vinny.
Looking forward to hearing from you. Maybe we'll get a cameo, maybe from you in France. That'd be nice.
Next week, maybe?
Yeah.
Sure.
Sounds good.
Oh, shot ya. What a shot. Well, along the ground, Sharma. I think that pep talk earlier, Vinny, he's really listened.
Yeah.
He was near the commentary cube. Look, that is an amazing shot first ball.
You know, you're one of the great motivators, and certainly made Sharma look deep within and see what was in there.
Yeah, I just had to tell him a little bit about the performance, and since then he's taken 2 wickets. His first ball 4, and then smashes that one straight to the fielder, and he'll have to go.
Well, unfortunately, good things come in small packages sometimes, but not as far as balls faced in when you're opening the batting. So Sharma goes 4 and out. Ronan lose their first. It's 10 for 1.
Yeah, not easy for Ronan as they lose a wicket. And Vinny Sando's just ducked out the box. Hopefully he's okay. 10 for 1 off 4 balls. New man to the crease, leaves it. That'll be a dot ball. Welcome back, Vinny.
Yeah, no problem.
A little technical issue there, sorted out.
I just had some of the fans turning up at the door. You know what happens? Must happen. Do you get hassled at your house when you go back to the Netherlands?
Usually I do the hassling.
Makes sense.
10 for 1.
Hey, do you want to talk a bit more about the ECN Museum? I like the idea. Were you here when Steve McVeigh said there's no charge to get in, but you got to pay to get out?
Does make sense. 92 games since a golden ball win.
I'll probably bring up the 100 alone. Well, I might have a guess from time to time. I know the Conrad's been floating around.
Maybe Paulo.
Yeah, Paulo's probably due for a spot in the box. Yeah, 92 matches. Probably 100. 1 in 100 matches are a golden ball, actually.
A nice shot into the offside. And, well, top ball.
Ronan, can I get this 106? Get the point. I know it's all academic, but I just think I think you'd feel better at least keeping a point.
Yeah, 11 for 1. Yeah, oh, swinging in. That is definitely not out. That's missing another set of stumps down the leg side, but adventurous appeal. Okay, what's your movements there, Vinny? You're here till the finals and then straight to France?
Well, because of just basically.
Look at that appeal.
I mean, wasn't missing off, put it that way. Now driven down the ground. Suriwanshi, he's had some good moments in the series. This wouldn't have been one of them if he was run out. Now they're going to take on the second. It's like a good old-fashioned beat test, isn't it? When you're just trying to hold on towards the end.
That running technique, you look like a pirate running up a beach then. He runs like Jack Sparrow with that.
Oh, yeah. He's rocking the baby. What's this? Can we see him come back?
Look at this. This is Jack Sparrow on a beach.
There's a lot of, the Olympic sprinting coaches will tell you there's probably a lot of wasted inefficient movement there. But, hey, Suriwanshi gets there in the end, so credit to him. That's what to get out of the way of this one. Hey, but I do think Suriwanshi, someone like him, if he could succeed in his last innings, just go out with a better taste in his mouth because he's had a bit of a tough trot lately. Had some good innings probably a bit earlier in the tournament. Another one to leave alone. Get the wide. Yeah, so I'm here. Obviously, tomorrow's the last day of Group B. I'll be here for the Super Fives and Finals day, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'll be travelling on Monday. I'm meeting Rico on Tuesday in France. And we kind of go from there. We've got 2 weeks in France and 2 weeks in Brescia. Then I'll join in the Netherlands. So it kind of ties together. It's getting a bit complicated, though. I don't think we ever imagined we were doing so many events. Never mind multiple events at once. For example, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th, or what was it? Around the time of the Dutch domestic T20 finals day, we'll have 3 series at the same time.
Really?
Because we'll have the Continental Cup in Romania, we'll have the weekend in the Netherlands, and we'll also have the Estonian finals, the ECIs. As this is up, and it's going to be smashed away over the fence. Maximo Suriwanshi, nice shot. And like I said, he'll really appreciate this opportunity to express himself with the bat.
Yeah, good shot to that man on your screen. 6 runs to the total. Well, that means you, me, and Rico. How many parts can they... Is it like Harry Potter, Voldemort, 7... How he splits his body into 7 different halos.
Well, that's why you can see we're looking at ways to
I think the ECN studio is great. I like working from the studio.
Yeah, I mean, look, also allows you to live a bit more of a normal life. Bowled him round the legs to Yuanchi. It's good night, Charlene. Tries to get a little bit too inventive this time. And I always think, definitely at this level, this is the way to deal with a guy who's trying to ramp you, getting across the stumps. You aim at the 3 poles in the ground. God put them there for a reason. Gurvinder Singh hits the target, and it's 21 for 2.
Yeah, he gets a bit funky. I don't mind it. Why not try something a bit fun? Just didn't pay off.
Yeah, well, he walked away with a smile on his face.
Have we ever done 4 spots at once?
I don't think we've done 4 at once. We've definitely done 3 before. Just thinking back, I think we had maybe the Germany-Austria series, women's series, T20 series a few years ago, as well as cricket in Bulgaria, as well as a men's series at the same time.
So I'll be doing the women's T20Is while you and Rico are in England as well.
So that's 2 at a time. But, you know, actually...
Who's going to be tuning into who?
Can I tell you a secret? You know, we're talking about the capacity of computers. The computer can't handle us doing more than 3 at a time.
Really?
That's something I found out. As this is pushed away. And it has caused problems, potential problems before. For example, when we, are doing an ECI and an ECIW at the same time, that counts as 2 events, even though it's 1 location. So I'm just saying.
When you're doing England and I'm doing
Netherlands.
Are we going to be in the same chat? How can we?
I'm always in both chats or multiple chats. I can multitask. I'd love to do it. Now we probably don't have capacity for this, but I'd love to do that split screen. Let's go over to Corey Ruckers. How's things going over there, Corey? Like, what do they call it in England? You know, when we're talking about the football and round the grounds, what's it called? People in England.
Like Soccer Saturday.
Soccer Saturday.
Yeah, I get you.
They call it Soccer Saturday even though they hate the word soccer.
Yeah, that's also true.
I don't think soccer's offensive, by the way, because at least it distinguishes what type of football you're talking about. Oh. Yeah. And so maybe I need to, like a conductor, when we have all these broadcasts, maybe I'll have to host Soccer Saturday, ECN version, or Cricket Every Day, whatever we call it, and I'll be like, let's go over to the Netherlands where Italy's just taken a wicket in the T20 IWs. And Corey Ruckers, yes, that's right. That's the future, I think. You know, I actually think ECN in 10 years, it'll be like, you know, when you go to NASA and you have all those screens and you're just watching all the, like about 25 games at once.
Oh, I hope not, Vinny. That's a little bit much, don't you think?
Exponential growth for you. Anyway, Rahul gets hit back over his head. Sinha flying the flag for Ronan. And that flag is pure beige. As that'll be 4 more to the target. Bright start this from Ronan CC.
Yeah, bright start. Good to watch as well. Trying their best. They know they probably won't get the runs, but you've got to do as much as you can to maybe cause a few wobbles.
All right, this is a leading edge, hanging up, nervous moments for Sinha. And he goes the old traditional run past the ball and then wait for the ball to come into your hands without looking. Now, that was probably not going to work, and it didn't. Talk me through the technique here, Corey. I mean, you're a fielding coach. You've done it for a long time. You'll see this one gets lifted up. And he's just running with the flight of it. Couldn't quite track it. As Dylan will get a single here. It'll be the end of the over. In fact, it won't be a single. Gets through, gets into the gap. End of the over, 32 for 1.
Yeah, plenty going on, Vin. Look,
Yeah.
not the best technique, but these things happen.
Yeah, talk to me about the technique here.
Well, dangerous, actually. You can get yourself quite hurt, Vinny. I'm glad he's okay, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. Oh, if we get the replay, again, I'd love to see it once more just to talk you through that sort of that sort of effort. It's just run under it, you know. Well, 32 for 2. Vinny Sandhu called into another quick business meeting. High in the air and 6 runs. Well, nice shot. Gets it out the middle. And tell you what, it's an impressive start from Ronan, who I didn't think were going to be in with much of a chance of chasing this, but never say never. They're batting quite well. Again, full delivery, hit well, and into a gap. So another boundary. You never know. There's 6 more runs. So we might have a special guest joining us as well for the rest of the over. And we'll let him in here. Special guest just for, take him up to the 5th over. Faf Stoneman. Faf, how are you?
Good in you, man.
So you've stumbled over your first few words, so it seems hey, you're a little bit nervous, but good to have another guest in here. We just wanted to bring you in, talk a little bit about ECS Portugal, and looks like it's been a pretty good event so far.
Yeah, it's been good. Good quality cricket. Always nice to see.
Yeah, you must be happy with how the Swans are going as well as he comes in again and play a miss outside offside. So tell us a little bit about yourself, Faf. South African, Portuguese passport, playing for the national team, living the dream.
Yeah, I mean, I'm playing cricket for a living, basically, studying part-time. So, I mean, life doesn't get better.
Yeah, that's good to hear. Singh comes in here. Nice shot straight. That's a great shot, Faf, and that's going to go for 4.
Textbook.
Yeah, textbook. A man of many words, Faf. But tell us a little bit. Tell us a little bit about the other day. Look, you took a wicket, and there was a bit of argy-bargy on the field. Well, do you get a bit pumped up? Red mist?
Oh, yeah, I mean, sometimes, you know, stuff doesn't go your way, and sometimes the emotions just creep in, and then just takes over.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about your game. You've come a long way in the last few years. Do you see yourself as more a batter or a bowler? Well, you think you're a genuine 50-50?
Yeah, I would say I'm genuine 50-50.
Oh, so Ben Stokes, you're one of those 1 in a million players.
I wouldn't go that far, but obviously I try my best.
Oh, clipped away. Sorry to interrupt you. Another 6, and Ronan have all of a sudden turned it on out of nowhere. That's a lovely shot, Faf.
Yeah, quality, just off the legs. Can't bowl there.
Can't bowl there, Faf Stoneman says. That ends the over. An impressive one. Ronan a 54 for 2 after 4. Yeah, Faf, what people won't know is you're actually moving to the Netherlands this summer. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so obviously it's been in the pipe works. Playing in Holland, obviously meeting a few of the guys. Standards quite good, quality cricket, good people. Obviously a lot to learn from them with a lot of international players playing in the leagues. So yeah, I'm quite excited for the opportunity to go play at Bloemendal.
Yeah, you're playing at Bloemendal. I know that ground actually, and just around the corner is the Bloemendal Beach Strip, where on a Saturday and Sunday evening, enjoy yourself, young man. You'll have a very good summer. Bloemendal is a beautiful part it's one of the most beautiful parts of the Netherlands. As it looks like Verk is going to have a bowl. Edged away, that might go for 4, you know. And it does. Tell you what, Faf, they're making a chase of this.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they've been, their top 4 has been pretty good. Navindu is obviously a quality cricketer. He's been playing for ages. Really good to watch them go about it.
Yeah, absolutely right. We've got a couple of questions coming in. Dave in the chat. If you do want to get questioned in, I've got Faf for another couple of minutes. Are you a medium or a fast bowler? And you can't say medium fast. Choose one or the other.
With my mustache, I guess fast.
Yeah, good answer.
Fast.
Yeah, 15 Ks quicker as that's a lovely drive through the field. Another boundary. Is this game on from Ronan?
Yeah, definitely. Dylan going, what, 13 or 4? Quality.
So how did you get in touch with Bloemendal, or did they find you, or how did that work?
So obviously I checked around. Obviously I knew Hermes was obviously going to get more professional guys. Obviously with DDC and them there.
Perk again. Oh, another sort of splice edge. Just the one.
And yeah, so obviously I did a bit of research, checked the leagues, saw 3 clubs that I thought could fit. 2 of them already had their overseas planned. Obviously your club going big. And then yeah, Bloemendal just said, yeah, it sounds perfect. Obviously because I have the Portuguese passport, it helps.
Yeah, it does help. As that's one driven into the offside, just for a dot. Yeah, so I guess in a couple of weeks you'll be running and bowling to Scott Edwards and Max O'Dowd because they're playing in the same league.
Yeah, that's to be fair. I land the 18th and then the 20th. That's my first game.
Is that game 1? Is it?
Yeah.
Nice. Didn't know that. Well, I'll see you there on the 20th. So I'll see you there in 2 weeks. That's quite a baptism of fire.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't be bad to nick off them.
Hey, you never know. T20 is a funny game. There's a nick. That's going to go for 4. So another boundary. But no, you must be excited for the scene. What about Portugal? I know you're heavily involved in the national team. What's on around the corner for you guys?
Yeah, so obviously the ECS here, obviously for most of the national team players, they would be playing in this. And then we've got our World Cup qualifiers coming up in Italy in July.
Any preparation for that?
Not sure, to be fair, yet.
Okay, yeah.
Hopefully they can get something in the works going.
That's pulled away nicely, and that's going to be one more run. So at the end of 5 overs, 68 for 2. I'm going to ask you a little bit about this. Obviously, our big announcement the other day, the ECC groups. Look, Faf, when I saw you in the morning, you said, Corey, how much have you paid to get your group? So let's put you on the spot. Tell me about your group.
Yeah, I mean, Ireland, Scotland, France, us, and Guernsey.
How do you fancy your chances?
I reckon, yeah, I mean, obviously it's definitely going to be some good cricket being played. Obviously from last year, I just reckon we started a house on fire the first 2 days, and then just that 3rd day, the fatigue, all of those things just came in. But I reckon obviously Scotland we have beaten, so we don't have to be afraid of them. Ireland we last time gave a good go.
Have you played Ireland?
Yeah.
What was it in season 2? Oh yeah, you were in our group, weren't you? Yep, correct. So you've played Ireland, you've played Scotland, Guernsey. No.
Nah.
France.
France,
no.
obviously France is also, I think that they're going to be a bit of a dark horse team. Obviously with Drew, with their ECS coming up, that will obviously open up a bit more viewing for us to see what they have.
Okay. Yeah, I do agree. Yeah, France are a tricky sort of team. Dark horse Got a couple other questions coming through as that as spliced in the air, but just should be a simple single. Question about your brother, Miggy. Obviously, we talk about you two quite often playing together. Is there a bit of competition, friendly rivalry, or?
Nah, obviously people have asked me for a lot of my career, who's the better brother, but obviously for me, that's
Easy because you're the better brother.
Nah, I don't compete against my brother. I love him to bits. So obviously, that's just for me. To play with him is obviously a massive honor. So never competing.
But if someone had a gun to your head and you had to tell me who's the better brother, who would you say?
6 feet under, brother.
Oh, that's good. As that's hit straight. Nice shot. That might go away for 4. It won't. Good fielding for a single. Another question coming in also is when I should move to Portugal and take over the Portuguese job, Faf. Is that something that you'd like for Portuguese cricket?
Yeah, obviously we've worked with you in 2021 for a couple of days. I think it was a good viewing just to see where we actually are and what we can achieve. So hopefully it would be an honor obviously to have you as coach.
Oh, that's very kind of you. As I can hear some audio coming through the back. I think Vinny Sandhu's taking his call live. We're you for 2 more balls, Faf. How did you sum up and enjoy the Western Shield at your home pitch and your home ground?
Oh, that was awesome to watch. Obviously, it was at one stage it got a bit one-sided, but definitely it's something that's gonna work. It just improves the cricket in Europe, and it just shows people that European cricket's nothing to joke about. Obviously, you see all the clips and stuff, but I mean, people need to take it serious. There's some really good cricketers, and I mean, that was only, 13 players we saw.
Yeah,
there's a whole bunch of players that still could be in that team.
Yeah, absolutely. So, last ball, and he's got him, Faf. You're going to end with a wicket. Good bit of bowling and a nice catch.
Shabba, shabba.
Shabba, shabba. That's it. Thank you very much, Mr. Stoneman. We will see you in the future.
Thanks, man.
Always nice to sneak in a guest who... Oh, well, actually got pretty natural after the first few balls. Was a little bit nervous to start with the one-word answers, but by the end was pretty good. As I welcome back Vinny Sandhu. Vinny, Faf was pretty good there.
I really enjoyed that. That was fantastic.
Don't enjoy it too much. I don't want to lose my job. But good innings there. And 74 for 3 after 6. Always good to... One of the perks of the job and one of the nice things about this job is we can pull in cricketers and spectators and whoever to get them into the box quickly for a few overs, just to add a different flavour, instead of hearing me and Vinny all day, every day. So 74 for 3.
Yeah, great to come back, and that was a very good interview, Corey.
He went from one-word answers to wouldn't be quiet.
You were quite shy when we first started working together. You've come out of your shell now.
Thanks, Vinny.
Your shell is...
Need to go back in it.
Long disintegrated. Fighting the good fight here, aren't they?
Yeah, that's interesting. So Faf, when he lands in Holland, first game up against Scott and Max. Didn't know that. That'd be good fun.
Yeah, I think it'll be great for his cricket as well.
Yeah, Hoofdklasse in the Netherlands is a good standard. It's going to be okay. Good over this from Verk. Couple dot balls sneaking in.
Yeah, Verk. He's a bit of a cult figure, actually. Plays his way.
Well, hit down the ground this time just for a single. It looks like a no ball's being called. Well, I'm not too sure. It must have been the front foot. Good umpiring if he spotted it.
Oh, he's broken the stumps.
Ah.
It's bails have to be retrieved.
Yeah, he's kicked it with his feet. There's the bails.
The old nanny. I love that Bucks goes for 10 balls and actually thinks, actually, that's a no ball these days, and he's right.
Yeah, good umpiring from Bucks. Haven't seen the bails being knocked over like that in a while.
Yeah. That's probably from getting too close to the stumps in his follow through. He's got a little bit of a sideways kick. Got a pretty good spell here, number 16. He's looking a little bit sore. You can understand that. A half century earlier in the day, so it gives him something to go with moving forward. We won't see fighters tomorrow. It's looking like the way things are going. We'll see them on Friday in the Super Fives. This is in the air. Well, he's looking a bit ginger, but he should make it over for the celebration as Jasvinder Kumar, unfortunately for him, will finish with a duck and Ronan are 76 for 4.
Yeah, Verk looks like he's limping quite a bit. Seems a bit of fatigue has come in as these players have played a lot of games of cricket. But in the end, he's out.
Well held. And Ronan, 30 off 20, probably 30 off 19 now after that further point. It's a realistic target, I think, with 6 wickets in hand.
76 for 4. New man comes to the crease. Harpreet Singh gets his opportunity. Oh, that is an adventurous appeal and some.
It's going to be. Oh, is it going to be called anything? No. Must have just flicked the pad. I mean, wasn't so sure it did. That'll be the end of Vierick. 1 for 16 off 2. And after 7 overs, 76 for 4. I know that you won't be here tomorrow, but I know you'll be watching whenever you can. Marlow back on the park, trying to push their way up back into the top 2, I'm pretty sure. Some extra pointage in the Super 5s. Werewolves, their swan song. Precious CC, their swan song. And Friendship CC, their swan song. So, well, we won't see the Swans on the park except for in the last game, but plenty of swan songs on day 17 of this ECS. Join me, Vinny Sandhu, from 9 a.m. GMT, 11 o'clock in Central Europe, and 2:30 p.m. in India. And that will be on the other side of 8 good hours sleep for me. I know you won't be getting that many because you're off to get ready for your Spain Jersey International Series, right?
Yeah, it looks like I think the pickup's at 3:30 a.m. tomorrow morning, so that's going to be an interesting morning, that's for sure. 3 overs to go on this day. High in the air, Vin. This should be out. And it's dropped.
Yeah, pretty comprehensive drop, to be honest, anyway. And it's the old gut buster for Parvinder. Just didn't get their hands anywhere near it in the end, did he?
No, you're right. Well, they've enjoyed that on the side. A big shout of Shabar. Yeah, that hurts a bit, actually. Straight through the hands. That'd be a bit of a rib tickler. Oh.
Right, yeah, I think he's timed this perfectly to just not be out. And Dylan will get away with a single there.
Yep, 79 for 4.
Yeah, pretty good ball by Lalit. I think I've been impressed with him in this series, with his consistency.
Yeah, good bowling.
So how about you? You worked out your strategy yet? You're all packed and ready to go?
No, when I get back, I'll probably pack tonight. It's, you know what it's like in the ECN universe. A lot of quick packing sessions and little sleep sometimes. Clipped away nicely. Oh, good catch in the end. Well, the man was hovering behind the umpire. I didn't spot him, and he holds onto the catch with the sun in his eye. It was clipped nicely, but clipped nicely to the fielder.
Yeah, and yeah, I wouldn't say the catching's been top rate from what we've seen, but this is a good one, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a good one. Takes it with the sun, lurking behind there at square leg. Getting down to the last few moments of this one, Vinny.
Yeah, it's been great to have you, even though I know it's not for too long, but yeah, wishing you the best over the next couple of weeks. Hope you have some success. Hope your team plays some good cricket. I'm looking forward to seeing how Baba goes. I'll be tracking that pretty closely.
Yeah, that'll be quite interesting, won't it?
Love it. Pretty good at keeping it in the offside channel. Okay, just got whipped away, but even that worked out for him.
So, closing moments on another day of cricket. What a day it's been for Finest CC. Really elevating their tournament. Just another splice shot. That'll be 1.
Eight overs down, Ronan 80 for 5. Well, still a fighting chance. 26 off 12 for the point. All the neutrals will be getting behind him, seeing if they can manage to keep that blue line. By the way, worm news, Corey. We are road testing some other colours for that line, I think just to make it a bit clearer. You can see it's on the big screen, but I can understand maybe not so easy for everyone. All happens in the ninth, they say in the classics. 26 off 12 for the point. Make that 26 off 11 with the swing and a miss first ball.
Yeah, swing and a miss first ball. Oh, he gets a bit more wood on it this time, but there's a man in that position. A bit awkwardly stops it, but does his job. 1 run.
Dave B, as we watch this ball whistling through. Dylan needs to try and find one last push to get these 25. Dave B asking, did you leave your clothes out on the bed this morning? Save a bit of time. This is pretty good over at the moment from Parminder. Of course, that's your hack, isn't it, to get your clothes folded? Have you been using that one lately?
I have.
What's that?
And it's working.
Oh, really?
It always works, Vinny.
In the air, but this doesn't look like it's going too far off the stick. It's caught, and Dylan just couldn't deal with what Parminder was offering in this over. So he'll go the old dot out. And even that 106 looking pretty far away now at 81 for 6.
Yeah, it is looking far away. They gave it a good push at the top of the order, but have lost a lot of wickets in the last few overs, and a lot of dot balls have crept in. So another day almost complete, and Ronan bundling out of this tournament.
Jules is happy. The blue line might just get a little bit easier to read. I think it'll probably be the ones I road tested that I think everyone seems happy with. It's kind of the blue, you know, you kind of see on a lot of our graphics with the European Cricket Series. Actually, that blue in the corner. See the top left corner of the screen? That shows up a lot brighter on the screen. I like the concept though. That was one of the viewers that came in and suggested that. Pipin Thapa gets a bat, and he'll get one here. So, pretty decent spell that from Parminder. Didn't really get hurt, and picked up 2 wickets. It's 82 for 6 with an over to go here in day 16.
So your plans of in the next few days? Obviously, I'm off. Are you going to maybe have a guest commentator jump in from time to time with you?
I'm sure he will. I like that from Faf. Obviously, it's nice when we can get one, but also, you know, a lot of the crew, they're busy around the ground. There's actually a lot to do to keep this ECS going. The Yellow Vest Brigade have been brilliant.
Well, that's interesting. The 6th wicket fell on 21, but the 5th wicket fell on 81. So
You don't see that very often.
So they actually hit negative 60 and then lost a wicket.
That's amazing.
Good eyes from me.
Fantastic.
Anyway, last 6 balls. Oh, no. That's not what you need. Last 6 balls. Just has to keep it straight. Don't do anything too funky. You're going to win the game. Start the car, start the van. All the superlatives.
Swing and a miss for Bipin Thapa this time. Kumar, of course, getting the last over.
Yeah. Top ball.
Yeah, well, he's certainly trying to find that highlight to go out with a bang. But fighters, okay, let's talk seriously. I know you're watching a fair bit of Group A as well. It's Punjab CC, Amadora and Gamblers, Marlow and Awarash. Assuming they're the other 4 teams, how do you think they can go, fighters?
Look, you never know. They've got some match winners in there.
Good old-fashioned rogue team, I
Yeah,
think.
they are.
No one really wants to play.
They
They've
are.
got dangerous players in there.
What they've done today has been impressive to get these victories to confirm themselves getting into the finals. And the name fighters, they fight for a reason. They've got a good, dangerous top order. They could be a smoky.
Let's get a few good luck Corey messages going just to get you feeling happy as you go, as this is lifted up, and a thick inside edge runs away to the boundary. So Chima will get 4.
Well, not easy to get over the barrier after a long day.
This fence, and you know this because we've been at Cardamom a lot, deceptively tall. It's probably a good, 20 centimetres taller, you think, than the Cardamom Oval fence?
Yep, this fence
Maybe
is
30.
tall. Yep. Not easy to get over,
No.
especially if the legs have got a bit of sort of
It has a
jelly in them.
I think the fence is the same height, but it's the kind of legs underneath that are taller. Anyway, 2 balls to go in the day. And he just misses out on that one, Chima.
I'd love to swing a bat as hard as some of the gentlemen we get on the network.
Do it.
Never done it. Never swung a bat that hard.
Try it sometime. Okay. Last ball of the day coming up.
Another day done, Vinny.
Another day done. We'll miss you, Corey.
I'll
See
miss
you again
you.
soon.
Oh,
And it'll be a dot to finish us off. And Ronan, it's kind of indicative of where their series ended up. They started with 2 wins, but they end with a losing streak of 10. And they will finish, it would seem at this stage, in 6th place, unless Precious can engineer a remarkable turn around tomorrow for Fighters CC that ends their group campaign, and they'll be keeping an eye on things. But I think with the day they've had today, they've played well enough to get into that 3rd place. And actually, with that, we now know, with that result officially, that Gorka 11 are out of the competition. It'll be whoever finishes in Group B 3rd place that will take that wild card spot. So, yeah, a bit of breaking news there. And, well, let's say Fighters, they look like a team that can use a day off. There's a bit of hobbling going on there as they go off the field. Coming up tomorrow, Marlow. Tough mountain to climb, but they were hoping to get to 106 to base camp. Ronan CC falling just short. Having said that, we know that we're saying goodbye to them. I've been really, really happy with what they've brought to this series. A lot of enthusiasm. I like kind of the way they throw themselves around in the field. Obviously here, Fighters had their own ideas. And it was always going to be tough to get anything out of that game, but they certainly gave it a stab and got a few highlights along the way.
yeah, absolutely, Vinny. They did have some highlights along the way. Did Ronan? It was a good start. Thought they hit the ball quite well. We knew it was going to be a tall order to chase that, but when this wicket fell, it was the skipper going, Vinda Sandhu, who was their best sort of player, Sina, I should say. After he went, the wheels really fell off. The wickets happened in clumps. They couldn't get going in. And credit to Fighters, Vinny. They've had a fantastic day. They're more than likely going to get that 3rd place now. And all credit has to go to them for what they've been able to achieve.
Yeah, that's right. Well, that's one way to field the ball. But, yeah, we saw some good catches taken. We saw some easy ones missed as well. It's probably something that Fighters will be looking on improving, getting a bit more consistency through there if they are going to make it into the final stages this weekend. But plenty of handshakes there. Long day's cricket. These two teams playing 3 pretty intense T10 contests. And in the end, fairly comfortable margin. 63 runs as Fighters will take 4 points out of their final group match. 40 to Sinha, the captain. Went to the top, and I like the way that he went about it. Hit 3 6s and 4 4s in his innings. Gurjant Dillon, the other innings of note, 20 off 16 with 3 boundaries in there. As Ronan just struggled to find other batters that could deal with what the Fighters were bringing. And they were finished on 88 for 6. So back into the bowling was more effective with Viruk taking 1 for 16. Pretty tight stuff. Lalit Kumar 1 for 10, even tighter. And Parminder Singh even tighter with 2 wickets, 2 for 8 of his 2 overs. Rahul and Gurvinder did take a wicket apiece.
Yeah, it's been an eventful few days, Vinny. Really enjoyable. And, well, in the end, runs are runs, and they've had too many on the board today, Fighters CC. It's been a big 3 days.
It sure has. And, well, I want to encourage everyone out there to like our YouTube channel and subscribe, because we have got over 388,000. We're hoping to make it to 400,000 before too long. Also, don't forget, tell your family, tell your friends about ECN. Get us there a little bit quicker than otherwise. Also, I will say that our social media will be chock-a-block with some of the best bits of the day here in Portugal. And also, the website, EuropeanCricket.com. You can even have a peek ahead to France and see some of the teams we'll meet for the first time, with 9 new teams to ECN playing from Monday in the first ever ECS France. Corey, put it here, buddy. congratulations on what you achieved with Team Europe. Congratulations. You can be very, very proud of your efforts. And look, I'm looking forward to seeing how your Spanish national team goes against Jersey. And we'll see you pretty shortly, probably from the studio during France, and then for the Brescia series in the north of Italy.
Yeah, plenty more around the corner. Thanks for having me back. It's been, I want to just my thank yous to Santarem and all the Portuguese Federation for hosting Team Europe, everyone at the ECN for doing the Team Europe stuff, and then also the last few days of ECS. You know I love the ECS. It's been a pleasure being back.
Well, once again, I want to say thank you to our crew at Spring Media. Everyone around the ground, of course. There's where the table looks like at the moment. Fighters, 4 points ahead of Marlow now, but Marlow with the right of reply tomorrow. We're going to leave you with some of the best bits of the day from day 16. Well done to the umpires, the scorers, the blue crew, everyone around the ground that makes the ECS ticket. Of course, our viewers, we couldn't do it without you. I hope you have a good night tonight. Get a good 8 hours. We talked about it. However you do it, make sure you join us early tomorrow morning because 5 more matches will round off Group B before we head to the Super Fives. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Corey Ruckers. Enjoy these highlights and we'll see you tomorrow for more European Cricket Series. Hasta pronto.